Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Naya. The shrill buzz of my phone yanks me awake, and I smack around my nightstand until I find it, eyes half glued shut. The screen is a horror show. 437 unread messages, 52 Instagram DMs, 18 Twitter mentions, and a new TikTok notification screaming, "You're famous." I sit bolt upright, the room tilting, my pug, Sir Duke of Messy, giving me a dirty look from the foot of the bed like he's judging me too. Panic punches through me, cold and disorienting. What the hell happened last night? I tap the first text. Harper. Girl, you broke the damn internet. The second, Maggie. Call me, now. Also, breathe. With a trembling hand, I open the TikTok link. And there it is. Me, mid-date, leaning back in my chair, one eyebrow raised, telling a man with a smile sharp enough to draw blood. Actually, no, I don't owe you my time, my number, or a second more this evening. Best of luck, though. The crowd's gasps, his shocked face, the soundbite looping endlessly. I don't owe you my time. And underneath, the view counter ticking higher, higher, higher. I drop my phone onto the bed like it's radioactive. The internet knows my name now, but which version of me have they decided to love or hate? I scroll through the comments with a sick knot twisting my stomach tighter with every swipe. She's a queen. This is why nobody wants to date anymore. Normalize setting standards and not apologizing for it. She's gonna die alone with her cats. LOL. My cheeks burn hot, not from shame, from rage. I know the truth. Setting boundaries isn't cruelty, it's survival. But the world doesn't want a woman like me standing up and smiling while doing it. They want messy, they want broken, they want regret. I slammed the phone face down, heart hammering. I gave myself permission to walk away last night. I chose me. And still, somehow, I'm the villain in half the stories being spun. My chest aches, a sick, heavy pressure, because I know what comes next. The scrutiny, the assumptions, the million little knives of judgment disguised as opinions. I wrap Sir Duke in my arms, breathing in the smell of dog shampoo and chaos, grounding myself in something that hasn't turned into a public spectacle. Somewhere, deep under the humiliation and anger, a spark flares. Not defeat, not shame. Fight. If they're going to watch me, fine. But they're going to watch me on my terms. I barely have time to wallow before Harper kicks down the front door like she's raiding a crime scene. No time for pity parties, she announces, armed with a bottle of Pinot Grigio in one hand and a bag of Sour Patch Kids in the other. Put on sweatpants. We're entering battle mode. Sir Duke barks in agreement, or protest unclear. I pull myself off the couch, numb and blinking, as she throws a fuzzy blanket at me like she's gearing up for war. You, she says, pointing at me like a general, are about to turn this PR nightmare into a brand, babe. You are the queen of boundaries, the Oprah of saying no, the Beyoncé of emotional intelligence. I laugh, a short, sharp sound that feels like breaking through ice. somewhere between Harper waving a bag of chips in one hand and sketching potential merch ideas in the other. Black Girl Boundaries t-shirts, Naya. T-shirts? I start to feel something other than dread creeping into my chest. Maybe she's right. Maybe I don't have to survive this. Maybe I can own it. Later that night, after Harper has passed out on my couch in a nest of candy wrappers and inspirational Post-it notes, I FaceTime Maggie. Her face fills the screen. Calm, beautiful, framed by her soft locks tied up in a head wrap. "You're trending in 17 countries," she says, smiling gently. "You're basically the president of no." I groan, dragging a pillow over my head. "Can we trade lives for a day? You can namaste your way through this?" Maggie chuckles. "Fame's a slippery thing, Naya. Just make sure it's lifting you up, not weighing you down." She says it casually. But I hear the weight under her words. I hear the way a bad marriage and public failure once made her question every truth she thought she knew about herself. I promise her I'll be careful, and I mean it. But even after we hang up, her voice lingers in the corners of my mind. A reminder that survival isn't just about setting boundaries. It's about knowing what's worth letting in. With Harper snoring softly under a pile of discarded snack bags and Maggie's warning still echoing in my ears, I sit alone in the flickering blue light of my laptop. I scroll through my DMs again. Not the hate ones this time. The quiet ones. The desperate ones. Women, men, non-binary people asking, "How did you say it like that? How do you know where the line is? How do you not feel guilty?" I rub my thumb over my bottom lip, thinking, they don't want perfection. They don't want another pretty influencer selling empowerment in exchange for clout. They want someone real, someone who survived it. An idea, reckless and wild, sparks at the base of my spine. Boundary Bootcamp, a series where I teach the things nobody taught me. How to say no, how to stay whole, how to walk away without bleeding out. My chest tightens with fear. Who the hell am I to be their guide? Then again, who the hell am I not to be? I prop my phone on the windowsill, take a deep breath, and hit record dot. My reflection in the camera looks tired, messy, vulnerable, and more alive than I've felt in months. "Hey, Internet," I start, my voice wobbling before it firms. "You met me by accident. Now meet me on purpose." I talk about boundaries, about permission to protect your peace, about how saying no isn't cruelty, it's self-respect. I talk about surviving being misunderstood. Sir Duke snores through half the recording, but I power through anyway. By the time I hit stop, my palms are sweating and my heart is a wild thing in my chest. Uploading it feels like stepping off a cliff blindfolded. But something deep in my bones whispers, "Leap anyway." I sit there for a long time, staring at the thumbnail of the video on my screen. My finger hovers over the post button like it's a detonator. Because in some ways, it is. If I post this, I'm not just the girl from the viral video anymore. I'm choosing to be seen, messy, human, unapologetic. Sir Duke snores louder, and somehow it grounds me. You're allowed to take up space, I remind myself, even when it scares you. Before I can overthink it into oblivion, I click upload. The video disappears into the void of the internet, swallowed whole like a prayer or a challenge. I toss my phone onto the couch, burrow under Harper's abandoned fuzzy blanket, and squeeze my eyes tightly against the tidal wave of what-ifs already crashing in. A single buzz, then another, and another. My pulse hammers at the base of my throat as the notifications start to multiply. First tens, then hundreds, lighting up my screen like wildfire. I tell myself not to look. I tell myself I don't care. But deep, deep down, I know. The world just tilted, and there's no going back.
Chapter 2. Logan. I don't mean to watch it again, swear to God, I don't. But there I am, glass of good Irish whiskey sweating against my palm. The video paused mid-frame on my laptop. The still image alone should be enough to make a man want to crawl under a rock. Her eyebrow arched like a guillotine, my face frozen somewhere between disbelief and impending doom. The logical part of my brain, small, underfunded, often ignored, tells me to close the tab, turn off the lights, and forget the whole thing ever happened. But my thumb betrays me, hovering over the spacebar until the video jolts into motion. There's me, smiling too easily, reaching across the table like an idiot. There's her, sitting back slowly, crossing one leg over the other, like a queen contemplating mercy. And there it is. Actually, no. Best of luck, though. Delivered with the kind of calm that makes you question everything you've ever thought you were entitled to. A few claps sound off camera. Someone in the background whistles low and sharp. And me? I sit there blinking like a man who just realized he's bleeding but hasn't figured out where the wound is yet. I snort into my glass, shaking my head. It should piss me off. It should make me want revenge, or at least make me want to fade into obscurity until people find a new train wreck to gawk at. Instead, against every ounce of self-preservation I have left, I find myself laughing. Not the tight, angry kind of laugh. The kind that bubbles up from somewhere deeper. Somewhere that knows, on some twisted level. I probably deserved it. God, she's dangerous. And maybe that's exactly why I can't stop watching. My phone buzzes on the coffee table like it's trying to escape the embarrassment radiating off me. I swipe it open to find the group chat. The Bad Decisions Club, lighting up like Christmas. Dean Madsen, chaos incarnate, has been busy. A new meme flashes across the screen. My frozen, stunned face from the video, plastered with Comic Sans font reading, "When you realize confidence isn't a personality." Below it, another gem. Dean has pasted my head onto a stock photo of a man getting rejected on national television, complete with fake CNN breaking news banners. Local man humbled by diva magic. Developing story. I check my phone against my better judgment. Apparently I'm popular today. Dean. Bro got hit with the respectful curve 3000 trademark. Proud of you, King. Max. Big oof energy. You alive? Dean again. Blink twice if you're still breathing. I shake my head, laughing into my hand because, well, what the hell else can you do? Me. Still standing. Barely. Planning my villain origin story as we speak. The dots blink in reply. Dean. Villain? Nah, you should thank her. Girl did you a favor. I set the phone down and stare at the ceiling, the grain of the exposed beams blurring slightly in my vision. The truth no one says out loud, not even to themselves when they're sober. Getting called out. Getting told no. Getting checked. It's not what breaks you. It's what builds you if you're smart enough to listen. And somehow, deep in my chest, a part of me hums with something dangerously close to admiration. I should close the laptop. I should pour another drink, order an overpriced burger, and let this whole thing fade into internet oblivion. Instead, I find myself scrolling. Boundary Bootcamp, teaching real-world boundaries through playful social experiments. New volunteer cycle opens tomorrow. Limited spots. No experience necessary. There's a short teaser clip pinned at the top of her profile. Maybe 30 seconds. Just her sitting against a stark white background. Minimal makeup. Eyes lit up with something more dangerous than beauty. Conviction. Everyone tells you how to say yes, she says, voice low, direct. I'm here to teach you how to say no and mean it. No flash, no pandering, no pretty little marketing hook. Just truth. Raw and simple. It shouldn't hit me the way it does, like a punch straight to the solar plexus. Like maybe the reason she rattled me wasn't just because she called me out, but because she exposed something ugly I'd been hiding under charm and good breeding. A smarter man would leave it alone. A smarter man would take his bruised ego and disappear into the long, comfortable shadow of his trust fund and his ready-made excuses. But me, I'm already pulling out my phone. The volunteer form stares back at me, bright and judgmental. Name. I hesitate for half a second before typing L. Archer. It's not technically a lie. It's not technically the truth either. Close enough to be clever, far enough to be stupid. Occupation. I grin to myself and tap out freelance problem solver. Dean would lose his mind if he saw this. Reason for applying. I hover for a beat, longer than I mean to. The easy answers flash across my mind. Boredom, revenge, curiosity. But when my fingers move, the words surprise even me. Reform, and maybe redemption. I backspace 3 times, considering watering it down, making it sound like a joke. I don't. Maybe because some small, broken part of me wants to know if there's any version of me left that could be worth a second look even if she never knows it's me at all. I smash the submit button and toss the phone onto the coffee table like it's a ticking grenade. But as the confirmation email pings my inbox, there's a grin pulling at my mouth sharp, reckless, way too pleased with itself. This is a bad idea. This is a catastrophically bad idea, and I can't wait to see how badly it blows up. The second the application confirmation hits my inbox, my phone lights up with Dean's incoming FaceTime. I swear the man has a sixth sense for whenever I'm about to set my own life on fire. I answer, and his grinning face fills the screen, brown hair sticking up in every direction, a beat-up hoodie hanging off one shoulder like he just rolled out of bed. "Tell me you didn't," he says without preamble, pointing an accusing finger at me through the camera. "Didn't what?" I ask, feigning innocence, swirling the last of my whiskey around in the glass like I'm auditioning for an aftershave commercial. Dean snorts. "Don't play coy, Archer. I can smell your bad decisions from 3 zip codes away." I stretch out on the couch, boots kicked off, pretending I don't already feel the weight of what I just did sitting low in my gut. "It's just a little social experiment," I say lightly. Dean barks a laugh, loud and sharp. "Social experiment? Bro, you volunteered to go back into the lion's den and poke it with a stick. That girl is going to eat you alive." The thing is, he's not wrong. And yet I don't flinch. Maybe because for once, I want to get wrecked a little. I'm tired of floating. Tired of being safe. Dean studies me for a beat longer than I'm comfortable with, all humor bleeding out of his expression. "You're serious," he says finally, quieter now. I shrug. Maybe I need someone to call me on my nonsense. Dean leans back, running a hand across his face. "You know I love you, right?" "Yeah." "And you know you're a dumbass, right?" "Absolutely." He sighs like a man who knows he's wasting his breath. Can't help trying anyway. "Don't break something you can't fix, man. Especially not yourself." I end the call before I can promise him anything. Because the truth is, I don't know if I'm trying to fix something or if I'm finally ready to tear it all down. The apartment feels too big after Dean hangs up, too full of echoes and questions I don't want to answer. I pour myself another drink I don't need, lean my head back against the couch, and close my eyes. There she is. The memory plays uninvited, vivid as a dream. Nia Monroe sitting across from me, eyes clear, voice steady, slicing through the nonsense like a scalpel. "I don't need to give you any more of my time." Not angry, not bitter, just done. Done with whatever version of me she saw across that table, the one who thought a smile and a paycheck could buy him another hour of her life. Maybe that's the part that sticks under my skin, stubborn and sharp dot. Not the public humiliation, not the jokes or the memes. It's the way she gazed at me, past the polished surface, the carefully constructed image, and found me wanting. I opened my eyes, exhaling a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Maybe this isn't about getting even. Maybe it's about facing the version of myself that got rejected and figuring out if there's something better buried underneath. Either way, it's too late to back out now. Boundary Bootcamp, here I come. God help us both. The email pings into my inbox at 2:13 a.m., just as I'm about to convince myself this was a bad dream and not an actual decision made by a supposedly functioning adult. Subject: Boundary Bootcamp acceptance confirmation. Body: Dear L. Archer, congratulations. We're excited to welcome you to Boundary Bootcamp. Please arrive at Studio 14B on Tuesday at 4 p.m. sharp. Be prepared for honesty, accountability, and personal growth. We can't wait to meet you. I focused on the screen for a full minute, my thumb hovering over the delete button. One tap, and this all goes away. One tap, and I'm back to my curated, detached little world where people smile too easily and nothing touches the places I don't like to think about. Instead, I snort under my breath and tap star to save it. Because, apparently, I'm that kind of idiot tonight. I scrub a hand through my hair, restless energy thrumming just under my skin, too loud and jagged to ignore. Somewhere out there, Nia Monroe is probably sleeping peacefully, blissfully unaware that her worst nightmare is about to walk through her carefully guarded door. I wonder if she'll recognize me right away. I wonder if she'll look at me the same way she did that night, with sharp, clean judgment that peeled me down to bone. God, I hope she does. I hope she sees me again, the real me this time, if I can even find him under all the layers I've been hiding behind. I push off the couch, crack my neck, and glance around the silent apartment. Everything here is curated, polished, expensive, and suffocating. It's time for something different, even if it burns.
Chapter 3. Nia. The studio smells like new paint, old coffee, and someone's anxiety sweats. Probably mine. I pace a tight circle near the entrance, the clipboard slick in my hand. Every few steps I glance toward the setup. A sad excuse for a cafe mock-up. 2 folding chairs, a scratched-up bistro table, a fake potted plant dying under the fluorescence. Professional, Nia. Really setting the mood for emotional breakthroughs. Note to self: upgrade the set as soon as possible. Harper lounges behind the camera with a massive iced coffee from that overpriced indie shop down the block, wearing heart-shaped sunglasses like she's immune to the panic thrumming under my skin. Every time I meet her gaze, she flashes me a lazy thumbs up and mouths, "Relax." Easy for her to say. She's not the one whose face turned into a trending soundbite last week. I press my thumb hard into the center of the clipboard, just to ground myself. Breathe in. Hold. Breathe out. I remind myself. I built this. Chose this. That doesn't stop the old doubts from slithering through the cracks. What if I'm not good enough? What if I mess it up? What if I'm just a loudmouth who got lucky for 5 minutes? The door creaks open, and my stomach lurches into my throat. No turning back now. They come in all at once, a clumsy knot of nerves and hopeful smiles. A woman with a lavender buzz cut offers me a homemade business card before she even says hello. Something about life coaching and tantric energy flow. A guy in a wrinkled polo shirt asks if food will be provided, and then, without irony, if I'm into younger men. Another woman breezes past me without a word, already monologuing about how her last 3 boyfriends just didn't understand me. I scribble check marks next to their names, plastering on my best Oprah smile. You get a welcome, and you get a welcome. And you, weird foot fetish guy, sure, why not? Harper snickers behind the camera, probably live texting Maggie with a play-by-play. I resist the urge to whip around and glare at her. Professionalism, Nia. Eyes on the prize. The studio feels too bright, too loud. Every laugh and shuffle bouncing off the empty walls like cannon fire. I clear my throat, forcing cheerful energy into my voice. Thank you all for coming, I say, clipboard clutched like a shield. Boundary Bootcamp is designed to help you. The door swings open again, sharp enough to slice my sentence clean in half. And that's when he walks in. The first thing I notice is the height. Broad shoulders framed by a worn leather jacket, jeans that look just rumpled enough to be deliberate, like he woke up this morning and decided to make bad decisions look stylish. The second thing I notice is the smile. Slow, crooked, self-satisfied. Trouble. Waltzing into my sacred space like he's been personally invited by the gods of chaos themselves. He hesitates just inside the doorway, one hand tucked casually into the pocket of his jeans, scanning the room like he's trying to decide which disaster to start first. And then his eyes find mine, green, sharp, bright, and that feels too familiar. Something low in my stomach twists, a warning bell maybe, or an alarm screaming abort mission. Exit the building. Fake your own death if necessary. Instead, I straighten my spine, channeling every ounce of therapy-honed composure I have left. He strolls to the sign-in table, plucks a pen from the jar, and scribbles his name with lazy flair. L. Archer. Of course, he's one of those use only your initial guys. Probably thinks it makes him mysterious instead of just annoying. He sets the pen down, then glances up and catches me staring. For a moment, the world compresses to a pinpoint, his mouth quirking into a smile that could sell sin on a Sunday morning. An invisible hat tip follows, cocky and absurd. My cheeks burn before I can stop them. I snap my gaze away, busying myself with a stack of consent forms, like they might spontaneously combust without my supervision. Behind the camera, Harper's shoulders shake with silent laughter. I'm going to kill her later, possibly with the clipboard. By the time the group settles into their seats, my heartbeat is doing something deeply unprofessional in my chest. I clear my throat twice before it cooperates. Welcome to Boundary Bootcamp, I say, voice projecting just a little too brightly. We're here to practice setting healthy boundaries in relationships through real-world exercises. I scan the room quickly. Buzzcut lady nodding solemnly, beanie guy looking like he might bolt at any second. But my gaze keeps snagging on the new guy. L. Archer. Mr. Trouble. He sprawls in his chair like he owns it, long legs stretched out, one ankle hooked casually over the opposite knee, hands laced behind his head. Relaxed. Smug. Like he's already 3 steps ahead of whatever game he thinks we're playing. He's getting under my skin already. I grit my teeth and soldier on. Our first exercise is a mock date scenario, I announce. You'll be paired randomly. Each of you will have a chance to practice setting a boundary mid-conversation. I pause for effect, making sure everyone's listening. Remember, you're allowed to say no. You're encouraged to say no. His smile deepens, and I can feel it from across the room, like the sun through a magnifying glass. Focused, intense, dangerous. The volunteers shuffle around awkwardly, pairing off like 6th graders at their first school dance. When the dust settles, there's one person left without a partner. Of course it's him. Of course it's me. Of course the universe thinks it's hilarious. Harper hands me a second mic pack with an evil twinkle in her eye, whispering under her breath, "Good luck, boss lady." I strap it on without looking at her, every nerve ending buzzing as I make my way to the bistro table where he's already waiting. Mr. Smug leans forward slightly, his eyes bright with something that looks suspiciously like mischief. I pull out the chair opposite him, sit down with my spine arrow straight, and paste on my most professional smile. "Ready when you are," he says, voice amused. God help me, I might actually commit murder today. And if I do, there's no jury in the world that would convict me. I clear my throat, holding the clipboard like a shield in front of me. Today's exercise, I announce, trying to ignore the smug heat of his gaze drilling into me, is simple. Each pair will simulate a first date scenario. Halfway through, you'll establish a clear, healthy boundary and see how it's received. I flash a professional smile to the room at large. Not him. Definitely not him. The volunteers chatter nervously, glancing at each other like they're waiting for a pop quiz. Everyone except him, L. Archer. He lounges in his chair, that maddeningly relaxed posture radiating, "This'll be fun," energy, like a personal attack. Harper calls out pairs like a game show host. One by one, everyone gets matched up, until it's just me and him. Harper's voice carries over the room. Too loud, too pleased. "Looks like you're paired with Mr. Archer, Naya. What are the odds?" The snickers ripple through the group like wildfire. I make a mental note to dock Harper's pay, or at least switch her coffee order to decaf for a week. Mr. Archer, because my petty soul refuses to call him L or anything remotely personal, gestures grandly at the empty chair across from him. "After you," he says, voice laced with mock chivalry. I cross the room with slow, measured steps, each one burning hotter under the weight of his gaze. I lower myself into the chair, smoothing my skirt with a deliberate calm. Game on. I start with the script, because clinging to structure is the only thing standing between me and homicide charges. "First prompt," I say, tapping my clipboard even though I know the questions by heart. "What's something you prioritize when dating?" He leans in, elbows resting on the table, lazy grin curling at the edges of his mouth. "Respect," he says without hesitation. And timing. The way he says it, slow, deliberate, makes something traitorous and warm spark low in my belly. I scribble a meaningless note on my paper, just to avoid looking at him too long. "Second prompt," I say, voice tight. "Describe a boundary you'd establish early on." He tilts his head, studying me in a manner that feels anything but casual. "I don't do emotional blackmail," he says, voice soft but sure. "And I don't chase people who don't want to be caught." The words land between us like a match dropped on gasoline. The air crackles. The fake bistro setup feels suddenly wildly insufficient for the pressure pushing between us. I force a chuckle, brittle and thin. "Good to know you're not a fan of manipulation," I say, flipping the page for no reason at all. He smiles wider, almost predatory. "Good to know you're not afraid to set the terms of engagement." My heart stutters painfully against my ribs. I snap the clipboard shut. "Boundaries are meant to be respected," I say coolly, "not negotiated." He sits back, hands lifted in mock surrender, that maddening smile never slipping. "Of course," he says smoothly, "I'm nothing if not respectful." My jaw clenches. I know he's baiting me. I know it's a game. And yet, as I sit there across from him, every nerve ending humming with electricity and frustration and something dangerously close to attraction, I realize two very important things. This exercise is a disaster. I am absolutely, positively not ready for this man. The exercise ends, Harper calling time with a cheery clap, but I stay frozen for a half second too long, blinking like I just surfaced from deep water. Around us, the volunteers murmur and shuffle, some laughing awkwardly, some already dissecting their mock date performances. Across the table, Mr. Archer, because calling him anything more human would feel like giving him ground, rises slowly, stretching his arms over his head in one easy, fluid movement. His jacket shifts with him, leather creaking softly, and my eyes betray me by following the line of his shoulders, the casual strength in the way he moves. "Thanks for the chat, coach," he says, voice gruff and lazy, like this has all been some private joke only he's in on. He tosses me a wink, a goddamn wink, before sauntering toward the refreshment table, leaving a trail of smug energy in his wake. I inhale sharply through my nose, willing the blood in my face to cool before it brands me an amateur in front of my own class. "Get it together, Naya." I turn to the clipboard, pretending to jot something down, anything, though the page swims uselessly before mine eyes. Harper sidles up beside me with a wicked grin barely suppressed behind her straw. "You okay there, boss lady?" she whispers out the corner of her mouth. "I'm fine," I mutter, flipping pages like it might conjure professionalism out of thin air. "You're sweating." "I'm fine." Harper hums doubtfully and goes back to her post, but I catch the way she's grinning like she just sold tickets to a train wreck she's planning to live stream. I wipe my palms discreetly on my jeans and steal one last glance toward the snack table. He's leaning against the counter, sipping a bottle of water like he's got nowhere else better to be. Relaxed, confident, dangerous in a way I can't even name yet. Something coils tight in my chest, sharp and unwelcome. He's trouble, not the loud, obvious kind. The slow burn, mess you up before you realize you refalling kind. The worst kind. I scribble a quick note on my clipboard, the pen pressing hard enough to nearly tear the page. Note to self: stay professional, stay detached, do not engage unless absolutely necessary, and above all, under no circumstances, make this personal. Because if I let this man get under my skin, I already know I won't be the one walking away whole.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 4. Logan. I wake up late the next morning, later than I should, with the rare, stupid belief that yesterday might stay buried where I left it. The city hums outside the window, a low, restless sound that fills the spaces between my thoughts. Gray light filters through the blinds, slicing across the floor like lazy knives. I stretch, yawn, scrub a hand over my face. The tension buzzing under my skin. Leftover adrenaline from yesterday is still there, stubborn as hell. One awkward mock date, one cocky exit, no casualties. End of story. I tell myself that twice while brushing my teeth, 3 times while making coffee, and again when I drop onto the couch, scrolling mindlessly through emails I already know I won't answer. The twitch in my jaw, the way my foot keeps bouncing against the floor, none of it means anything. I'm fine. I am unbothered. I'm a liar. The phone vibrates on the cushion beside me once, twice, then spirals into a full-blown seizure. Buzz, buzz. I frown, reaching for it like it might bite. First, it's Dean. Rapid-fire texts, one after another. A stream of laughing emojis and skull icons like he's narrating my funeral. Then it's a flood of notifications from Instagram. Then Twitter. Then TikTok, an app I barely open unless I'm trying to kill brain cells on purpose. And somewhere in the pile, a string of texts from people I barely remember giving my number to. Frowning harder now, I opened Dean's first message, a TikTok link tagged, LMFAO, you're screwed, bro. The video buffers for a beat, and then it begins. Boundary Bootcamp clip. #1. Enemies to lovers? I blink as the footage plays. Me tipping an invisible hat like the world's biggest idiot. Her sitting across from me with that dagger-sharp glare that somehow makes it hotter. The conversation clipped and polished until it looks like a goddamn Netflix original nobody bothered to warn me about. They've even layered dramatic music under it, something orchestral and intense, swelling at all the worst possible moments. I scroll down and make the mistake of glancing at the comments. Find someone who looks at you the way he looks at her when she's ready to murder him. This is the enemies to lovers content I signed up for. Where is their movie? I need it now. A groan tears loose from my throat. I rake my hand down my face and slump back against the couch, staring at the ceiling as if it might offer a trap door. This is fine, I muttered to the empty room. No one believes me. Least of all me. By noon, it's worse. Way worse. There's no controlling it now. It's not just one clip anymore. Not just one wave. It's a full-on tsunami. I scroll, thumb flicking over TikTok, watching helplessly as fan edits multiply faster than bacteria in a petri dish. One edit slows down the moment I caught her gaze, stretching it out with a swelling pop ballad underneath, making it look like I was falling in love instead of trying not to laugh. Another splices our first 5 minutes into a fake wedding trailer, complete with glittery text flashing, one woman, one man, one boundary they couldn't keep. Christ, I blink at another that cuts footage of her rolling her eyes at me with Whitney Houston crooning, I will always love you, underneath. Somewhere between horrified fascination and genuine admiration for their editing skills, my phone vibrates in my hand. Dean, of course. You're a meme now, Romeo. Embrace it. I type back immediately. I wanted to rattle her, not date her. 3 dots. A pause. Then, too late. You proposed at Bootcamp, bro. Another buzz, another text. I toss the phone onto the couch like it personally betrayed me and drag a hand down my face. Move to Bali. Fake my death. Start over as a coconut farmer. Yeah. Seems reasonable. I lean my head back against the worn leather of the couch, staring at the wall like it might offer answers. It doesn't. The viral chaos hums in my peripheral vision like ticking up by the second, new comments rolling in, more fan theories hatching, but underneath the noise, something heavier, quieter, starts to shift inside me. Because the thing is, they're not wrong. About the way I looked at her. About the heat I felt sitting across from her. Our words snapping like live wires. The air between us charged with something reckless and bright. I told myself I signed up for Boundary Bootcamp to mess with her. To get under her skin the way she got under mine when she shut me down so cleanly, so casually, in front of the entire damn internet. But sitting there across from her yesterday, watching the fire light up behind her eyes, the steel under the smile, the way her laugh slipped out despite everything, and I forgot I was supposed to be playing a game. I forgot why I came at all. It was supposed to be a joke. Poke the bear, stir the pot, prove I wasn't rattled. Instead, she scared me. Not the obvious kind of scared. Not the yell, throw drinks, storm out kind of scared I dealt with before. No, the scarier kind. The kind where someone sees through the polished, effortless front you've spent years perfecting. Sees past the jokes, past the casual bravado. Sees the parts of you you'd rather pretend didn't exist. And worse, she didn't flinch. She looked right at them, right at me, and didn't back away. It's a terrifying thing being seen like that. Raw, unfiltered, real. And if I'm being honest, brutally, gut-wrenchingly honest, it's a feeling I haven't been able to shake since. I tell myself to stay off my phone. I even set it across the room, face down on the counter like it's carrying some kind of disease. I last 30 minutes, maybe 25 if we're being honest. By the time I snatch it back up, My hands itch like a junkie looking for a hit. I tap open TikTok with the fatalistic calm of a man walking into oncoming traffic. There it is. Clip after clip after clip. Us. Her. The look in her eyes when she hit me with that verbal left hook. The half smile I tried and failed to kill before it curled onto my mouth. And the commentary. Christ, the commentary! Look at how she fights a smile here. He's down bad and trying to act cool. Oh. This is enemies to lovers fanfic energy. Someone write it. I close the app with a swipe that borders on violence. 2 minutes later, I open it again. Because here's the sick part, the part I'm too smart to deny even if I'm too stubborn to say it out loud. Every time I see her, even flattened into pixels on a 2-inch screen, I want to see more. The way her eyes spark when she's annoyed. The flash of fire when she calls me out without even raising her voice. The way her laughter sneaks up on her. Sharp, bright, real, before she tamps it down like it's dangerous. I should be running in the other direction. Instead, I'm standing here, leaning closer, begging for another glimpse. It's a bad idea. It's all a bad idea. And I'm already too far into care. The doorbell buzzes sometime around 8. I consider ignoring it. I'm not exactly in the mood for company, and even less in the mood for judgment disguised as moral support. But I know that knock. Dean never asks for permission. I yank the door open, and there he is. 2 bulging bags of Thai food in one hand, his phone in the other, and the kind of grin that says he's here to make my night worse. "Delivery," he says, breezing past me into the apartment like he owns the place. He tosses a carton onto the couch, then flops down beside it, propping his socked feet on the coffee table without a second thought. "I brought reinforcements," he says, cracking open a box of spring rolls. And mockery. "You're a terrible friend," I mutter, grabbing a carton anyway. He taps his phone, the screen flashing bright as he shoves it under my nose. Another edit, another fanship video, another disaster. "Fan edits are life now," Dean says cheerfully, popping a spring roll into his mouth. "You're not real until someone ships you with a stranger on the internet." I roll my eyes hard enough to hurt. "She's not a stranger." Dean pauses, mid-bite, his eyes sharpening in that way I hate the way that says he sees straight through the nonsense I'm still trying to sell myself. Slowly, deliberately, he lowers the spring roll. "Yeah," he says, voice low. "That's the problem." I hate him for saying it out loud. I hate myself more for not correcting him. Dean eventually takes the hint and clears out, probably sensing I'm one sarcastic comment away from throwing him off the balcony. The apartment settles into a hush, the city humming low outside the windows. I should sleep. Instead, I find myself back on her page. Boundary Bootcamp, Day 1. There's a new clip, shorter this time, rough around the edges, no edits, no dramatic music, just her. She's laughing at something off camera, head thrown back, one hand brushing hair out of her face, the kind of raw, unguarded moment no one ever captures unless they're lucky. The kind of moment that slips past armor before you know it's happening. I look at the screen, phone heavy and hot in my hand, not smiling, not strategizing, just watching her. I wanted to rattle her. I wanted a rematch. I wanted the upper hand. Now I just want an excuse to stay close enough to make her laugh like that again. No defenses, no firewalls. Just light dot, God help me dot. Because whatever game I thought I was playing, I'm not setting the rules anymore, hell. I'm not even on the right playing field. And I'm not sure I want to be.
Chapter 5. Naya. The first rule of surviving a social media implosion: find your tribe, bring snacks, pray for mercy. I pushed through the heavy wooden door of the Burrow, our favorite bar, clutching a tote bag stuffed with paperwork I'm never actually going to look at tonight. The place smells like old beer, melted candles, and questionable decisions. Home sweet home. Harper's already staked out our back booth, waving both arms like she's trying to flag down a rescue chopper. A bottle of mid-tier Merlot and a basket of mozzarella sticks sit proudly on the table like offerings to the gods of chaos. Maggie slides in beside her, calm and composed in her ivory sweater. Her eyes already scanning me like she's running a silent damage assessment. I drop my bag onto the cracked vinyl bench with a thud and collapse into the chair across from them. "No judgment," I say, grabbing the wine bottle and pouring myself half a glass in one go. "Not one word?" Harper grins like the troublemaker she is. "No promises." Maggie's mouth twitches, the ghost of a smile. I sigh and take a long sip, letting the familiar clatter of glasses and low murmur of conversation wrap around me. For a second, it feels like maybe I can outrun the internet's claws. Until Harper pulls out her phone with a dramatic flourish. "You," Harper announces, "are trending harder than pumpkin spice season." She taps at her screen, the light flashing against her rings, and turns it so I have no choice but to look. There it is, clip after clip, edit after edit. Boundary Bootcamp footage. Me, Mr. Smirk, the sharp snap of our first exchange looped over swelling music like it's the emotional peak of a movie I don't remember auditioning for. Harper scrolls gleefully to the worst of it. A meme of me mid-glare, paired with Mr. Smug grinning like he invented flirting. The caption reads, "Me pretending I'm not already naming our kids." I groan so hard it rattles the wine glass in my hand. Harper beams. "You're famous, boo." "Great," I mutter, sinking lower in the booth. Exactly the branding I was aiming for. Emotionally constipated meets reluctant TikTok star. Harper snorts into her wine glass, completely unbothered. Maggie, on the other hand, levels me with a look. That big sister, counselor, therapist stare that could strip paint off a wall. "This isn't going away," she says calmly. "You might as well figure out how you're going to handle it." Harper grins wider, shoving a mozzarella stick in her mouth. "Handle it? Babe, she needs to own it. Lean in. Make Mr. Boundary Buster work for it." I lift an eyebrow. "Work for what exactly?" Harper winks. "Your affection, your forgiveness, your inevitable slow burn love story." I laugh, sharp, brittle, and shove a mozzarella stick into my mouth before I say something I can't take back. It's just a few ridiculous videos. A few strangers rooting for a fake romance. It's nothing at all, except for the part of me that remembers the heat of his stare and how it lit something up inside me that hasn't burned in a long, long time. Before Harper can launch into another 15 TikToks we absolutely don't need to see, Maggie leans in, quiet, deliberate, her fingers still methodically pulling a mozzarella stick into perfect halves. "You ever think," Maggie says softly, "that it's a little convenient?" I blink at her, caught mid-sip of wine. "Convenient?" I echo. Maggie shrugs, dipping her mozzarella half into marinara with surgical precision. Guy shows up out of nowhere, signs up under an alias, volunteers for a viral clip that just so happens to skyrocket your program. Her voice isn't accusing, but it's careful, measured. The kind of tone she reserves for warning people about bad investments, or men with too many leather jackets and not enough emotional availability. Across the booth, Harper throws her head back dramatically. "Jesus, Mags. Not everything's a conspiracy theory. Sometimes hot weirdos just happen." Maggie's eyes don't leave mine. "I'm just saying," she says gently, "be careful. Not everyone clapping for you is rooting for you." The words land harder than I want them to. Harder than I'm ready to admit. I reach for another mozzarella stick and nearly knock over my wine glass in the process. I wave a hand, dismissing the weight settling between my ribs. "It's just a few funny videos," I say, forcing a laugh that sounds too loud in my own ears. "A couple of fan edits, a hashtag that'll die in a week." Harper lifts her glass like she's proposing a toast, To hash boundary bays, she says brightly. Maggie doesn't smile. She just watches me, steady, knowing, like she can already see the cracks spidering through the wall I'm trying to patch together with sarcasm and stubbornness. I clink my glass against Harper's anyway, because pretending is easier than unraveling in public. The wine goes down smooth, burning slightly at the edges. Just a few silly videos. Just a little attention. Nothing I can't handle, except for the small traitorous part of me that keeps whispering otherwise. The part that noticed how he looked at me like I wasn't something to tolerate or manage, but something to see. The part that liked it. Too much. I take another long sip and shove the voice deeper down. Focus, boundaries, professionalism. I built this dream from nothing. I'm not about to let a smile, a goddamn smirk, unravel it. Not tonight. Not ever. Harper leans in across the table, all wide eyes and mischievous smile, like she's about to drop the kind of bomb you see coming and still can't dodge. You have to admit, she says, voice syrup sweet. He didn't look scared. I arch an eyebrow. Scared? She grins wider, clearly delighted that I've taken the bait. Yeah, most dudes facing a verbal smackdown like that would have folded like wet laundry. Maggie smirks into her glass but doesn't interrupt. Harper continues, eyes dancing. But your guy. I hold up a finger. Not my guy. Harper shrugs, unfazed. The guy, whatever. He wasn't just surviving. He was thriving. Like he loved every second of you telling him to sit down and rethink his life. I snort, reaching for another mozzarella stick to buy time. Yeah, well, maybe he's into humiliation. Should have signed up for a different kind of workshop. Harper wiggles her eyebrows. Kinky. Maggie rolls her eyes but says nothing, letting Harper do the dirty work. I pop the mozzarella into my mouth and chew aggressively, pretending that ends the conversation. It doesn't, because Harper leans even closer and drops the final punchline, soft and deadly. He wasn't interested in winning, Naya. He was interested in you. The words hit harder than I expect. Sharper, too. My throat feels tight. My wine suddenly tastes too sweet, too sticky. I force a laugh. Please. He barely knows me. Harper clinks her glass against mine with a smirk. Exactly. Imagine what'll happen once he does. I shift uncomfortably in the booth, suddenly too aware of how warm the room feels, how loud the clatter of plates and laughter sounds in my ears. Across from me, Maggie watches, patient, steady, the way a good therapist lets you spiral just far enough before dropping the truth like a guillotine. You're brilliant, Maggie says, her voice cutting clean through the static in my head. You don't need validation from a TikTok comment section, or a fan edit, or a man who looks good in bad lighting. I blink, caught off guard by the fierceness in her voice. You built this, she continues, jabbing a finger at the table between us, with your mind, your grit, your heart. Don't let someone else's smile, or someone else's fantasy, distract you from the fact that you're already enough. Harper quiets down, watching me now, the humor draining from her posture as Maggie's words sink into the cracks. I wrap both hands around my wine glass, feeling the sweat break out along my palms. I want to argue, to make a joke, to shove the whole conversation back into the safe, shiny box labeled, not a problem. But Maggie's right. God help me, she's right. And the worst part, the validation still felt good, maybe more than it should have. I tip my glass toward them, forcing another smile. Noted, I say lightly. No distractions. Eyes on the prize. Harper clinks her glass against mine with a wink, but Maggie just watches me with that same quiet knowing, like she already sees the next stumble waiting around the corner. I raise my glass high, mustering every ounce of false bravado I can scrape together. To staying focused, I declare, voice a touch too bright. To boundaries. To remembering that real life isn't a TikTok edit. Harper cheers like I just scored the winning touchdown, clinking her glass against mine with enough force to nearly spill it. Preach. She grins, already reaching for another mozzarella stick, like this is a victory lap. Maggie clinks too, but softer, slower, her eyes never leaving mine. There's no judgment in her gaze, just that quiet, steady sadness that always feels like the worst kind of mirror. I take a long drink, the wine too sweet on my tongue, and lean back into the cracked vinyl of the booth like it's a shield. We laugh because that's what we do. We joke because it's easier than sitting in the heavy, complicated silence. We pretend everything's fine, and for a few minutes it almost works. But somewhere under the buzz of cheap wine and burnt mozzarella and Harper's chaotic energy, the truth hums, low and insistent, impossible to ignore. I didn't hate the attention. I didn't hate the way he stared at me, like I wasn't just some coach with a checklist or a woman on a stage. I didn't hate the way the world, for once, didn't tell me I was too much, too loud, too confident, too difficult to love. And even now, with my friends flanking me like armor, with my own voice chanting focus, focus, focus in the back of my mind, a tiny treacherous part of me still wants to believe the fantasy, the part that wonders what it would feel like to stop fighting, to let someone, even someone dangerous, cross the line. Just once. I shove the thought down, deep into the pit of my stomach, where all the other inconvenient truths live. I smile wider, laugh harder, plant the flag. Denial is a hell of a drug. And right now, it's the only thing keeping me standing.
Chapter 6. Logan. Kavanaugh's hasn't changed since the first time my father dragged me here in a miniature navy blazer and loafers I hated. Same dark wood paneling, same heavy white tablecloths, same waiters who know your name and your drink order before you even sit down. It's the kind of place deals get made without a single word written down, alliances sealed with medium rare steaks and stiff martinis, favors whispered over creme brulee. I slide into our usual booth, nodding at Charlie, the head waiter who's been holding down this corner longer than I've been breathing. 2 ryebuys, medium rare, side of truffle fries, bottle of the 16 Jordan, I say without looking at the menu. Charlie smiles like he's proud I still remember how the game is played. Dean saunters in 10 minutes late, as usual, wearing jeans so shredded it looks like he lost a fight with a weed whacker. The hostess tries and fails to hide her horror as he breezes past her without apology, sliding into the booth across from me with the grin of a man who lives to cause problems. "You ordering for me now?" he says, eyeing the wine bottle Charlie's already uncorking. "Someone has to protect your reputation," I deadpan, pouring 2 glasses. Dean snorts, snagging a piece of bread from the basket and tearing into it like he hasn't eaten in days. "You've been back in town for 5 minutes and already acting like a trophy husband," he says around a mouthful of carbs. I lift my glass, smirking. Better a trophy husband than a walking indictment of millennial fashion. Dean flips me off cheerfully and reaches for the wine. We're barely 2 bites into our steaks when Dean drops the bomb he's clearly been sitting on since he forwarded me 17 TikToks last night. "So," he says around a mouthful of filet, "tell me about your little boundary queen." I snort, reaching for my wine and swirling it out of habit, some deeply ingrained muscle memory from 100 charity galas and business dinners I slept through with my eyes open. "She's not mine." Dean waggles his fork at me, grinning like a cat that just knocked over a priceless vase and blamed it on the dog. "Yet," he says pointedly. "TikTok seems to think otherwise." I flip him off without heat, shoving another bite of steak into my mouth like that'll somehow shut him up. It doesn't. Of course it doesn't. Because somewhere under the easy banter, under the low hum of the restaurant and the clink of glasses and the sharp tang of wine on my tongue, there's a thrum of something sharper, something dangerous. Something that curls low and tight in my gut every time I think about her. Her glare, her voice, the way her eyes pierce through me like I wasn't just another polished disappointment in expensive shoes. I take another sip, slower this time, and pray Dean's too busy heckling to notice the way my hand tightens slightly around the glass. He notices everything. Dean wipes his mouth with his napkin, slow and deliberate, like he's savoring the moment before setting the next grenade. He leans back in his chair, one arm slung casually over the seat, wearing the easy, smug confidence of a man about to burn something down just to see if it'll make a prettier mess. "You're gonna fake date her," he says, tapping the rim of his wine glass like it's a gavale. "And you're gonna like it." I roll my eyes, picking up my own glass more out of habit than thirst. "It's not fake dating," I say. "It's PR, optics." Dean snorts so hard he almost spills his wine, grabs the base just in time, laughing through the near disaster. "Right, because you're famous for giving a damn about optics." I shrug, aiming for casual, but it lands wrong even to my own ears. Too forced, too practiced, because maybe he's right. Maybe I don't give a damn about what people think, but hers? The way her eyes flicker over me, measuring, assessing, like she's trying to decide if I'm salvageable or just another cautionary tale in good shoes. That matters more than I want to admit. Way more. And the worst part? I can already feel how fast I'm losing my grip on pretending otherwise. Dean watches me too closely now, all the jokes draining out of his posture like water down a cracked glass. It makes me want to shift, to move, to laugh it off and pivot, but there's nowhere to run. He leans in slightly, stabbing his fork toward me like a verdict. "You know what your problem is?" he says. I raise an eyebrow, tilting my wine glass lazily between two fingers. "Please, enlighten me." Dean grins, but it's not mean. It's surgical. "You've never had to earn anything messy," he says. "Anything real." The words drop like a stone between us. Heavy. Final. I open my mouth to argue because of course I have. I've worked so hard. Built companies. Brokered deals. But even as the protest coils on my tongue, it tastes hollow. Because he's not talking about deals or brands or dinner reservations whispered under linen napkins. He's talking about the kind of real that doesn't come wrapped in contract clauses and six-figure safety nets. Boarding schools, trust funds, summer homes with manicured lawns and oceans that didn't belong to me but might as well have. Everything polished, everything staged, just close enough to genuine to pass a casual inspection. But hollow. If you knew where to knock, you could hear it echo. Dean slices into his steak like he hasn't just gutted me across a starched white tablecloth. "And this," he says casually, as if we're still talking about the weather. "With her?" He shakes his head, smiling a little, almost fond. "This is messy, real, terrifying." He spears a bite of steak, chews thoughtfully, then points his fork at me again, sharp, final. "And you, brother?" He grins. "You're already addicted." I laugh sharp, too fast, the kind that scrapes the back of your throat on the way out. "Addicted's a strong word," I say, waving my wine glass lazily like I can swat the conversation off course. Dean raises one brow, pure disbelief written all over his face. "You're stalking your own hashtag, bro." I lift a shoulder, aiming for nonchalance and missing by a mile. Once, maybe twice. Dean stretches his arms across the back of the booth, the picture of a man who knows exactly how far the knife sunk and has no intention of pulling it out yet. He flashes that lazy, devastating grin, the one that used to get us out of trouble in boarding school and into even more trouble afterward. "Terms and conditions, man," he says, tapping two fingers against the rim of his glass. "She's not a deal you negotiate. She's a world you survive if you're lucky." The words hang there, light on the surface, heavy underneath, slipping past my defenses before I can shove them away. It hits sharper than I want it to, sharper than I'm ready for. Because deep down, In the part of me that still thinks in contracts and clean exits, I know he's right. And knowing doesn't make it any easier to swallow. Somewhere deep in my chest, something shifts, uneasy, electric, like the slow unfurling of a storm you can feel before you see it. Dean keeps eating like he hasn't just detonated my carefully constructed delusions all over the starched white tablecloth. I stare into my wine, swirling it in slow, restless circles, trying to find my footing on ground that suddenly feels a lot less solid. This isn't about winning, isn't about appearances, isn't about snagging another trophy to sit on the metaphorical shelf I stopped looking at years ago. It's about her. It's about the way she looked at me across that fake bistro table like she wasn't impressed, wasn't charmed, wasn't playing the game. It's about the way she cut through the nonsense without even trying, the way she saw something underneath the polish and the practiced charm and didn't immediately turn away. Seen, exposed, alive, all in one breath. And the terrifying realization sneaks in slow, like smoke under a door. If I want any part of her world, any chance at something real, messy, honest, it won't be on my terms, it'll be on hers or not at all. For longer than I can remember, I'm not sure that scares me enough to walk away. Dean leans across the table, wine glass dangling from his fingers, his grin a little softer now, a little heavier. "So," he says, voice low enough to get past all my usual defenses, "you in?" The old answer would be easy. Deflect, laugh it off, blame the wine, the TikTok edits, the chaos of it all. The old Logan would have shaken his head, flashed a smile, walked away before it got messy enough to leave a mark. But right now, sitting here in the same booth where I've closed deals, buried mistakes, toasted victories that never tasted as good as they should have, I realize I'm tired of walking away. Tired of pretending that polished and perfect ever made me happy. I meet Dean's gaze across the wreckage of our lunch, empty plates, half-drunk wine, the heavy air between us buzzing with unspoken things. The dare hangs there, naked and waiting. Not just will you fake date her for the optics, but will you let yourself want something that can wreck you? Will you survive it if you do? I raise my glass steady, deliberate, and tap it lightly against his. "In," I say, voice rougher than I intend. Dean's grin widens, sharp and knowing. "Poor bastard," he says, almost fond. I chuckle under my breath and drain the rest of my wine. God help me. Because this is the one bet I can't rig, the one game I can't outmaneuver. This time if I lose, it's going to matter. And if I win, it's going to cost me everything I thought I needed for a chance at something I never even knew I wanted.
Chapter 7. Naya. Boundary Bootcamp, Day 2. New prompt, new faces. New chance to reassert control over the chaos that nearly hijacked my brand last week. I adjust my mic, smoothing the hem of my pencil skirt, tapping the edge of my clipboard against my palm in a steady rhythm. Sharp, precise, disciplined. Today's exercise is simple. Communicate a boundary you've never enforced. Straightforward. Contained. Predictable. No mess. No sparks. No unscripted moments that set the internet on fire. Textbook clean. I scan the room, cataloging the energy rippling through the volunteers like static before a storm. A few nervous laughs, a few averted eyes. Harper buzzing around the cameras, flashing reassuring smiles at people who still look one wrong question away from bolting. All manageable, all safe. My gaze brushes over the semicircle of chairs and snags, uninvited and unwelcome on him. Logan Archer. Casual in worn jeans and a dark Henley that fits his frame way too well for my peace of mind. Relaxed, smug, sitting there like he invented tension and decided to patent it under his own damn name. He meets my gaze, a lazy, knowing look, and winks. Winks. I snap my eyes away so fast I nearly give myself whiplash, my stomach flipping traitorously as the heat slides square into the center of my chest. I grip the clipboard tighter, my fingers whitening around the edge. Not today, Archer. Not today. We kick off the exercise, and for a while, everything goes exactly the way it's supposed to. One by one, the volunteers stand and speak into the mic. I never told my boss no. I don't tell my mom when she oversteps. I let my ex walk all over me. Soft, predictable Dot. Exactly the kind of safe vulnerability that makes for good social media content without actually spilling anything messy. I breathe a little easier, making quick notes on my clipboard, tracking who's improving, who's holding back. The rhythm settles into something I recognize: control, structure, professional detachment. And then it's Logan's turn. He rises with the easy grace of someone who knows he's being watched and doesn't mind. Charlie, bless him, holds out the mic dutifully. Logan takes it without hesitation, spinning it once between his fingers like he's playing a game no one else knows the rules to. I brace myself for a joke, a smirk, some light, meaningless answer that'll let me shove him back into the tidy, challenging student box where he belongs. Instead, he leans back in his chair, eyes steady on mine, and says, "When I care about someone," he says, voice intimate, "I let them think I don't." The words slice through the room like a blade. The low buzz of conversation cuts off. Harper, mid-swipe on her phone, freezes, her mouth falling slightly open. Even the cameras feel like they lean closer, recording every breath, every crack forming invisibly under my skin. I blink, caught off guard by the weight of it, the truth of it. Logan shrugs, a small, weary motion that somehow guts me more than 1,000 grand gestures could have. "Safer that way," he adds. So soft I almost miss it. But I don't. I hear it, feel it. Something sharp and unwelcome lodges right under my ribs, not professional concern, not clinical detachment, something personal, something raw. I tell myself it's professional empathy. I tell myself it's nothing. I am a liar. And worse, I think he knows it. I clear my throat, dragging my clipboard up between us like a shield. "Thank you, Mr. Archer," I say briskly, clinging to my official voice like a drowning woman clutches driftwood, ignoring desperately the way my voice tips just a little higher than normal. "Very honest." He doesn't smirk, doesn't gloat. He just meets my gaze across the table, steady, unwavering. No walls, no games, no armor, just raw honesty, pressed against my skin like a blade with no malice in it. Only truth. And then, without lifting his voice, without even leaning forward, he says, "Your turn." There's no challenge there, no mockery, no bait. It's an invitation, simple, open, and that's somehow so much worse than anything else he could have thrown at me. My mouth goes dry, the clipboard suddenly feeling too heavy, too sharp in my hands, for one terrible, traitorous heartbeat. I forget the cameras. I forget the script. I forget why I'm supposed to be the one holding the line. All I can sense is the way his gaze strips me bare, quiet and patient, like he's already seen the cracks forming and isn't planning to look away when they break. I snap my clipboard up higher, flipping through the pages like the answer might be hidden somewhere between bullet points and coaching cues. Find it. Find the lifeline. I catch the talking points Harper and I hammered out this morning, memorize them on sight, and cling to them with shaking hands. Focus, smile, deliver. My boundary, I say, crisp and steady, textbook perfect, mechanical, is that I won't allow professional relationships to bleed into personal expectations. The words taste like cardboard on my tongue. Flat, safe, expected. Exactly the kind of answer that earns polite applause, polished sponsors, clean viral clips. Exactly the kind of answer that means nothing. Across from me, Logan's mouth tips up at the corner. Not a smirk, not victory. Something quieter. Sadness. Regret. The kind of look that says he sees right through the polished answer and the polished woman giving it. Straight to the truth, neither of us is ready to admit. Heat prickles up the back of my neck. But I grip the clipboard and pin a bright professional smile to my face like it's armor. Because if he sees the cracks, if I let myself see the cracks, if I admit, even for 1 second, that there's more truth sitting unsaid between us than anything I rehearsed this morning, it's already over. And I'm not ready to lose. Not like this. The exercise moves on without me. Other volunteers stand up, fumbling through their boundaries, their words washing over me in a muffled blur, like I'm hearing them from underwater. Charlie moves through the prompts smoothly. Harper prowls along the edge of the room with her camera, capturing B-roll footage for the socials. The cameras blink red in the corners, recording everything. Everything I'm trying not to feel. I should be paying attention. I should be making notes. I should be nodding encouragingly and keeping this thing on track. Instead, all I feel is the weight of his gaze. Logan doesn't look away. Not once. Every time I shift, every time I glance toward the door, or the clipboard, or my water bottle like it might save me, he's already looking. Not with amusement, not with that smug, insufferable smirk, but with something quieter, more dangerous. Recognition. Like he sees the exact spot where my armor's cracking, the exact places where the script is slipping. And worse, he's not judging me for it. There's no condescension in his gaze, no pity, no gloating, just understanding. And it terrifies me in a way I don't have the words for. When we finally break for water, I bolt for the refreshment table like a woman escaping a burning building. I grab a bottle and twist the cap off with shaking fingers, chugging half of it in one go before I even realize what I'm doing. I barely hear Harper sneak up until she's shoulder bumping me lightly, a knowing grin tugging at the corner of her mouth. "You're not fooling anyone, boss lady," she says, plucking a bottle for herself and popping the top with one flick of her thumb. "I don't know what you're talking about," I mutter, my voice sharp enough to cut glass. Harper just smirks and taps the bottle against mine in a mock toast. "Sure," she says sweetly. "And I'm a size 2 in Gucci." She saunters off, humming under her breath, leaving me staring after her. Cheeks burning, hands trembling slightly around the plastic bottle. Because she's right. And I hate that she's right. And the worst part, the part I can't even say out loud, is that for one stupid, dangerous second back there, I didn't want to fool anyone. Not him, not even myself. I wanted to say something real. And wanting that, wanting him to hear it, might just be the most dangerous boundary I've ever crossed. I sit in my car long after the last volunteer leaves, after the cameras shut off, after Harper packs up the gear and waves goodbye with a wink I don't even try to interpret. The city buzzes low outside the windows, distant horns, the muted thump of bass from a passing car. Life moving forward without waiting for me to catch up. I grip the steering wheel tighter, the leather warm and smooth under my palms, grounding me in a reality that feels like it's slipping sideways. I should be thinking about sponsorships, about content strategies, about how to spin today's footage into another viral moment. Instead, all I can think about, all I feel, is the echo of his voice replaying like a broken record in my head. When I care about someone, I let them think I don't. The words weren't a confession. They weren't bait. They were a quiet, terrible kind of truth, offered with no agenda, no safety net. And somehow, that made it land harder, because for one breathless, terrifying second back there, I forgot the rules. I forgot the brand. I forgot the script that's kept me safe all this time. For 1 second, I wasn't teaching a class. I wasn't hosting a program. I wasn't building a platform. I was just a woman sitting across from a man who said something real and wanted to say something real back. The thought cracks through my ribs like lightning, too fast and too bright to hide from. I lean my forehead against the steering wheel, breathing in shallow, unsteady bursts. This isn't pretend anymore. Not for me. Maybe not for him either. And that realization, raw and uninvited, is so much bigger, so much scarier than any boundary I've ever had to draw. Because boundaries are meant to keep things out. And right now, all I can think about, all I can feel, is how much a part of me wants to let him in.
Chapter 8. Logan. I show up to Boundary Bootcamp cocky as hell, fresh coffee in hand, a half smirk already dialed up, telling myself this is just another day, another stupid exercise, another chance to rattle Nia Monroe a little more. No big deal. Today's prompt flashes on the dry erase board in bold blue marker. Physical trust building. Partner drills, falls, catches, trust exercises straight out of a corporate retreat from hell. I lean against the wall, arms crossed, already plotting at least 3 ways to screw with the system without getting kicked out. Charlie claps his hands at the front of the room, rattling off instructions like he's personally offended that we need to be taught basic human decency. Catch your partner, support their weight, build trust through action. I suppress a yawn, letting my gaze drift and then lock, because she's here. Clipboard in hand, eyes sharp and steady and bright enough to slice me clean through. Nia. Looking infuriatingly perfect in a soft green blouse tucked into dark slacks that somehow managed to look both businesslike and completely illegal at the same time. She's talking to one of the new volunteers, nodding seriously, not even glancing my way. Still, I feel like the wind has been knocked out of me. No problem, I tell myself. Easy. Stupid. I don't realize just how wrong I am until she finishes her conversation, steps away from the group, and walks straight toward me. Clipboard cradled against her chest, eyes wary but steady, jaw set like she's daring me to flinch first. She stops right in front of me. The world tilts, just a little. And just like that, my heart forgets how to beat properly. We line up across from each other, 2 feet apart. Close enough that I catch a hint of her perfume, clean, crisp, something that makes my lungs forget how oxygen works. Harper steps up beside the camera, counting down loud enough for everyone to hear. 5, 4, 3. Nia doesn't look at me. Focused, professional, perfect. I should be focused too. I should be paying attention to my stance, my timing, the stupid instructions Charlie barked out. Instead, I'm too busy noticing stupid things. The way her hands keep clenching and unclenching at her sides, like she's trying to squeeze the nerves out of her fingertips. The elegant curve of her neck where a loose strand of hair brushes her skin. The slight tremble in her shoulder she probably thinks no one can see. 2. She shifts her weight ever so slightly, trust or defiance, I can't tell which. 1. And then she falls. No hesitation, no second guessing. She lets go trusting me, just enough, and I move without thinking. My arms close around her waist in one smooth, instinctive motion, pulling her safely back against me. Strong, steady, automatic. Like there was never any question whether I would catch her. Like there's no world where I wouldn't. Her body molds to mine for the briefest heartbeat, warm, real, devastatingly human. And somewhere in the middle of the fall, the catch and the sharp inhale she barely manages to choke down. I realize something I've been fighting like hell not to admit. This was never a joke. Not anymore. She's lighter than I expect. Warm. Soft. Her body fits against mine like a secret, familiar in a way that guts me instantly and completely. And then instinct. Panic. Gravity. I don't know what her hand shoots out. She grabs a fistful of my shirt right over my chest, clutching hard enough to yank the fabric taut against my skin. Our bodies slammed together, not rough, not violent, just close. Too close. The jolt hits me like a live wire, every nerve snapping awake at once. Her breath catches against my throat, a soft, stunned sound she probably doesn't even realize she made. Mine doesn't come at all. I stand there, locked around her, feeling every curve, every tremble, every wild heartbeat slamming through both of us. Her fist stays clenched in my shirt, right above where my heart is kicking as if it's trying to break through my ribs. And I know, God help me, I know, this isn't pretend anymore, not even close, not even a little. This was supposed to be a game, a prank, a way to poke the bear and walk away before I got mauled. But holding her like this feeling, the way she trusted me, even for just a second, it tilts the whole goddamn world sideways. Since this whole stupid experiment started, I don't want to win. I just want her. We're supposed to reset, supposed to smile for the cameras, supposed to move on like nothing happened. Instead, we stay frozen, locked together by something heavier and sharper than gravity. Her hand unfurls from my shirt like it takes effort, like she has to will herself to let go. Slowly, she pulls back, just enough that I can see her face fully again. Wide eyes, flushed cheeks, mouth slightly parted like she's halfway between a gasp and a protest. Vulnerable in a way I don't think she's ever let anyone see before. It feels like stepping off a cliff. I loosen my grip carefully, forcing my fingers to release her waist, even though every cell in my body is screaming to hold on. My hands trail a little too long over her sides before I pull away, completely memorizing the way she fits against my palms, even as she steps back like she's trying to reassemble her armor one frantic breath at a time. She adjusts her blazer sharply, tugging the hem straight, like she can hide the crack I just saw. I jam my hands into my pockets, trying to look casual, trying to look unaffected, even though my whole body is still vibrating, still burning, still wrecked. Nobody says anything. Charlie claps and calls for the next volunteers like nothing happened. Harper lifts her phone and pretends to check something, but I catch the tiny, evil smirk pulling at the corner of her mouth. The other participants shuffle and murmur, none of them looking directly at us. Nobody says a word, because the air around us, thick, electric, alive, says it all. And deep down, I know, no matter what happens next, nothing between us is going to be simple again. Charlie, blissfully unaware of the emotional landmine that just went off 5 feet away from him, claps his hands and barks out instructions for the next rotation. Switch partners! Reset! Like nothing happened, like we're all still playing the same harmless game. Across the room, Harper catches my eye and grins. Correction. Harper smirks the way a kid smirks when they catch their older sibling sneaking out of the house and know they now hold the power of life and death. She lifts her water bottle in a mock toast, winking exaggeratedly. I shake my head once, a silent warning, a silent threat, but it only makes her grin wider. Perfect. Just perfect. Now I've got Harper, Chaos Coordinator Ellis unofficially shipping us too. Not exactly what I needed. A front-row cheer squad for the slow, inevitable implosion of my self-control. I make it through the rest of the drills somehow, my body moving automatically, muscle memory filling in where my brain completely checks out. I nod when I'm supposed to. Catch when I'm supposed to. Smile when Charlie points the camera my way. But the whole time my mind is somewhere else entirely. Looping back, again and again, to that one impossible moment. Her hand fisted in my shirt, her breath catching against my throat. The wide, stunned look in her eyes when she realized what she'd done, what we'd both done, and didn't immediately pull away. I replay it so many times it burns itself into my skin. The way she trusted me. The way her expression said maybe, just maybe, she wasn't pretending either. It wasn't a brand move, wasn't a play for the cameras. It was real, terrifyingly, breathtakingly real. And the worst, the best, the most dangerous part? It felt right. Like this wasn't some PR stunt or emotional experiment gone sideways. Like this was the beginning of something messy and raw and alive. Something I'm already too deep into to walk away clean. By the time we break for the day, I'm wired so tight I could snap in half. The other volunteers mill around, laughing, grabbing water, exchanging numbers for some upcoming social meetup Harper's organizing. I stand by the door, phone in my hand, pretending to scroll, pretending not to watch her. Naya, packing up her notes with tight, efficient movements, the same ones she uses when she's trying not to feel too much. She glances up once, just once, and when our eyes meet, she looks away so fast it almost cuts. But I saw it. I felt it. The same bone-deep panic. The same reluctant pull. One thing is clear now, clearer than anything else in this whole beautiful, messed-up mess. This was never about rattling her, or winning, or stacking another reckless move on a pile of stupid bets. I want her, not the polish, not the branding, not the crisp professional mask she wears like armor. Her, messy, complicated, terrifyingly, gloriously real. I'm not sure I even remember how to walk away, because if I ever really wanted to, I would have done it already.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 9. Naya. Morning sunlight slants through the bakery windows, painting soft gold stripes across the worn wooden floor. The smell of yeast, sugar, and fresh coffee wraps around me like a safety blanket. Warm, familiar, a little too easy to sink into if I let my guard down. I breathe it in deep, letting the clatter of cups, the low hum of casual conversation, and the hiss of the espresso machine smooth out the edges still fraying inside me from yesterday. This place, with its chipped mugs and handwritten chalkboard menus and crooked framed photos of smiling families, feels like an anchor in a world that tilted sideways the second I let myself fall into Logan Archer's arms. I adjust the sleeves of my cardigan, pressing my palms flat against the cool tabletop, grounding myself. Normal morning, normal bakery, normal life. I almost believe it. Almost. Maggie slides into the booth across from me, latte in one hand, a pastry bag in the other, looking disgustingly well rested for someone who runs a therapy practice and chases 2 toddlers around all day. She smiles at me, soft, steady, the kind of smile designed to convince skittish patients and stubborn friends that it's safe to breathe. It almost works. We fall into the familiar rhythm, swapping quick work updates, complaining about the city's eternally broken parking meters, debating whether Harper's latest TikTok campaign is going to cause a PR riot or just end in minor property damage. For a few blessed minutes, it feels normal, manageable, like yesterday's chaos is something I dreamed instead of something that cracked straight through my carefully polished armor. Then Maggie leans back, studying me over the rim of her cup, with that too quiet, too steady therapist look that means she's about to lob a grenade at my emotional scaffolding. "You look tired," she says, her voice mild enough to almost sound like concern instead of diagnosis. I shrug, flashing a smile that feels stretched a little too tight across my face. Occupational hazard. Maggie arches a perfectly skeptical brow, clearly not buying a word of it. But bless her, she lets it go for now. Instead, she sips her coffee slowly, the faintest glint of mischief sparking behind her glasses. "So," she says, dragging the word out like she's picking the exact spot to stick the knife. "How's Bootcamp, Romeo?" It's so beautifully casual that it takes me half a beat to realize what she's asking. And by the time my brain catches up, it's already too late. The trap is sprung. I snort into my croissant, crumbs scattering across my plate like shrapnel. Waving a dismissive hand, I say, "He's harmless." I aim for light, casual, unbothered. But somehow it lands closer to defensive, sharp around the edges, brittle in a way Maggie doesn't miss. "A little smug," I add, tearing another chunk off my pastry. "A little reckless. Typical nice guy who thinks he's a bad boy energy." Maggie hums into her coffee, low, skeptical, the sound a therapist makes right before they gut you politely. I plow ahead, trying to fill the space, trying to drown out the tiny traitorous voice clawing in the back of my mind, the memory of his hand catching me. Strong and steady like there was never any question, the heat between us, thick enough to choke on, the way his eyes didn't smirk when I cracked, didn't laugh, didn't gloat, just saw, like he knew exactly what he was seeing, and cared anyway. I shoved the memory down hard, cramming it into the mental vault labeled "Do Not Open Until Safe," and focus on annihilating my croissant into increasingly tiny, useless pieces. If I can just keep moving, just keep talking, maybe I can outrun it. Maggie sets her latte down with a soft, deliberate clink, a tiny sound that somehow slices clean through my crumbling sense of calm. She stirs her coffee lazily, watching the swirl of foam like she's deciding how much more damage she feels like doing this morning. And then, too casually, she says, "You know," a pause, light, harmless. "He kind of looks like your viral date." I freeze mid-shred, the croissant flaking apart in my fingers. Forgotten. For a half second, I swear the entire bakery goes silent, just the thudding of my heart slamming against my ribcage like it's attempting to break out. I force a laugh. Brittle, too loud, the auditory equivalent of a car skidding on black ice. What? I scoff, waving her off like she's being ridiculous. No, come on. My viral date was a finance bro in designer loafers. This guy's... I trail off, words evaporating on my tongue. This guy's what exactly? Not a finance bro. Not polished, not rehearsed. This guy's worse. This guy's real. Maggie shrugs, unconvinced, stirring her coffee with a slow, lazy circle like she's got all the time in the world to watch me self-destruct. Maybe, she says lightly. But there's something. Same smirk, same energy. Same way they look at you like they're already planning trouble. She smiles when she says it, soft, teasing, like she's not casually detonating the entire foundation of my sanity. I stab at my croissant with my fork, pretending my heart isn't beating loud enough to drown out the clatter of plates and the hiss of the espresso machine. Because the worst part isn't Maggie noticing it. The worst part is me noticing it too, and realizing that maybe, just maybe, the reason Logan Archer unsettles me so badly isn't just chemistry or tension or proximity. Maybe it's recognition. I shake my head quickly, my whole body telegraphing the lie before I even open my mouth. It's just the format, I insist, my voice a little too sharp to pass for casual. Confrontational setup, adrenaline, of course it feels familiar. Maggie lifts one eyebrow again, a slow, knowing arc. But to her credit, she lets it drop. I pick at what's left of my mangled croissant, pretending my fingers aren't trembling slightly as I scatter crumbs across my plate. But deep down, in the place where denial and fear and a sharp, unwanted thrill are all tangled together, the echo is clawing its way to the surface. The flash of sarcasm, the curve of his mouth when he almost smiles, not mocking, not careless, but dangerously real. The way he watches me, sharp and unblinking, not to find flaws he can exploit, but to know them, to know me, something about him. Tugs at the edge of memory, tugs hard, and no matter how fast I try to run from it, it's gaining on me. I shove my coffee cup aside a little too hard, the ceramic scraping against the table with a sharp grating squeak. Straightening my spine, I slap a bright, brittle smile onto my face, one that feels about as natural as a store mannequin's. It's not him, I say firmly, slicing the words clean and fast like tearing off a bandage. It's not. End of story. Maggie tilts her head, still smiling. But there's something sharper behind her eyes now. A quiet warning. A gentle reminder that lies have a way of catching up when you least expect them. I barrel on before she can say anything else, steamrolling over my own rising panic. And even if it was, I add, forcing a careless shrug, it doesn't matter. Bootcamp is business. I've got everything under control. The words hit the air, heavy and hollow, like a promise I already know I can't keep. Maggie lifts her latte and a mock toast, her mouth curving into a dry, knowing smile. Sure, boss lady, she says lightly. Whatever you say. And just like that, the conversation snaps shut, neat and polite and heavy as stone. We finish breakfast. We laugh. We plan next week's bootcamp follow-ups like two competent professional women who have their entire lives in perfect order. Like everything's normal. Like nothing inside me is unraveling, thread by careful thread. I pull my jacket tighter around myself as I walk back to my car. The crisp bite of autumn air sharp against my skin. The street glows golden with early sunlight. The bakery door swings shut with a cheerful jingle I barely hear. Because no matter how many times I tell myself it's nothing, no matter how many professional boundaries I stack around my heart, like sandbags against a rising flood, There's a glitch in the matrix now. A tug at the edge of memory that won't let go. A quiet, insistent truth hammering at the door. I've spent my whole life trying to keep shut. And sooner or later, I have to look it straight in the eye. And when I do, nothing will ever be the same.
Chapter 10. Logan. I show up to filming that morning riding a high I know damn well I shouldn't trust, coffee in one hand, sunglasses shoved onto my face, whistling some dumb classic rock tune under my breath like I'm starring in my own personal feel-good movie. I caught her yesterday, held her, felt her weight against me, her hand fisting in my shirt like she forgot for one dangerous second who we were supposed to be. Felt the shift, real, undeniable, alive, crackling between us. Today feels like another step closer to whatever the hell this thing between us is becoming. Messy, real, terrifying in a way that makes my blood move faster in my veins. I'm cocky enough to think I can handle it, that whatever comes next, I'm ready. Big mistake. Huge. The cameras roll. Charlie rattles off instructions in his usual too loud, too enthusiastic voice, bouncing on his toes like he's coaching a bunch of over-caffeinated 8th graders instead of adults pretending not to have emotional breakdowns on film. Harper stands off to the side, headset crooked over her hair, giving me a subtle thumbs up and a grin that says she expects chaos, but the fun kind. Today's exercise is simple. Improvisation, small conflict scenarios, role-play boundary enforcement. Demonstrate the difference between healthy pushback and emotional reactivity. Stay professional. Stay cool. Easy. I flex my hands once at my sides, already lining up 3 jokes I could slide into the first scene without getting thrown out. And then she steps into frame. Naya. Clipboard tucked against her chest, hair twisted up in some no-nonsense knot, glasses sliding halfway down her nose. Polished. Precise. Effortlessly beautiful, in a way that guts me faster than anything designer or deliberate ever could. So damn sexy. She smiles at me, tight, professional, and I catch the flicker of nerve she hides behind it. It guts me too. Somewhere low and fast and stupid. I smile back, ready, hungry. Cue lights, cue cameras, cue disaster, only this time I won't even see it coming. It happens so fast I almost miss it. 1 second she's playing along, trading quick, sharp dialogue with me, her eyes flashing, her mouth curving into that dangerous little almost smile that's been gutting me for days. She's quick, sharp, alive. Her gaze catches mine, sharp, narrowing, and something inside her goes deadly still, like a wire snapping silently under too much pressure. I watch the change ripple through her, frame by frame. Playful, wary, thunderous. The shift is so sudden it steals the air right out of my lungs. It's like watching a grenade get thrown in slow motion. The pin pulled quietly, the whole world tipping sideways before the blast. I open my mouth, some half-formed joke teetering on the edge of my tongue, and the ground drops out from under me. Her clipboard slams down on the table with a sharp crack, the sound ricocheting off the walls like a gunshot. The whole room flinches. Even Harper jerks in surprise behind the monitors, her hand flying up to her mouth. And I see it all in Naya's face. Recognition, anger, betrayal. A horror show playing out in high definition just for me. Brutal and beautiful, and entirely my fault. I step forward instinctively, hands lifted, palms open like I'm approaching a wounded animal, trying to show I'm not a threat, even though we both know it's too late for that. Naya, I start, my voice rough and too loud in the sudden, stunned silence. She cuts me off with a single raised hand, sharp, slicing through the air like a blade. I shut up mid-syllable, gutting myself on the sudden, impossible weight of the look she gives me. Her breathing's fast, shallow, her chest rising and falling like she's just run a marathon and found betrayal waiting at the finish line. Her eyes glitter, furious and wounded and heartbreakingly clear. You, she says, voice shaking with fury, lied to me. Not a question. A verdict. And it hits harder than any punch I've ever taken. Straight to the gut. Straight to the part of me I thought was untouchable. I don't think I've ever wanted to rewind time more badly in my entire life. I shake my head fast, desperate, words spilling out before I can shape them into anything useful. I didn't lie, I say, wincing the second the words leave my mouth. I just didn't say everything. Real smooth, real convincing. Like maybe if I say it soft enough, she won't notice the way it still sounds like a betrayal in the air between us. I take another step toward her, lowering my voice, reaching for something. Anything that might pull this back from the cliff. It wasn't supposed to be like this, I say. She cuts me off again, this time with a short, sharp laugh, the kind that sounds nothing like amusement, and everything like something shattering clean down the middle. The crew shifts nervously behind the cameras, murmuring, the tension in the room so thick it feels like we're all underwater. Harper curses under her breath, ripping off her headset. Charlie fumbles with the boom mic, muttering apologies no one hears. And me? I don't move, I don't breathe. I just stand there, words bleeding out of me, heart slamming against my ribs, watching her turn away like even the sight of me is something she can't stomach anymore. And it wrecks me worse than anything she could have said. Because the truth is, I deserve it. Every goddamn second of it. Without another word, Naya turns on her heel and storms off. She shoves the door open so hard it ricochets off the wall with a hollow bang that makes the whole room flinch again, like we haven't already taken enough hits this morning. She doesn't look back. Not once. She walks right out of the frame, right out of the room, right out of the fragile, half-built something that was hanging between us, leaving nothing but the echo of her fury and the sick, hollow pit expanding wide and brutal inside my chest. The door slams shut behind her with a final brutal thud. Suddenly, silence. The kind of silence that feels physical, thick and heavy, pressing down on my shoulders, squeezing the breath out of the room. The cameras keep rolling for half a second longer, long enough to catch the wreckage written all over my face, before Harper's voice cuts through the air like a whip. Cut! 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 Chairs scrape against the floor. Headsets crackle. Equipment thuds. I don't move. I just stand there like an idiot, staring at the door she disappeared through, heart hammering so hard against my ribs, I half expect something to crack. Every single muscle in my body is pulled so tight, it feels like if I breathe wrong, I'll snap in half. Well, that went well. The room buzzes around me in a low, scattered hum, muted voices, the shuffle of equipment, the crew scattering like spooked birds, desperate to get clear of the fallout. Harper's already on her headset, barking into the mic, damage control in motion, her voice sharp and efficient in a way that tells me this isn't the first time she's had to mop up emotional carnage on set. Charlie fiddles awkwardly with the boom mic, avoiding my eyes like I'm a live grenade still ticking. And me? I stand there, hands shoved deep into my pockets, staring at nothing. The back of my throat burns with words I don't have, apologies I can't say, explanations that wouldn't make a damn bit of difference if I did. Because the worst part isn't that she recognized me. The worst part isn't even that she's furious, even though watching her fury gut the air out of the room was bad enough. The worst part is that for one stupid, breathtaking second before the anger, before the betrayal, before the door slammed on whatever this could have been, she stared at me like maybe she would have wanted me anyway. Wanted the real me. Not the one she was coaching. Not the one she was teaching boundaries to. Just me. And now? Now I've wrecked whatever that might have been, smashed it to pieces before it even had the chance to exist. Because I got greedy. Because I didn't tell her the truth when it mattered. And I don't know if I'll ever get the chance to fix it. Or if she'll ever look at me that way again.
Chapter 11. Naya. I sit stiff-backed in the ugly conference chair, arms crossed tight across my chest, staring down the ticking second hand on the wall clock like it's personally offended me. Each sharp, mechanical click drills a little deeper into the hollowed-out place behind my ribs. Perfect. Mechanical, predictable, unfeeling. Exactly what I need to be. I've locked it down. All of it. Emotionally, physically, professionally. Yesterday's disaster is already cataloged and archived. Buried in the coldest, darkest corner of my brain, under Do Not Touch in big, bold letters. Logan Archer doesn't exist. Not to me. Not anymore. Whatever flicker of reckless possibility there was, whatever spark caught and flared for one dangerous second, is dead. Extinguished. And if Harper thinks she's going to pry it open, dig around inside me with her soft voice and her clever questions, she's got another thing coming. I tighten my arms around myself, spine rigid against the back of the chair, and fix my face into the kind of professional mask I used to wear like second skin. Impenetrable, untouchable dot, frozen solid. Harper slides into the chair across from me, balancing a tall paper cup in one hand and a battered laptop in the other. She doesn't say anything at first, just sips her coffee slowly, watching me with those unnervingly perceptive eyes, the ones that always make it feel like she's seeing things you haven't even admitted to yourself yet. The laptop whirs quietly between us, humming in the stale, fluorescent-lit air. I keep my gaze locked on the wall clock. Tick, tick, tick. Finally, Harper sets her coffee down with a soft thud and says, her voice deceptively mild, "So, you want to tell me why you iced out the entire room yesterday?" I shrug, smile politely, the kind of polite that could cut glass if you got too close. "Just enforcing boundaries," I say breezily, flicking a glance past her toward the windows like I have better things to do. Harper hums under her breath, unimpressed, and taps her cup against the table in a slow, steady rhythm. Not pushing, not probing, just waiting. Waiting for the real answer she's not going to get. Because if I let even a crack show, if I let her see how bad yesterday really wrecked me, I might never be able to seal it shut again. And there is no version of this where I fall apart over a man. Not here, not now, not ever. Harper flips her laptop around toward me without ceremony, the screen casting a harsh blue glow across the conference table. "Take a look," she says, voice too even to be casual. I force myself to glance down, already bracing for impact. Top of the trending list, in bright flashing headlines. Hashtag Bootcamp Bays, hashtag Boundaries Bay. Naya plus Logan, enemies to lovers. Beneath the hashtags, screenshots scroll in an endless, nauseating loop. Clips of our mock fights, spliced together to make it look like foreplay. Slow motion shots of Logan catching me during the trust exercise. Cut to a breathless love song. Fan edits already clocking 100,000 views, hearts, and comments pouring in faster than the numbers can load. I stare at it, my heart hammering so hard against my ribs, I half expect Harper to hear it. The laptop whirs quietly, the fan kicking up like it's struggling to process all the chaos pouring in. I don't blink. I don't flinch. I just reach out calmly, 2 fingers against the slick edge of the laptop, and push it gently back across the table. I meet Harper's gaze dead on and say, with a smile so polished it should win awards, "Doesn't change anything." Lying through my damn teeth. Harper leans in slightly, lowering her voice to a razor-sharp whisper meant for my ears alone. "Actually," she says, tapping one manicured finger against the table for emphasis, "it changes everything." I don't move, but the floor under me tilts just a fraction, just enough that my stomach gives a slow, sickening roll. She ticks off the consequences like a judge reading a sentencing. Sponsorship deals, press tours, Bootcamp's brand image. "They want more," Harper says, her eyes sharp and unrelenting. "The fans, the sponsors, everyone, more heat, more tension, more us, not just the brand we built, but the fantasy they've decided we are. She lets the words hang there between us, heavy, undeniable. You can't ghost him, she finishes quietly, like she knows exactly how deep that knife cuts. Not without blowing this whole thing sky high. The worst part? She's not wrong, and she knows it. For half a second, half a stupid, reckless, breathtaking second, I think about walking away, shutting it all down, cutting Logan out of my life, my business, my bloodstream like a surgeon removing a tumor, protecting the only thing I have left that still feels like mine. The only thing I built with my own damn hands after years of being told I wasn't enough. Protecting myself. I imagine it for one sharp, glorious breath. No more filming, no more edits, no more stolen glances that threaten to burn me alive from the inside out. Just clean, cold freedom. But I don't move, because Bootcamp isn't just a brand. It's mine. My risk, my heart, my fight. And I will not let one reckless, smirking, too honest man tear it out from under me. Not after everything I clawed my way through to get here. No, he doesn't get that. He doesn't get me, not unless I choose it. And right now, I choose survival. I straighten in my chair, smoothing the wrinkles out of my skirt with slow, deliberate hands. Adjust my blazer. Tuck a stray piece of hair behind my ear. Rebuild the armor one ritual at a time. Fine, we'll finish this. We'll film the remaining modules. We'll play nice for the cameras. We'll give the sponsors their tension, their fantasy, their perfect packaged product. I'll smile. I'll pose. I'll keep every flicker of emotion welded behind a wall, so thick no one will ever see through it again. And when it's over, when the lights dim, the cameras cut, the last check clears, I'll walk away without looking back. Professional only. No cracks, no glitches. No him. Logan Archer can burn in whatever reckless fire he lit inside me. He won't get another spark. Not if I can help it. Harper nods like she expected this, like she saw the decision forming before I even opened my mouth. But her smile slips, just a fraction, around the edges. You sure you can separate it? She asks, voice softer now, almost gentle. Like she already knows the answer I'm about to give is a lie. I meet her gaze head on, steady and unflinching. Absolutely, I say, forcing the word through my teeth with a calm I don't feel. Harper doesn't argue. She doesn't poke or prod. She just leans back in her chair, sipping her coffee, watching me like a woman standing at the edge of a cliff who doesn't realize the ground is already crumbling under her feet. The hum of the fluorescent lights buzzes louder in the heavy silence. For the first time since yesterday, blew a hole through my carefully curated world. Something cold and uncertain slithers under my skin. Something that whispers, "You're not fine. You're not safe. You're not ready." But I shove it down, hard, because the next time Logan Archer knocks me off balance, the next time he tries to slip past my walls, the next time he tempts me to reach for something I can't afford to want, it's going to cost him everything. Not me. Never.
Chapter 12. Logan. First thing the next morning, I try. I get to the studio early, heart hammering like an idiot, pacing near the back hallway where I know she'll have to pass through before setup. The crew buzzes around, setting up lights, dragging cables, prepping cameras, all background noise. All static compared to the singular focus burning through my brain. Find her. Fix it. I spot her across the room, hair pinned up, clipboard tucked tight against her chest, jaw set in a perfect, unbreakable line. Before I can lose my nerve, I move. 3 strides. Cutting through the chaos. Naya, listen. I barely get 2 words out before she brushes past me. Not a pause. Not a flinch. Not even a glance. Like I'm nothing more than a badly placed chair she had to sidestep to get where she's going. Not anger, not rage. Worse, indifference. The kind that cuts clean through flesh and bone and keeps right on going. The sick, hollow feeling that's been gnawing at me all night finally drops into my gut like a goddamn anchor. And I realize too late she's already gone. At least the part of her that mattered. Filming's a goddamn battlefield today. Instructions clipped, movements efficient. Voices pitched just loud enough to be heard and no louder. The cameras click and whir like indifferent sentinels, documenting every sterile, empty second of it. Naya sits prim and polished at her station, rattling off lines about healthy communication and firm boundary setting without a single glance in my direction. Professional. Perfect. Devastating dot every interaction between us is timed down to the second, choreographed within an inch of its life to avoid eye contact, skin contact, any contact at all. Sterile. Cold. A special brand of hell that slices deeper than screaming ever could. Charlie, clueless as ever, tries to break the ice at one point, tossing out a dumb joke near the craft table. Sexual tension's so thick in here you could cut it with a knife, huh? The smile barely finishes forming on his face before Naya's gaze snaps toward him, cold enough to freeze the damn sun mid-flare. Charlie chokes mid-laugh, visibly shrinks an inch, and mutters something about checking lighting setups. Nobody jokes again after that. Not about us. Not about anything. Because whatever fire there was, whatever spark, is buried under ice so thick, we'd need a damn flamethrower to even see daylight again. And somehow that's worse than her yelling. At least anger means you still care. This is nothing, and it's killing me. It's not just at work, it's everywhere. Texts unanswered. Emails ignored. Meetings rescheduled, always just long enough that I miss her coming or going. It's surgical, precise. Like she carved me out of her life with a scalpel and cauterized the wound before I could even scream. No drama, no confrontation, just absence. A clean, clinical extraction of everything I thought we were building, ripped out before it had the chance to matter. I didn't think you could miss something that never really belonged to you. Turns out you can. Turns out it hurts like hell. Turns out the space where she used to be, her voice, her smile, her fire, echoes louder than any goodbye. At night, I sit in my penthouse, whiskey sweating on the table, TV flashing muted colors across the walls, and scroll through old Bootcamp draft files on my phone like an idiot. Clips of us sparring, laughing, trading jabs like it meant something because, God help me, it did. To me, at least. I watched the trust exercise. Clip once, then again, and again. Each time the moment plays out exactly the same. Her falling backward, my arms catching her like it's the most natural thing in the world. Her hand fisting in my shirt, not rehearsed, not staged, just raw instinct. Just trust. It should have meant everything. Instead, it feels like a memory from someone else's life now. Someone luckier. Someone who didn't wreck it all the second fear whispered in his ear. Someone who deserved her trust. I lock my phone screen, toss it face down on the table. But the damage is already done. I can still feel the ghost of her hand against my chest. Still hear the breath she sucked in when she landed safely against me. Still feel the empty space where she used to be. Dean drags me out one night. Some downtown bar, sticky floors, too loud music. Enough bad lighting to make everyone look like they might be a good idea. Forget her, he says, slapping a beer into my hand. Get drunk, get laid, get over it. I nod, smile, nurse my drink like a good little failure. The music pounds against my skull. The lights blur and smear. The laughter all sounds too sharp, too fake. Across the bar, girls lean against tables, smiling wide, throwing glances my way. I don't even flinch, because every time the door opens, every time the cold night air rushes in, and the bouncer waves someone through, I catch myself looking. Just in case. Like maybe, somehow, she'd walk through that door. Maybe she'd look at me the way she used to, wary and amused and a little bit dangerous. She doesn't, and every time I glance up and it's not her, it carves the hollow inside me a little deeper. Somewhere around midnight it finally hits. Not in a flash, Not in a scream. Just a slow, sick ache that seeps into my bones, impossible to shake. Maybe I don't deserve another chance. Maybe she was right to ghost me, to cut me out clean, sharp, final. Because when it mattered, when it could have been real, I didn't trust her enough to tell her the truth. I let fear win. Let pride slam the door before she even had a chance to walk through it. And now all I have left is silence. And the slow, gnawing ache of knowing I could have had something extraordinary, something real, something rare, if I hadn't been such a goddamn coward. I stare at the ceiling above my bed, counting the clicks of my ceiling fan, the hours ticking by, the regrets piling higher until it's hard to breathe. I close my eyes, but sleep doesn't come. Only the echo of what I lost. The next morning I show up to set. No grand gestures, no dramatic speeches, no more desperate attempts to shove an apology down her throat she's not ready to hear. I'm here, that's it. No conditions, no demands, just here. And if she never speaks to me again, if she finishes this project, shakes my hand with a professional smile, and walks away without so much as a backward glance, I'll deserve that too. I'll carry it. But I'm not going to leave first. I'm not going to quit before the final credits roll. Not because I think it'll win her back. Not because I think suffering earns forgiveness, but because somewhere deep inside, beneath the wreckage and the guilt and the stubborn, furious regret, I still believe there's something here. Something real. Something worth exploring. Even if she's not ready to see it yet. Even if she never does. I settle onto my mark, the studio lights harsh and unforgiving overhead, the hum of the camera starting up in the distance. I fix my gaze on the empty chair across from mine, and I wait.
Chapter 13. Naya. The sponsorship banners line the back wall, glossy and suffocating under the studio lights. My name stretched across polished vinyl in bold, relentless letters. Bootcamp's logo, pristine and corporate perfect. Hashtags scrawled across the bottom corners, like claw marks. Hash boundaries queen. Hash bootcamp bays. Hash power couple goals. I can't even look at them without my stomach knotting tighter. The PR team hovers nearby, moving like anxious bees, adjusting lights, flipping through cue cards, muttering about optimal angles and brand synergy, like this is just another Tuesday. All of it polished, all of it perfect, all of it a lie. I adjust my blazer with stiff fingers, smoothing the fabric over my hips like it might hold me together if I just pull tight enough. Straighten the mic clipped to my lapel, smooth my skirt again. Ignore the fact that my hands are shaking slightly. I survived worse. I can survive this. Smile on command, deliver the script, play the part. That's all this is now. That's all it can be. I'm mid-mic check, reciting my name, title, favorite boundary metaphor in a tone so dry it could ignite on contact when I feel it. That subtle shift in the air, the change in pressure, in energy, in everything. Before I even turn, I know it's him, Logan. I catch him from the corner of my eye, stepping onto set like he owns it, like he belongs here, like the last 2 weeks of careful distance and ghosting never happened. Aggravatingly good in a black button-down, sleeves rolled up just enough to flash the lean strength of his forearms. Hand shoved casually into his pockets, mouth set in a line that's too stubborn, too familiar. Acting like he doesn't have a care in the world, but his eyes give him away. Tired, wrecked, clinging to calm like it's the only thing keeping him upright. Our gazes collide for half a second. Too long, way too long. The connection sparks, sharp and electric and far too dangerous. And my heart slams into my ribs like it's trying to break free from my chest. I rip my gaze away, snapping my attention back to the interviewer. Focus, breathe, survive. Because looking at him feels too much like falling. and I've done enough of that already. The cameras roll. Bright, blinding lights heat my skin. The tight buzz of the microphone taped under my jacket hums against my ribs. The words tumble out of my mouth on autopilot. Clean, practiced, perfect. Nia Monroe, professional boundary expert. Logan Archer, charming reform student. Bootcamp. The success story we're selling, whether or not either of us can still stand it. We laugh on cue, smile on command, play our parts like seasoned performers in a play that stopped being funny 2 acts ago. It feels like tap dancing on a minefield. Every question we answer side by side tightens the noose around my lungs a little more. Every brush of his elbow against mine, casual, accidental, lethal, sends shockwaves through my system that I pretend not to feel. Every too perfect, too synced moment of shared laughter coils the tension tighter and tighter between us. Until I can barely breathe. Until it feels like the air between us is charged with static. Like if we touch wrong, laugh wrong, look wrong, everything will explode. I fix my smile, breathe through it, remind myself it's almost over. Almost. The interviewer, sharp-eyed, sharp-smiled, flashes a grin that feels more like a blade. Last question, she chirps, leaning forward. If you could give a piece of relationship advice to your younger self, what would it be? The words hang in the air, deceptively light. Dangerous. I freeze. Just half a beat. Just long enough. Long enough for the crack to show. I can feel it, the sudden hitch in my breathing, the slight tremor under my skin. Beside me, Logan shifts. So slight no one else would notice. But I do. Of course I do. His head tilts, not in mockery, not in challenge, but in quiet, devastating recognition. Like he feels the crack too. Like he's waiting for it. Waiting for me to slip. Waiting for me to say something reckless, something raw, something true. I grip the arm of my chair hard enough my fingers ache, because I can feel the words bubbling up. Dangerous, unfiltered, real. And if I let them out, I don't know if I'll be able to take them back. I open my mouth, feel the words bubble up from somewhere too deep, too raw, too close to the surface to be safe. Trust the ones who catch you when you fall. The thought flashes through my mind, brutal, bright, uninvited, for one horrifying second. One suspended, treacherous heartbeat. I almost say it out loud. I almost turn my head, almost meet his eyes, almost reach for him across the tiny burning chasm we keep pretending doesn't exist. Almost. But almost doesn't count. Not when survival's on the line. Not when one wrong move could tear apart everything I've fought to rebuild. I swallow the words like broken glass, paste on my best, most polished smile, and lie. Protect your peace at all costs, I say smoothly, voice bright and empty like a polished shell. The interviewer beams, scribbling a note dot. The camera crew relaxes. The PR team nods approvingly from behind the screens. Another successful moment manufactured. Another crisis averted. The cameras cut. The overhead lights dim slightly. The buzz of movement picks up. Assistants grabbing gear, techs unplugging mics. The hum of the machine rolling on without hesitation. Before Logan can say a word, before I can see the look in his eyes that might shatter whatever's left of my resolve, I stand, rip the mic cord from my jacket with a sharp, practiced yank, drop it on the nearest chair, and walk, fast, focused, fleeing like the building's on fire, and I'm the only one who knows it. Out the door, down the hallway, out into the crisp afternoon air that feels colder than it should. I don't look back. If I look back, I'll fall. And if I fall, I don't know if I'll have it in me to get up again. Behind me, the studio buzzes on. Cheerful, oblivious. The machine keeps turning, selling the lie we both helped build. The shiny, scripted fantasy now crumbling quietly underneath us. I lean back on the rough brick wall outside, letting the cold seep into my spine, anchoring me, trying to breathe, trying to remember why I thought I could outrun this, trying to remember why I thought distance would protect me. The truth coils up inside me, ugly, terrifying, undeniable. Because the more I run from Logan Archer, the harder it's getting to remember what I'm running toward. And worse, the harder it's getting to pretend I don't want to stop running altogether. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 14. Logan. The second the camera's cut, I move. No hesitation, no second guessing. She's already slipping away, peeling the mic off her jacket with frantic, jerky fingers, dodging production assistants and equipment like the building's on fire, and she's the only one who smelled the smoke. I follow. Down the hallway, boots thudding against the polished concrete. Around the corner, past racks of wardrobe rejects and abandoned coffee cups. Through the heavy fire door that slams shut behind us with a hollow, echoing clang. Into the backstage green room, empty except for a few battered chairs and the buzzing silence of conversations never finished. She spins on me the second we're alone, sharp and furious, teeth bared without a word. I plant myself between her and the exit, not to trap her, to stop running, because I'm done pretending this doesn't matter. Done pretending I don't care. And if this blows up in my face, fine, at least it'll be honest. At least it'll be real. You don't get to just walk away, I say, my voice low, rough with everything I'm trying and failing to hold back. Her arms crossed tight over her chest, defensive and small and stubborn as hell. Her chin lifts, that tiny, defiant tilt that makes me want to laugh and kiss her, senseless. Now it just makes my chest ache. I'm not walking away, she snaps, voice brittle as glass. I'm protecting myself. The words hit like a slap, hard, cold, deserved, but I don't flinch. Because she's not wrong. Because I deserve worse than this, worse than her fury, worse than her silence. But God, hearing it, hearing how easy it is for her to build walls against me, burns anyway. You don't even know what you're protecting yourself from, I grind out, the words scraping raw from my throat. Her mouth twists, trembling at the edges. Maybe I don't want to know, she fires back, fast, sharp, but there's a crack in it, a fracture, one she can't hide, one I can't stop myself from reaching for. It spirals fast, faster than I can control. Resentment flares, her ghosting, her walls. The way she tried to cut me out like I never mattered. New hurt bleeds through, raw and jagged. My lies, my fear, the way I let her fall without warning her. I was the one who started the fire. You didn't even give me a chance, I say, my voice low, shaking with everything I'm trying not to show. Naya's eyes flash wounded and furious, and she fires back, too fast, too brittle. You didn't deserve one. The words land hard between us, sharp, mean, desperate. We're both bleeding, both swinging blind, both throwing up armor too late to stop the damage. Neither willing to step first across the minefield crackling between us, neither willing to surrender. Until we do, until it's too late. The silence snaps tight, hot, suffocating, electric. Her breathing shudders in the narrow space between us. Mine matches it, rough, uneven, desperate. 1 step. 2. Close enough that the static rises between our skin. Close enough that the air itself feels combustible. I can see it. The crack spreading across her mask, her armor fracturing under the weight of everything we're not saying. "Say it," I whisper, voice wrecked and broken and maybe pleading. Her head jerks once fierce, terrified, a silent no. But she doesn't move away. She doesn't run. I reach for her, not to grab, not to trap, just to touch. Because if I don't touch her, I swear to God, I'll tear myself apart right here. My fingers brush her wrist, light, trembling, asking. And for half a second, for one fragile, excruciating heartbeat, she lets me. It crashes between us. Not a kiss, not exactly. A collision. A reckless, furious smash of mouths and breath and teeth and desperation. My hands bury themselves in her hair, yanking her closer without meaning to. Her fists clutch the front of my shirt, not pulling me closer, not pushing me away, just holding on. Like if she lets go, we'll both shatter into dust. We kiss like it's a fight. We kiss like it's survival. We kiss like we might lose each other forever. Her mouth is frantic against mine, biting, gasping, trembling. And I drink it in like a man dying of thirst. The world blurs around us. The green room, the studio, the past, the future. It all falls away until there's nothing left but this. Her. Me. The explosion we should have seen coming from a mile away and still couldn't stop. I feel like maybe I'm still alive. She tears away first, wrenching back with a ragged gasp, breaking the connection like it burns her. Her breathing is sharp, shallow, uneven. Her eyes are wide and wild and furious, glittering like she's drowning. She presses both palms flat against my chest. Not a shove, not really, but enough. Enough to drive the message straight through me without a single word. And when she speaks, her voice is shaking, cracked wide open. I can't afford to trust you. The words hurt harder than any slap could. I stagger back half a step like she physically knocked the air out of me. Because she did. Because she's right. Because even now, after everything, after every look, every word, every goddamn heartbeat pounding between us, I'm still not the safe place she needs. Not yet, maybe not ever. Before I can find words, before I can scramble together a plea or a promise or a prayer, she's gone. Out the door, down the hallway, swallowed whole by the chaos of the studio buzzing back to life. Like nothing happened. Like everything didn't just break and rearrange itself in the space between two people who were never supposed to matter this much. I lean against the cold brick wall, my chest heaving, my pulse battering in my chest like it's trying to claw its way out. The taste of her is still on my lips. The ache of her is still pounding through every ruined piece of me. And the brutal, breathtaking truth settles hard and immovable in my gut. This was never just pretend. Not for a second. Not for either of us. And now it's too real to survive untouched.
Chapter 15. Naya. I don't remember getting back to my office. 1 minute I'm outside, air too sharp, lungs too tight. And the next, I'm slamming the door behind me hard enough to rattle the glass in the frame. I stumble toward my chair, collapsing into it like if I can just sit still enough, breathe shallow enough, the last 30 minutes will unravel and erase themselves. It doesn't work. The walls feel too close. The air feels too thin. The silence buzzes in my ears like a warning I'm too slow to heed. Every time I blink, it's there. The heat of his mouth on mine, reckless and desperate, and so real it makes my stomach pitch sideways. I shove my face into my hands, pressing hard enough that black spots bloom behind my eyelids. Come on, I mutter under my breath. Voice rough and shaking. Get it together. But the words are a lie, because this shouldn't have happened. This wasn't allowed to happen. Not again. Not after everything I built. Not after every rule I swore I'd never break again. And yet here I am, splintering apart in the place I carved out to be safe. The spiral tightens fast, a vicious, choking loop that squeezes until all I can hear is my own failure screaming back at me. My fault. My weakness. My mistake. I should have shut it down sooner. Should have cut the line clean when I had the chance. Should have kept the distance sharp enough to bleed. Instead, I let him close. Instead, I let my guard slip, my professionalism crack. I let the lines blur, let myself want. Every breached boundary feels like a brand on my skin, hot and shameful and permanent. And worse than the anger, worse than the fear, is the sick, twisted part of me that wanted it, that wants him still. The thought slithers through me, slow and poisonous, coiling in the hollow space under my ribs where my self-control used to live. I bury it, hard, deep enough that it might never claw its way back to daylight again. Because if it does, if I let it breathe even once, it won't be my career I lose. It'll be myself. The door cracks open without a knock. Maggie steps inside, calm, steady, solid as a boulder dropped in the middle of my storm. She doesn't say anything, doesn't ask permission, doesn't flinch when she sees whatever disaster is written across my face. Just crosses the room, sets a coffee down in front of me like she's dropping anchor, and settles onto the edge of my desk, waiting. I keep my head down, fingers pressed hard against my temples, pretending for half a second that if I stay still enough, she'll get bored and leave. She doesn't. Of course she doesn't. When I finally lift my head, her gaze is already locked on mine, not judging, not pitying, just seeing all the places I'm cracked open and trying desperately to tape back together. "You're spiraling," she says simply, like it's a weather report. I snort, short and humorless. Understatement of the year. Maggie doesn't smile. She just nudges the coffee closer with 2 fingers, slow and deliberate. "And you're blaming yourself," she says, voice steady, "for being human." I swallow hard, look away, because the words land too close to the truth. Because isn't that exactly what I'm supposed to be better than? Stronger than? Human is messy. Human is vulnerable. Human is how you get your heart ripped out while the world watches. Maggie leans back slightly, folding her arms across her chest, a quiet, immovable force. Her voice stays low, but there's still running under it now. "Fear isn't the same as clarity, Naya." I stiffen. Don't answer, because I already know where this is going and I'm not ready to hear it. "You think keeping him at arm's length will protect you," she continues, each word landing like a carefully placed stone. "You think running will fix this?" I dig my nails into my palms, grounding myself in the sting. "But all you're doing," she says, softer now, "is punishing yourself for wanting something real." My jaw clenches so tight it aches. Every muscle locked in place. Every thought screaming to reject what she's saying. Every instinct scrambling to slam the door back closed. Because she's not wrong. Because she's dangerous. Because she's telling the truth. And the truth is terrifying. Because wanting Logan Archer, needing him, isn't just reckless. It's lethal. And I don't know if there's enough left of me to survive it. The second Maggie leaves, I move. Shake off the weight of her words. Snap the lid closed over the rising panic. Shove everything messy and human back into the deepest corners of myself. I'll open my laptop, start answering emails with brutal efficiency, one after another, rapid fire, no time to think. Update social media posts. Approve sponsorship renewals. Draft a dozen rebranding pitches for the next bootcamp phase. Every click of the keyboard is a lifeline. Every task a way to stitch myself back together with something sharper, colder, safer. Anything to fill the space between heartbeats. Anything to drown out the memory of the way Logan looked at me, like he saw every scar I tried to hide and didn't flinch, didn't pull back. Like he wanted all of it, all of me. I type harder, faster, until my fingertips ache because work is safe. Work is predictable. Work doesn't make me want to rip my own chest open just to get the feeling out. The email popped into my inbox around 6 p.m. Sharp, cheerful, oblivious. Subject line, Bootcamp Charity Gala Invitation, RSVP required. I click it open mechanically. High-profile guests. Potential new sponsors. PR opportunities too big to ignore. Mandatory attendance. I skim the list half-heartedly until my eyes snag on a name. Bold. Unavoidable. Slashing across my brain like a blade. Logan Archer. I stare at it until the letters blur into meaningless shapes. Everything inside me screams to decline, run, hide, make up an excuse. A meeting, a scheduling conflict, a sudden tragic case of pneumonia. Anything. Anything to avoid standing in the same room as him again. Anything to avoid the way my heart might give itself away without my permission. But my fingers move before my brain can catch up. Hover over the RSVP button and click accepted. One tiny suicidal click. One irreversible step into the fire I swore I wouldn't walk into again. I sit thereafter, staring at the screen, breathing hard like I just survived something and lost anyway. Because the truth crashes down, cold and sharp and inescapable. I can bury the want. I can bury the fear. But I can't bury him. Not anymore. I close the laptop with a sharp final snap. Lean back, heart pounding against my ribs like it's trying to tear its way out. Press the heels of my hands against my eyes. Hard. Hard enough that colors bloom behind my lids. Hard enough that I can almost pretend it might be enough to block out what's coming. It's not. It never was. Because the truth is already carved into my skin. Deep, brutal, permanent. I can pretend all I want. Smile for the cameras, draft perfect emails, rebrand myself 100 times over. I can bury myself in work. Schedule every minute of every day until there's no room left for wanting. I can run 1,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles. But it won't matter because sooner or later, I need to stand in front of Logan Archer again. Feel everything I'm trying so desperately to forget. And this time there might not be any running left. Only falling, only burning, only breaking.
Chapter 16. Logan. I walk into the gala like I'm walking onto a battlefield. Tucks pressed, smile polite, posture straight, every inch the man they expect me to be. It's a good mask. Hell, it's a great mask. But underneath the polished surface, I'm simmering. Coiled so tight it feels like my own skin doesn't fit right. Because she's here. Somewhere. I can feel it, the electric hum in the air, the crackle at the edges of my nerves. I know I'm not ready to see her. Not after the way she ran. Not after the way I let her. But it doesn't matter. Because I'm going to look anyway. Because even if it guts me, even if it wrecks what little's left of my dignity, I have to see her. The crowd shifts and swirls around me. Glittering dresses, sharp suits, champagne flutes flashing under the lights. A blur of meaningless noise. None of it registers. Because the only thing that matters tonight is her. Finding her. Facing her. No more pretending I don't care. Even if it kills me. And then, there she is, across the room, laughing politely at something a donor says. Head tilted, lips curved, every line of her body carved in steel and velvet and fire. She's wearing deep emerald green silk and satin that hugs every curve like a sin. Makes the whole damn ballroom look dull and washed out by comparison. Her hair swept up, elegant, effortless, with a few rebellious curls kissing the nape of her neck. Jewelry glints at her wrist, her ears, the fragile hollow of her throat. Untouchable, unattainable, magnificent. I can't breathe! The gala, the sponsors, the polite lies, all of it fades into static at the edges of my vision. There's only her. There's only the brutal, breathtaking certainty that, no matter how this night ends, I'm not going to survive it intact. Because one look at her, 1 second of letting my guard drop, and I already know I'm about to lose something I'm not sure I'll ever get back. I barely make it through half a glass of champagne before a PR rep with a clipboard and an overbright smile finds me. "Perfect timing, Mr. Archer," she chirps, grabbing my elbow like she owns it. "We need you and Miss Monroe for a few press shots. Right this way." Before I can argue, before I can bolt, I'm being herded through the crowd toward the inevitable car crash waiting for me on the other side of the room. And then she's there, standing stiff-backed against a sponsor banner, shoulders squared, jaw set, every inch of her radiating lethal, polished beauty. Nia Monroe in full battle armor. When she sees me approach, something flickers in her eyes, something hot, sharp, dangerous, but she doesn't move. Doesn't flinch, doesn't give an inch. The photographer waves us in, closer, with the urgency of a man herding cats. We fall into place side by side, close enough that the sleeve of my jacket brushes the silk of her dress. The electricity between us hums high and sharp, slicing every breath in half. Nia smiles for the cameras, dazzling and ice-cold, and I lean in closer than necessary, my hand brushing the small of her back like an accident I absolutely meant to happen. The cameras pop and flash, capturing the picture-perfect lie they all want to see. Professional. Polished. Completely, utterly combustible. Every flash sears another second of unbearable tension into my skin, burning a permanent mark I know I'll feel long after this night is over. I dip my head lower, breathing in the sharp, clean scent of her, jasmine and something darker, something that cuts through the sickly sweetness of the gala air like a blade. "You look like you want to kill me," I murmur against her ear, my voice low enough that it barely carries over the pop of the cameras. Her answering smile is blinding for the crowd, but when she tilts her head just slightly toward me, her voice slices cleaner than any knife. "Murder would require caring," she says, sweet as poison. The words slam into me harder than any shove could have. I should retreat. I should pull back and paste on the same smile she's wearing. I should let her win this round and walk away with my pride intact. Instead, the only thing I want is her. Badly. Dangerously. Like a man who never learned the definition of survival. I hold my position, muscles tense under the tuxedo, the pulse at my throat hammering hard enough to choke me. Because no matter what venom she spits at me, no matter how tight she wraps herself in anger and armor, I know the truth underneath it all. She's burning just as badly as I am. And she's running out of room to hide it. The photo session drags on. Endless grins. Endless flashes. But the tension between us pulls tighter with every fake laugh, every forced brush of shoulders. I don't know who moves first. I don't think it matters. 1 second, we're plastered into a lineup of executives and sponsors like 2 dolls on a shelf, and the next, we're both slipping away from the crowd, splitting off on separate vectors that bend back toward each other like magnets. No words, no signal, just the unbearable certainty that neither of us can stay in that room 1 second longer without doing something reckless and irreversible. The side door to the balcony swings open with a whisper of air. The night hits hard, cold, crisp, sharp against overheated skin. I step out first, my shoes scraping the stone floor, the door closing behind me with a soft click. When I turn, she's already there too, standing just inside the threshold like she's weighing the danger of stepping closer. The city stretches out behind her, a glittering wasteland of lights and broken promises. Between us, the air thrums with something raw and lethal and inevitable. I'm not ready. She's not ready. None of that matters, because tonight, we're past the point of pretending. The noise from the gala dims to a low, useless murmur, distant, irrelevant, until the only sound left is the harsh drag of my own breathing and the slow, deliberate click of her heels against the stone. She's just a few feet away. Not close enough to touch. Not close enough to heal whatever's bleeding between us. But close enough to feel it, the heat, the charge, the shuddering threat hanging between us. Neither of us speaks. Neither of us blinks. The air crackles, thick, electric, straining under the weight of everything we're too stubborn and too scared to say. I shove my hands deep into the pockets of my tuxedo pants, clenching my fists tight enough that my nails bite into my palms. One wrong word, one wrong breath, and we're done pretending. I should leave. I should step back, offer some canned apology, give her an out before this explodes into something neither of us can survive. Instead, I stay frozen, body thrumming, blood pounding in my ears, waiting for her to move first. And she does. She crosses the space between us in 2 furious, unstoppable steps, grabs the lapels of my jacket in both fists, yanks me down to her, and when her mouth crashes into mine, fierce, reckless, shaking every thread of control I had left snaps clean. The kiss is brutal, a collision, a battle, a surrender. Her mouth is hot, demanding, angry against mine. My hands find her hips automatically, dragging her closer, anchoring her against the wild pounding of my chest. She pulls my jacket tighter, knuckles digging into my chest like she's trying to hurt me, trying to hang on, trying to tear herself apart and pull me under with her.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
We stay like that for a moment, the world slowly coming back into focus. The city lights twinkle below us. A distant hum from the gala we left behind filters through the air. And the cool night surrounds us, a stark contrast to the heat of our passion. But none of it matters. All that matters is her, here now, in this perfect moment where nothing else exists but the two of us. She looks at me, her eyes soft, her lips swollen, and I know something's changed. Something's shifted between us, and there's no going back.
Chapter 17. Naya. For a few blissful seconds, I don't remember why I should be afraid. The world is still and soft and strangely weightless. A cocoon of warm skin, tangled sheets, the steady rhythm of a heartbeat under my ear. I shift slightly, blinking into the pale wash of morning light, spilling through a window I don't recognize, and feel an arm tighten instinctively around my waist. Strong, sure, a tether I hadn't realized I grabbed onto in the middle of the night. Logan. The name drifts through my mind, cotton soft, landing somewhere deep and tender. I let myself linger there, just for a moment, pressed against the solid heat of his body, the slow rise and fall of his chest, anchoring me in a way nothing else ever has. For one breathtaking heartbeat, I let myself imagine that this could be real, that waking up like this, tangled in him, in us, could be something normal, something deserved. My fingers flex against his bare chest, feeling the slow, lazy thump of his heart beneath my palm. He shifts in his sleep, murmuring something low and unintelligible, and I feel the ghost of a smile tug at the corner of my mouth. It feels dangerous. It feels like falling. And just as the thought forms, the first sharp edge of memory cuts through the softness. The balcony. The rush of cold air and heat crashing through my veins. The way he stared at me, like I was the only thing worth burning for. I see it all again in brutal, crystalline flashes. His mouth crashing against mine, desperate and demanding. My fists gripping the lapels of his jacket, yanking him down harder. The way my dress bunched in his hands as he dragged me deeper into the shadows. His voice, rough and reverent, whispering my name against the curve of my neck like a vow he never intended to break. The memories flare so hot, they leave scorch marks behind my ribs. Every brush of his hands, every ragged breath against my skin, every frantic, reckless second when we stopped pretending we could survive without touching each other. I shut my eyes, heart hammering against the cage of my chest, because the truth comes rushing back with brutal clarity. I didn't just want him last night. I needed him, and I let that need shatter every boundary I swore I would never break again. Reality slams into me without warning. Fast, brutal, suffocating. This wasn't supposed to happen. This wasn't supposed to become anything. This wasn't supposed to matter. I was supposed to control it, contain it, survive it. Instead, I let it consume me, let him consume me. The knowledge settles over my skin like ice, turning the warmth of the morning into something unbearable. My body aches in places I didn't know could ache. Sweet, tender reminders of everything I gave up the second I let him touch me. I feel his breath against my hair, slow and steady, completely unaware of the nuclear fallout happening 3 inches away from him. A knot forms in my throat, hot and thick and rising fast. I'm supposed to protect myself, not want this, not want him. But I do. God help me, I do. And that's the most dangerous thing of all. My mind fractures into 1,000 screaming possibilities, each worse than the last. What if someone saw us leave together? What if the sponsors find out? What if the press finds out? What if I ruin everything I've built, everything, for one reckless night in a man's arms? What if this isn't just a mistake? What if it's already too late? The fear claws up my spine, drowning the fragile flicker of peace I felt just minutes ago. I glance down at Logan's hand, still curled possessively over my hip, thumb brushing unconsciously against bare skin. The smallest touch, the smallest mercy, and it shatters me. I curl into him for half a second, one last stolen moment of borrowed safety, before I wrench myself away, breath catching in my throat like it physically hurts to leave, because it does hurt. And it's going to hurt worse before it gets better, if it ever gets better at all. I move as carefully as if the floor might crack open beneath me. Sliding out from under his arm feels like betrayal in motion, his hand falling away from my waist, fingers curling against empty air before settling back onto the mattress. He mumbles something, a half-formed word that might be my name, low and wrecked and heartbreakingly tender. I freeze. For a long, gut-wrenching second, I almost fold, almost crawl back into the heat of his body, the steady, reckless safety of his arms. But then the cold slices through me again, sharp, merciless, and I remember why I have to go, before I can destroy anything else, before I can destroy myself. I dress with fumbling hands, yanking on last night's clothes without looking in the mirror. Each brush of fabric feels like sealing myself back into the version of me I can live with, the version that doesn't ache, that doesn't want, that doesn't need. When I slip through the door, the soft click of it closing behind me sounds final enough to echo through my bones. And the worst part? I don't cry. I don't scream. I don't break. I just leave. Like he never touched me. Like it never meant anything. Even though we both know that's the biggest lie of all. The door clicks shut behind me with a sound that feels too final. The early morning air slams into my skin, cold and punishing. I shove my hands into the pockets of my coat, ducking my head against the bite of the wind, and start walking. Fast, reckless, Like distance alone could undo the damage. The streets are mostly empty. Just a few scattered cars, the occasional clatter of a delivery truck in the distance. The city feels unfamiliar under the pale, washed-out sky, like I slipped into some wrong version of my life when I wasn't looking. Each step feels heavier than the last. Each block I put between me and Logan feels like carving something vital out of my own chest. I wrap my arms tighter around myself, breathing shallowly, focusing on the rhythm of my boots against the sidewalk. Anything to drown out the echo of his heartbeat still tangled with mine. The cold seeps deeper, numbing my fingers, stiffening my muscles, but I welcome it. I need it. I need something sharp enough to slice through the mess still clinging to my skin, still blooming reckless and wild in my chest. Because the truth I'm trying not to look at, not yet, not here, not now, is that no matter how far I run, no matter how fast I move, he's still there, under my skin, in my blood, and I don't have any idea how to get him out. By the time I stumble through the front door of my apartment, my body feels brittle, like if someone touched me, even gently, I'd shatter into pieces too small to ever put back together. I throw my keys onto the kitchen counter, with more inertia than necessary, the sharp clatter slicing through the silence. I don't let myself pause, don't let myself feel. I head straight for the bathroom, stripping off my clothes like they're contaminated, like they might still carry the memory of his hands, his mouth, his voice wrapped around my name. The shower hisses to life under my hand, steam billowing fast against the mirror. I step under the scalding spray without hesitation, scrubbing at my skin until it's pink and raw. It doesn't work. No amount of heat or soap or fury scrubs away the memory of him, the weight of his arms around me, the soft catch of his breath against my shoulder, the way he made me feel seen and wanted in a way that scares the hell out of me. I dry off in a rush, throw on the first clean clothes I can find, leggings, a sweatshirt 3 sizes too big, and plant myself in front of my laptop like work can save me. Emails, contracts, sponsorship pitches, deadlines. I dive head first into the noise, the flood of tasks and notifications, clinging to them like a life raft. But every few seconds, my mind drifts, back to the way he kissed me on the balcony, back to the way he said my name in the dark, back to the way it felt, terrifying and reckless and right. I slammed the laptop shut harder than necessary, the echo vibrating up my arms. This was supposed to be simple. Boundaries, control, survival. Instead, I've broken every rule I ever made for myself. And now, I'm the one bleeding out for it. I lean back in the chair, staring at the ceiling, breathing in shallow, uneven gasps. Because the worst part isn't that I ran. The worst part is that a tiny, traitorous piece of me, the piece I can't kill no matter how hard I try, still wants to turn around, still wants to go back, still wants him. And I don't know how to live with that.
Chapter 18. Logan. Walking back onto the bootcamp set feels like walking into enemy territory. Everything looks exactly the same. Bright overhead lights, perfectly staged props, crisp logos smiling from every corner. But the air has changed. It's colder now, sharper, like even the walls are waiting for something to snap. I pull the door closed behind me with more force than necessary, adjusting the cuffs of my shirt with hands that don't want to steady. Professional, polished, forgettable. That's the role I'm supposed to play today. I spot Naya near the front of the room, standing with Charlie and Harper, microphone in hand, posture military straight. God, she looks lethal. And damn hot. Hair slicked back, eyes cool, remote, polished to a shine that dares anyone to come too close. She doesn't glance up. Not once. Not even when Charlie waves me over with a grin and a, "Morning, man. Ready for a great day of taping?" I lie and say, "Absolutely." because it's easier than telling the truth. That I'm not sure I'll survive this day without pulling her into a corner and begging her to just feel something again. But no. Professional. Polished. Forgettable. That's the story we're selling today, and if pretending is the only way to stay near her, then for now I'll pretend, even if it rips me apart. We start with B-roll footage, walking and talking shots, a few fake interactions for filler footage. Smile, Charlie calls from behind the camera. Naya smiles, a razor-thin curve that doesn't reach her eyes. I match it because I'm a professional, because I'm supposed to be forgettable, because otherwise I might grab her hand right here, right now, and blow the whole damn project sky high. Our dialogue is flawless on paper. We discuss conflict resolution, setting healthy boundaries, the importance of trust in professional partnerships. Words that once meant something sharp, vibrant, alive now fall like dead leaves between us. She keeps her gaze trained over my shoulder, never meeting my eyes for longer than a second. I match her strategy, keeping my hands loosely at my sides, fighting every instinct screaming at me to reach for her. By the time Charlie calls for a break, my jaw aches from clenching it so hard. I step away from the cameras, tugging at the cuffs of my sleeves, breathing like I just ran a damn marathon. We can fake the smiles. We can fake the teamwork. But we can't fake what's tearing through the space between us, raw and brutal and unfinished. And sooner or later, no matter how hard we try to tape it down, the truth's going to rip through anyway. Charlie bounces onto set after the break like a man who's about to hand us both live grenades and call it a game. "All right, team," he says, clapping his hands, eyes bright. "Time for our final trust challenge." The words land like a punch to the throat. I glance sideways at Naya. Nothing shows on her face, not even a flicker. She's mastered the art of stillness so completely, she could probably survive a firing squad without blinking. Charlie keeps talking, oblivious to the landmines he's dropping. The exercise is simple. You pair up, sit down, and confess a fear, a real one. Something vulnerable, something honest. He beams like he's just solved world peace. I resist the urge to swear out loud. "Remember," Charlie adds, pointing at the cameras, "we're rolling for authenticity, no scripts, no coaching, we want raw." I don't have to look at Naya to feel the tension radiating off her in waves. Raw, between us. There's no surviving that, and not now, not after everything. They arrange the chairs facing each other, 2 feet apart, no props, no barriers. I drag a hand through my hair, my chest already too tight, my throat dry. Naya moves stiffly toward the chair across from mine, each step deliberate, mechanical. She sits without meeting my eyes, knees locking together, hands gripping the hem of her skirt, like it's the only thing keeping her tethered to the floor. I lower myself into the seat opposite her, slow and controlled, because if I don't hold on to something, anything, I'll break before this even starts. Our knees almost touch. Almost. Every molecule of air between us vibrates with the things we can't say, with the things we shouldn't say. I rest my forearms on my thighs, leaning in just slightly, trying to keep my breathing steady. She stares past my shoulder, jaw locked, waiting for Charlie's signal, waiting for the performance to start. Only this time, I'm not playing. Not anymore. The silence stretches between us, thin, brittle, ready to snap. Charlie calls out, "Whenever you're ready," and the cameras blink their red lights, recording every second of us falling apart in real time. I look at her, and something inside me just breaks. I can't sit here and pretend she's a stranger. I can't sit here and pretend that what we had, what we still have, is something you can shove back into a box and lock away. I lean forward, dropping my voice low enough that only she can hear. "I don't want the polished version," I say, the words scraping out rough and raw. "I don't want the professional mask, the perfect answers." She stiffens, eyes darting toward me for half a heartbeat before snapping away again. I keep going, unstoppable now, unstoppable like gravity. "I want you." I let the weight of it hang between us. Fears, flaws, fury, all of it. Her breath hitches just the slightest sound, but I catch it like a lifeline. I hold her gaze when she finally looks back at me, even though her eyes are wild and furious and shattered. I hold it because I'm not here to win. I'm here to stay, no matter how much it costs. For a long, brutal second, she just stares at me. No words, no breath, just that wild, wrecked look in her eyes. The one she always tries so damn hard to hide under professionalism and perfect posture. I can see the war breaking loose behind her eyes. The part of her that wants to believe me fighting like hell against the part that's been burned too many times before. She shifts slightly in her chair, knees knocking against mine. Not intentional, not controlled. Just the bare, broken truth leaking through the cracks she can't patch fast enough. Her mouth opens like she's about to say something. Anything but no sound comes out. And that, somehow, is worse than if she had cursed me out. Worse than if she had slapped me again. Because silence means she's scared. Because silence means this matters. Because silence means she's standing on the edge of something neither of us will ever be able to undo if she jumps. I could push her. I could plead. Apologize again. Beg her to just try. But I don't. I don't because she deserves better than another man who thinks love means cornering her until she breaks. Instead, I sit back, hands loose, heart in my throat, and let her choose. No tricks. No tactics. Just truth. The cameras hum quietly somewhere in the background, still recording, still waiting for a performance we're never going to give them. I drag in a slow, careful breath, my voice dropping even lower. I'm not afraid of you, Naya. I let the words hang there, solid and quiet and terrifyingly real. Then I lean back in my chair, giving her the space to run, or to stay. Her choice, our future or our end, balanced on the breathless silence between us. I realize something bone deep and brutal. If she says no, if she walks away, I'll let her. Because real trust isn't about holding on tighter. It's about letting go and hoping like hell they decide to stay anyway.
Chapter 19. Naya. My heels slam against the tile floor like war drums. Every step a declaration of battle. I don't remember agreeing to fight. The hallway blurs around me. Bright lights, neutral walls, cheerful posters about emotional resilience. All of it nothing but noise in the roaring furnace under my skin. I move faster, sharper. My hands clench and unclench at my sides, fingers twitching for something to grip, to throw, to break. Behind me, I hear the steady fall of his footsteps. Logan. He's following me, not running, not begging, not demanding, just there, solid, unshakable. And somehow, that infuriates me more than if he had shouted my name or thrown the last 10 minutes back in my face. I don't want calm. I don't want patience. I want distance, control, safety. I want to claw the feeling of his voice out of my skin. The way he said he wasn't afraid of me. The way he meant it. And worse, I want to forget the way it almost broke me open. Almost. I shove open the door to my office with enough force to rattle the frame, barely noticing the stunned glances from a few interns loitering nearby. Let them stare. Let them see. Maybe if they watch closely enough, they'll learn what happens when you let someone past your goddamn walls. He doesn't flinch when I slam the door open. Doesn't blink when I spin on my heel to face him. Logan steps inside after me. Slow, measured, deliberate, like he's walking into a cage he has no intention of escaping. He shuts the door with a quiet click, the soft sound somehow louder than my pounding heartbeat. For a second, we just stand there. Two storms contained in one small room. The air so thick with everything unsaid, it scrapes against my skin. I brace myself for the argument, the accusations, the justifications, the shouting match we should be hurtling toward like every other disaster in my past. But it doesn't come. He just watches me. No anger, No defensiveness, no smug, self-satisfied grin, just Logan. Just that maddening, steady, wreckingly kind gaze that feels like it could see every fracture I've been hiding behind sharp smiles and perfect control. The burn under my skin flares hotter, choking me with it. Because I don't want to be seen. I want to be right. I want to be untouchable. I want to slam the door between us so hard it knocks the hope out of both of us before it can hurt me worse than this already does. But he's already inside, and the door's already closed, and there's nowhere left to run now. I lose it. Don't you dare, I snap, voice shaking, slicing through the thick, humid air between us. Don't you dare stand there and act like you didn't know exactly what you were doing. Logan's face doesn't even flicker. That quiet, steady stare, the one that always used to feel grounding, safe, feels like an accusation now. Like he's daring me to keep going. Fine. He wants ugly. He wants the truth. He can have it. You manipulated me, I throw at him, every word a grenade. You walked into my life like you owned it, like you had the right to rearrange everything without asking. I pace the width of the office, too keyed up to stand still, too furious to think straight. You broke into something I built, I hiss, voice cracking at the edges. Something that kept me safe. I whirl on him, hands balled into fists at my sides. And for what, Logan? I demand, choking on the lump rising in my throat. For a goddamn experiment? For a joke? For some messed up chance to prove you could rattle the girl who never lets anyone close? The heat scorches through my chest, my veins, my ribs, a wildfire I can't control. Because the worst part, the part I can't say out loud, he didn't have to break down my walls. I let him. And that betrayal, the one against myself, burns worst of all. I expect him to fight back, to argue, to raise his voice, to snap and crack and shatter the brittle tension into 1,000 sharp bleeding pieces. But he doesn't. He just stands there. Still, steady, so goddamn open it makes my teeth ache. He watches me like I'm not a problem to solve or a landmine to avoid, but a storm he's willing to stand in without an umbrella. No defenses, no armor, just Logan. Just him. And somehow that makes it worse. It makes the anger twist into something uglier, something scarier, because if he fought back, if he yelled or blamed or threw everything I just said back at me, then I could hate him. I could justify walking away. I could pretend this was just another man trying to tear me down for being too much. But he doesn't. He just sees me. Sees the rage. Sees the fear. Sees the trembling, breaking thing underneath all the sharp edges. And he stays. And it's that, not his words, not his touch, not even the memory of his mouth on mine, that wrecks me most of all. The silence stretches between us, thick and ragged and vibrating with everything I just threw at him. I wait for the retaliation, for the anger, for the disappointment, for the sharp words that will make this easier, cleaner, justified. But Logan doesn't flinch, doesn't move, doesn't even blink. Steady, quiet. The same way he looked at me during the trust challenge. The same way he looked at me the night I kissed him like it might kill us both. Like he's not afraid of my damage. Like he's not afraid of me. It knocks the air out of my lungs harder than any scream could. Because I know this game. I know how this story goes. When people see the real me, the messy, angry, terrified me, they leave. They always leave. But he's still here. And that terrifying, broken truth starts carving itself into my chest, slicing through every excuse I have left. I stagger back a step, gripping the edge of my desk like it's the only thing anchoring me to the ground. I can't breathe. I can't think. I can barely hold myself together. Because it's not him I'm fighting. It never was. It's me. It's a voice that says wanting him makes me weak. It's the one that says needing someone is a setup for heartbreak. It's the voice that says, if I let him in, really truly in, he'll find something ugly and unworthy and walk away anyway. I close my eyes against the burning sting at the back of them, hating myself for being this weak, this cracked open, this real. But the truth is already here, already roaring through my veins like wildfire. I don't want to push him away. I don't want to run. I want to stay. I want him. Even if it's reckless, even if it's terrifying, even if it destroys me, because maybe it'll build something better in its place. Something real, something ours. When I open my eyes, he's still there, waiting, not reaching, not pushing, not demanding, just waiting. And somehow, that cracks me harder than any force could have. My body moves before my mind catches up, a step forward, shaky and slow, then another, until I'm standing right in front of him, chest heaving, hands trembling, fear and want and hope, tangled so tightly inside me I could drown in it. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 20. Logan. The second I step through the doors, I know I don't belong here. The rap party hums with manufactured excitement, champagne glasses clinking, low laughter rolling over the slick hotel ballroom like fog. PR reps buzz from group to group, handing out rehearsed smiles like party favors. Everyone's celebrating the end of Boundary Bootcamp like it's just another gig, another notch on their resumes. But for me, it feels like something's ending that I'm not ready to let go of. I straighten my cuffs, smooth the line of my jacket, and fake a half smile at one of the producers who claps me on the shoulder like we're old friends. My body moves on autopilot, nodding, thanking, sipping the drink pressed into my hand. But my mind, it's somewhere else entirely. Searching, hunting. The crowd blurs around the edges of my vision until it's just noise, bright, meaningless, suffocating noise, and one sharp, clear need pounding in my chest. Find her. I scan the room, past the gold-draped tables, the ridiculous ice sculpture in the corner, the giant Boundary Bootcamp banners still hanging like battle flags. And then there she is. Across the room, laughing at something Harper says. Standing near the bar in a black dress that slides over her curves like a delicious secret. My heart stutters. The drink nearly slips from my fingers. Because for all the times I've seen her composed, polished, devastatingly in control, I've never seen her like this. Real, raw, radiant, and so far away it feels like trying to breathe underwater. I force myself to stay where I am, pretend like I'm not cataloging every tiny detail. The way she tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear, the way she laughs a second too late, like she's trying too hard, the way her gaze flicks past me without landing, like she doesn't dare look. She's playing it off, perfect, unbothered. But I know better. I feel it, the same tension snapping through the air between us like a live wire. The same question hanging between every beat of the music, thudding low through the room. What the hell are we now? I raise my glass to my lips, pretending to drink, pretending to listen to whatever Charlie's babbling about next to me. But all I can hear is the roar of my own heartbeat. All I can feel is the brutal certainty anchoring itself deeper with every breath I take. Whatever happens tonight, I'm not walking out of here pretending she's just another name on a contract. Not anymore. I'm halfway through pretending to listen to Charlie ramble about post-bootcamp sponsorship deals when Harper grabs a mic and taps it against the glass podium up front. The room quiets in waves, the buzz of conversation fizzling down to a low hum of anticipation. And now, Harper says, grinning like she knows exactly how much hell she's about to unleash on me. The real brains behind Bootcamp, the woman who taught us all a thing or two about standing our ground, Nia Monroe. Applause erupts around the room. I join in, hands clapping on autopilot, heart pounding so hard I can feel it in my teeth. Nia steps up to the mic with that practiced, measured grace she wears like armor. She's luminous under the stage lights, elegant, untouchable, a goddess delivering wisdom from a mountaintop I was never supposed to climb. She starts speaking, and everything in me goes still. She doesn't talk about metrics or social media reach or sponsor partnerships. She talks about risk, about fear, about the brutal beauty of learning to trust someone when every bone in your body says run. And when her eyes find mine across the crowd, sharp, shining, steady, I feel it. The shift, the hit, the choice. She's not thanking a client. She's not thanking a business partner. She's thanking me, the man who wrecked her boundaries, the man who refused to play by the rules she hid behind, the man she saw and stayed for anyway. The second she steps down from the podium, the room swallows her up. A tidal wave of congratulations, handshakes, champagne flutes raised in her honor. She smiles politely, nods, drifts from conversation to conversation with mechanical grace. But every few seconds, when she thinks no one's watching, her gaze flicks back to me. Fast, sharp, unsteady. Like maybe she's searching too. I lock onto her like a goddamn heat-seeking missile, pulse hammering against my ribs, hands flexing uselessly at my sides. Move, my body screams for it. Go to her. But some stubborn instinct, pride, fear, whatever's left of my shredded control, holds me rooted to the floor. One wrong step too soon, and I'll shatter whatever fragile thing she just offered me. So I stay, waiting, watching, drowning in the space between us. When she finally peels herself away from the crowd, slipping out the side door toward the balcony, I move without thinking. Past the waitstaff, past the glittering crowd, past the flashing cameras catching memories I want no part of. Out into the cool night air. The door swings closed behind me with a soft click, muffling the noise of the party into a distant thrum. And there she is, leaning against the railing, hands braced wide, head bowed slightly like she's holding herself together by sheer force of will. The sight of her, strong, tired, beautiful, real, nearly brings me to my knees. No cameras, no contracts, no audiences, just us. Just this terrifying, exhilarating, unstoppable pull toward the only thing that's ever felt like home. Her. I don't hesitate this time. I step toward her, slow but sure, hands loose at my sides, open, not demanding. The click of my shoes against the stone balcony floor sounds deafening in the hush between us. She straightens when she hears me, doesn't turn, just breathes, just waits. I stop a few feet away, close enough to feel the heat of her body through the cold night air. The muscles in my chest pull tight, straining against the words I've kept bottled up too long. But I say them anyway, because there's no version of this ending where I don't. I'm not playing, Nia, I say, voice low, steady. Not with you. Not ever. She stiffens just a little, the way someone flinches when they want so badly to believe, but are afraid to reach for it. I step closer, softer now, like she's something sacred I'm terrified to break. You scare the hell out of me, I admit, a bitter laugh catching in my throat. But not the way you think. I drag in a rough breath, the cool air cutting through the heat coiled under my skin. You scare me because you're the first thing I've ever wanted that felt real enough to lose. I let the truth hang there between us, open, raw, no armor left. Her hands clench the railing tighter. Her shoulders rise and fall with uneven breath. But she still doesn't turn. She's fighting it. Fighting me. Fighting herself. And all I can do is wait. Because love isn't about pushing. It's about standing still and trusting them to come closer if they want to. If they're ready. It feels like a lifetime before she finally moves. Slow. Deliberate. Terrified. She lets go of the railing like she's letting go of her last excuse not to want this. Not to want me. Then she turns. Her face, God, her face wrecks me. Eyes shining, lips trembling, heart bleeding out of every line and angle and breath. She crosses the space between us with a single, shuddering step. And when she presses her palm flat against my chest, right over the heart pounding out her name, I swear everything inside me breaks wide open. We stand there, no words, no lies, no distance left to pretend behind. Just us. Just this. I cover her hand with mine, locking it against my chest, holding it there like a vow. She looks up at me, eyes fierce and terrified and free. And when she rises onto her toes, closing the last fraction of space between us, it's not messy. It's not chaotic. It's not survival. It's surrender. It's the leap we were always meant to take. No cameras, no contracts, no safety nets. Just her. Just me. Just everything we've been fighting so hard to find. I fall, and it feels a hell of a lot like flying.
Chapter 21. Naya. The sunlight slices across my room in thick golden beams, landing heavy on the sheets tangled around my legs. I blink against the brightness, a soft, sluggish ache blooming behind my eyes, the kind you get after crying or laughing too hard, or maybe doing something so reckless it still hasn't caught up with you yet. For a few blissful seconds, I stay still, floating, drifting. My body aches in places I forgot could ache, my mouth still tender from too many bruising, desperate kisses, my heart stretched and sore in a way that feels dangerous. The bed smells like lavender and laundry detergent and a faint trace of him. Sharp, clean, masculine. It's the kind of scent that clings to your skin long after the man is gone. The kind of scent that reminds you you're not alone, even when you are. A slow, traitorous smile tugs at the corner of my mouth. God help me. But for one stolen moment, I'm happy. Giddy almost. The world outside this room doesn't exist yet. No consequences, no pressure, no fear. Just the lingering heat of Logan Archer's hands on my skin and the whispered memory of the way his gaze caught mine last night. Like I was something rare and breakable and worthy all at once. I could live in this moment. I want to live in this moment. But the world has other plans. Reality creeps in slow and sharp, like the first icy breath of winter, sneaking under a door you forgot to seal. I roll onto my side, facing the empty stretch of bed beside me. The clean, cold pillow that should, if the universe were kind, be dented by Logan's head instead of mocking me with its blankness. He's not here. Of course he's not. That was the deal, wasn't it? No overnight stays. No waking up twined together like the ending of some cheap romantic comedy. No delusions. I drag the sheets tighter around myself, a flimsy shield against the memory of what we did and what it means. Because it means something. It means everything. And pretending otherwise won't protect me. I know this game. I wrote the damn rule book. First, you let them close. Then you lose yourself trying to keep them. Not this time. Never again. I close my eyes tightly against the burn rising behind them, pressing the heels of my palms into my sockets, like I can shove the feelings back down where they belong. This is fine. I'm fine. It was just a moment. The memories come in flashes, disjointed and jagged and too vivid to ignore. The way Logan looked at me, like I was the only thing anchoring him to the world. The way his hands shook when they gripped my waist, not from hesitation, but from holding back. The way my body moved toward him without permission, like the choice had already been made deep in my bones before my brain ever caught up. I swallow hard, pulse thrumming high in my throat. I can still feel the imprint of him on me, not just on my skin, but under it. A ghost. A brand. Everywhere I go, there he is, his mouth rough against mine, his voice breaking when he said my name, his arms wrapping around me like he wasn't holding a woman. He was holding a future. I dig my nails into my palms until my skin stings, trying to shock myself back into the present. Because that's the part that's dangerous. Not the kiss, not the heat, not the way he makes me feel like the ground underneath me has finally stopped shifting. It's the way, for one terrifying second last night, I believed it, believed in him, believed in us, and that's the kind of belief that costs you everything. I shove the blankets off and swing my legs over the side of the bed, needing motion, needing action before the memories trap me here like a fool. There have to be rules, clear, simple, non-negotiable. Rules are safe. Rules are armor. Rules are what kept me from falling apart after the last time I let someone in and watched them walk away with pieces I never got back. I snatch a notebook off my nightstand, the same one I use for bootcamp brainstorming sessions, and scribble furiously across a blank page. Rules: keep it private. Keep it separate from work. Keep it temporary. Temporary. The word slashes across the page like a wound, but I underline it anyway. Twice, pressing the pen so hard it nearly rips through the paper. Because loving Logan Archer, trusting him, needing him, was never the plan, and plans are what keep you from getting gutted. I sit back, staring at the angry black lines scrawled across the paper, feeling absolutely no safer than I did 5 minutes ago. But at least it's something. At least it's control. And right now, control is the only thing I have left to cling to. The shrill buzz of my phone yanks me out of my spiraling thoughts. I grab it off the nightstand, thumb hovering over the screen. Harper. I expect jokes, post-party debriefing, maybe a few screenshots of Logan looking flustered in last night's promo pics. Anything but what I get. Hey, boss lady. Her voice is tight. Wrong. Harper? I sit up straighter, heart tripping over itself. What's going on? You might want to sit down, she says, and suddenly the air feels too thin, the room too small. She barrels on before I can answer. Bootcamp's official channels are blowing up. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, it's everywhere. I blink, clutching the phone tighter. Define blowing up. There's a long pause, just long enough to make the bottom drop out of my stomach. Fan theories, Harper says carefully. Ship names, compilations, proof videos. They're obsessed with you two. I shut my eyes, swallowing hard. How bad? I rasp. Harper's voice softens, but it doesn't help. Bad enough that if we don't get in front of it, they'll write the narrative for us. My pulse goes from 0 to red alert, so fast I nearly drop the phone. This wasn't meant to happen. The world wasn't supposed to know. The world wasn't supposed to care. Bootcamp was built on control, professional boundaries, polished messaging, strength without mess. If this gets twisted, if I become a meme, a punchline, a scandal, it's not just my reputation at stake, it's everything. Everything I bled for, fought for, sacrificed for. I press my hand to my forehead, nausea curling tight and vicious low in my gut. The thought of seeing my face splashed across fan edits and gossip blogs makes my skin crawl. The thought of Logan's name tied to mine without my permission makes something raw and ugly scratch at the inside of my chest. If there's one thing I know, it's this. The world doesn't celebrate women who build their own empires. It waits for them to fall. And when they do, it eats the pieces. By the time I hang up, My spine feels carved from steel. The woman who woke up this morning, warm, soft, aching for something more. She's gone, buried under layers of ice and iron. Bootcamp needs me sharp, unflinching, untouchable. I can't afford to be reckless anymore. I can't afford to want things that tear down everything I built. There need to be rules, not just for Logan, for me. Because the second I forget who I am outside of him, the second I let love blind me to reality, I lose. And I didn't come this far to lose now. I smoothed the notebook on my lap with steady hands, reading the 3 angry rules I scrawled earlier. Keep it private, keep it separate, keep it temporary. I pick up the pen, underline temporary 1 more time, and I swear, this time I mean it.
Chapter 22. Logan. I wake up feeling like I could bench press the goddamn sun. My body's loose, light, humming with the kind of energy I haven't had in years. Not after a win, not after a big deal closing, not even after the best nights of my so-called charmed life. This is different. Better. I push through my morning workout like it's nothing, weights slicing through the air, heart hammering in a rhythm that feels a hell of a lot like hope. Coffee tastes sharper. The sky looks bluer. Even the radio, some stupid pop song I'd usually hate, feels like a goddamn anthem. By the time I'm behind the wheel, heading downtown, I'm whistling. Actually whistling. If Dean saw me right now, he'd stage an intervention, but I don't care. Because last night wasn't just heat. It wasn't just lust boiling over after months of barely contained tension. It was more. It was her choosing me back. Choosing this. Choosing us. I tap the steering wheel, feeling stupidly, recklessly invincible. Nothing can touch us now. We survived the slow burn, the boundaries, the pretending. We're unstoppable, untouchable. What could possibly go wrong? I'm at a red light on Hennepin when instinct, not logic, has me swiping open my phone. Just a quick check, nothing major. Inbox is the usual flood. Calendar looks fine. Bootcamp's official Instagram notification count looks... Huh? I frown, thumb hovering over the little red bubble showing double the usual traffic. Weird. I tap it open. Posts, tags, mentions, all blowing up. Mostly normal at first glance. Fans reposting clips from the rap party. Comments about Bootcamp's success. Quotes from Naya's speech. But under the professional polish, something starts to itch at the back of my neck. #boundaries bay. #Bootcamp love. #enemies to lovers energy. There's a short video at the top, not official marketing. Someone's phone footage. I tell myself it's fine. Just fans being fans. No big deal. I tell myself that, but my stomach tightens anyway. Because the crack is there. Tiny, invisible to the naked eye, but spreading all the same. I pull into a side street, killing the engine but leaving the music on low. A soft thump in the background, the only thing keeping the silence from swallowing me whole. I tell myself I'm overreacting, that it's just hype, just harmless noise. But the second I open the trending tab, my gut knots hard enough to make me nauseous. #boundaries bay, #bootcamp love, #enemies to lovers energy, everywhere. Clips stitched together in 30-second bursts, me glancing at her like an idiot, her biting back a smile, me smirking like a man already halfway ruined. Fan edits with swelling music, glitter filters, captions like, "Look how he looks at her." Proof threads picking apart our body language with forensic precision, screen grabs, timestamps, slow-motion replays of the moment she almost smiled during a trust exercise. It's surgical, obsessive, undeniable. And it's not just about me. It's about us, our heat, our cracks, our story, ripped out of our hands, twisted into entertainment. I scroll faster, heart pounding. This isn't cute. This isn't harmless. It's exposure. Real. Messy. Out of our control. And worse, it's everything Naya didn't want. Everything she fought so hard to keep separate. Everything that could destroy the thing we're barely beginning to build. My grip tightens around the phone until my joints ache. Panic scraping under my ribs. Because this isn't just about what I want anymore. This is about what could break her. And I'll be damned if I let that happen. Without thinking, without breathing, I open my contacts. PR team, marketing manager, crisis comms. I'm halfway through composing a damage control text when I freeze, thumb hovering above the screen, heart hammering like I just ran a marathon uphill. Because if I do this, if I bulldoze my way through this mess without her permission, if I save her before she even asks for saving, I'm no better than every other jerk who thought they knew what was best for her. Every man who wanted her to shrink to fit their version of acceptable. And that's not who I want to be. Not for her. Not for us. I made her a promise. No controlling. No rescuing unless she calls for it. No fixing unless she wants me to. I squeeze the phone harder until the leather case creaks in protest. It would be so easy to bulldoze it all. One call, one email, one carefully worded statement, and this whole thing could be buried by noon. But easy isn't what she deserves. Trust is. And trust means waiting. Even when it kills me. Against every shred of better judgment I have left, I stab Dean's name on my favorites list. He picks up on the second ring, voice oozing lazy amusement. Tell me you didn't screw it up already. I don't even bother with a greeting. I didn't screw anything up, I bite out. Yet? Yet? Dean repeats, like it's the funniest thing he's heard all week. I drag a hand down my face, glancing at the notification flood lighting up my phone screen again. I'm serious, man. Bootcamp's blowing up. Fan edits, threads, hashtags. The whole internet thinks we're secretly married or something. Dean whistles low under his breath. Damn, married already? You work fast. Okay, he says, laughter still clinging to his words. What's the problem, besides the obvious? The obvious is bad enough, I snap. My whole body's screaming to shut it down. PR team, statements, something. Dean snorts. There it is, classic Archer response. Nuking a mosquito with a missile. I grip the steering wheel tighter, frustration boiling under my skin. She didn't sign up for this. I have to... You have to nothing, Dean cuts in, voice suddenly sharper. You're a recovering control freak, bro. Act like it. The silence crackles between us. If she needs you, Dean says, gentler this time, she'll tell you. Until then, you wait. Waiting feels wrong. Passive. Weak. But deep down, deeper than the panic and the instinct to bulldoze, I know he's right. This isn't about pride. It's about trust. Real trust. The kind that costs something. The kind that matters. I hang up without saying goodbye, because if I hear Dean smirk even one more time, I might actually drive to his place and punch him. The rest of the drive feels like hauling a loaded semi up a mountain. Every mile a slow, grinding battle against my own instincts. No calls, no statements, no controlling. Just white-knuckled silence. Just the kind of brutal, patient restraint I'm not sure I'm built for. I roll into my parking garage and sit there for a full minute, hands clenching and unclenching around the steering wheel, heart jackhammering against my ribs. Everything inside me wants to move. Fix. Protect. But I made her a promise. No fixing unless she asks. And if I can't keep that promise now, when it's hard, when it matters, I don't deserve her at all. In my office, I drop my keys harder than necessary on the counter and toss my phone onto the desk face down, like the sheer act of defiance will keep me from checking it every 5 seconds. It doesn't. The urge gnaws at me, feral and sharp, but I force myself to sit down, force myself to work, force myself to stay still when every nerve in my body is screaming to act, because whatever comes next, whatever war we have to fight to keep this thing from splintering, it has to be on her terms. Not mine. Not this time. And if I'm lucky, if I'm strong enough to wait, Maybe she'll let me stand beside her. Not as a savior, not as a solution, just as a man who loves her enough to let her lead.
Chapter 23. Naya. I'm at the cafe 10 minutes early, sitting alone in a corner booth, double-fisting my coffee cup like it's some kind of talisman against stupid decisions. Across the room, the slow hum of conversation buzzes low and steady, a backdrop of clinking cups and shuffling plates. I breathe it all in, steady, calm, professional. Keep it professional, keep it private, keep it temporary. The words loop through my head like a mantra, a shield, a prayer. I tighten my hand on the cup, the cardboard sleeve doing nothing to protect my already sweaty palms from the heat burning through it. Good. Let it burn. Let it anchor me. Because the second Logan Archer walks through that door, my brain is going to try to betray me. And I cannot afford to let it. Not again. Not after everything. The little brass bell over the door jingles. And even before I look up, I know. I feel him. Electricity shifts in the room, like the air itself knows he's here. When I finally lift my eyes, my heart does something stupid and reckless in my chest. Jeans, dark sweater, hair a little tousled, like he ran his hands through it one too many times. And that easy wrecking ball smile, lazy and lethal, like he knows every thought racing through my head and plans to weaponize every single one of them. He crosses the room unhurriedly, moving like gravity itself bends to him. And when he slides into the booth across from me, sprawling out like he's got every right to the air between us, it takes everything I have not to visibly flinch. I lift my chin a little higher, straighten my spine, dig my nails into the underside of the table just to ground myself. You can want him, I remind myself, and still control this. But God, it's going to be a fight. The first 5 minutes are pure performance, small talk, polished to a high shine. How's work? How's Sir Duke? Did you see the latest sponsor drama? I smile when I'm supposed to. Nod, sip my coffee at all the right moments. Anyone watching would think we're two professionals catching up after a long project. Polite, detached, harmless. They'd have no idea the air between us feels thick enough to drown in. Every time he smiles, it presses against my skin like a bruise only I can feel. Dot. Every brush of his gaze feels like a test I'm barely passing. And Logan plays along, letting me have my distance. Outwardly casual, carefully polite. But underneath it, his eyes never stop moving, watching me, measuring me, cataloging every crack in my armor like he's planning exactly how and when to break through. And the worst part? A small, stupid, dangerous part of me wants him to. When the polite small talk dries up, I reach into my bag, pulling out the folded sheet of paper like it's a weapon, which, let's be honest, it is. I unfold it carefully, smoothing the creases against the table like I'm straightening a contract. Logan watches me with mild curiosity, his coffee cup poised halfway to his mouth, his thumb absently tracing lazy circles against the porcelain. I ignore the way that tiny, unconscious gesture ties knots in my stomach. I clear my throat, feeling the words lodge in my chest before I force them out. These are the ground rules, I say, crisp and clear. Clear, simple, non-negotiable. His mouth curves at the corners, not a full smile, just a glint of something dangerous. But he says nothing. So I press on. No public declarations of feelings, no interfering with each other's careers or reputations, no promises of forever. Keep personal and professional separate, at all costs. Each one lands harder than the last, not because he protests, but because he doesn't. He just sits there, calm, patient, nodding once after each rule like he's being briefed for a high-stakes mission he already knows he's going to sabotage. By the time I finish, my heart is hammering loud enough to drown out the soft clatter of coffee cups and low conversations around us. But outwardly, I'm calm, professional, untouchable. I fold the paper again with steady hands and slide it into my lap, daring him to argue, daring him to challenge me, daring him to be the first to crack. Instead of fighting, Logan leans back, casual as anything, and sips his coffee, slow, deliberate, maddening. When he sets the cup down, his smile is slow enough to be lethal. "Sounds reasonable," he says smoothly, voice low enough that it curls around my ribs and settles there. Rules are good. The words should soothe me. They don't, because it's not the words that matter. It's his eyes, warm, stubborn, unstoppable. He's agreeing, technically, but there's a glint there, a private challenge burning hotter than any protest could have. Logan Archer might nod, might smile, might play along like the perfect soldier, but he's already planning a siege, already plotting exactly how and when. He's going to storm every wall I just built between us. My heart thuds painfully against my ribs, because I recognize that look. It's the same one he wore the first time he walked into Bootcamp, pretending to follow the rules right up until the moment he decided to rewrite them. And if I'm not careful, he's going to do the same thing to my heart. We drift back into small talk, finishing our coffee, letting the conversation wander into safer, shallow waters. But something shifts, subtle, insidious. The way he smiles at me now, softer, slower, like he's seeing through every hard angle I'm trying to maintain. The way his knee brushes mine under the table, just once, just enough to short-circuit my brain like a live wire in water. The way his fingers, casual, innocent, graze mine when he passes the sugar packet I didn't even ask for. Small touches, small fractures, tiny, almost accidental dares he never speaks aloud, but that my body reads loud and clear. I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. You can fight it, but you're already losing. I grip my teeth and tell myself it's nothing, imagining it, reading into things that aren't there, just proximity, just leftover static from the war we survived last week. I tell myself I can control this. I tell myself I'm winning. But somewhere deep in my chest, deeper than pride, deeper than fear, the cracks are already spidering outward. Invisible, inevitable. By the time we settle the bill and gather our things, I've convinced myself I've won. The rules are in place, the lines are drawn, the boundaries are fortified. We are fine. I extend my hand, firm, professional, and Logan clasps it like a gentleman, except his thumb drags lightly across my palm as he pulls away. A soft, slow caress disguised as nothing at all. A secret, a promise, a goddamn guarantee. I ignore the shiver that crawls up my spine. I lift my chin a little higher, straighten my spine a little harder. As I walk away, heels clicking sharp and sure against the tile, I tell myself I'm safe. I tell myself I'm untouchable. I tell myself nothing's changed, and every single lie tastes sweeter than the truth I'm too scared to admit. The real war hasn't even started yet.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 24. Logan. Walking into the studio feels like stepping into a minefield blindfolded. The space buzzes with quiet energy. Crew members checking light rigs, adjusting cameras, setting cue cards along the edge of the stage. The low murmur of voices floats through the air, harmless enough if you don't know better. I square my shoulders, fix my face, tell myself it's just another day, just another job, nothing I haven't handled before, another lie to stack on top of the ones already rotting inside my chest. And then I see her, Naya, already in place by the backdrop, polished, perfect, devastating, like some untouchable queen carved out of ambition and starlight. Hair twisted up neatly, makeup immaculate, outfit sharp enough to draw blood. She doesn't look at me, not even a flicker. Just cool professionalism radiating off her in waves strong enough to drown in. My chest tightens painfully. I move toward the marks taped out on the floor, slow, measured steps, pretending not to feel the way the oxygen seems thinner over here. Pretending not to notice how my hands itch with the need to reach for her, steady her, wreck both of us completely. Just another job. I can get through this. I tell myself that again. And again and again, lying through my teeth. Places! The director calls, clapping his hands like we're kids lining up for a school photo. I step onto my mark. Naya steps onto hers, precisely 3 inches outside my reach. The cameras whirl to life. The bright stage lights flip on, too hot, too sharp. The director grins behind the monitors. Natural chemistry, guys. Relax, have fun. Natural chemistry. Right. Piece of cake. I force a smile. Naya angles herself slightly toward me, professional, detached, like we're two strangers pretending to remember how to laugh. And for half a second it works. Until I look at her. Really look. Her mouth is tight, but her eyes, God. Her eyes are brittle. Bright, blazing. Our gazes lock just for a second. Maybe less. Maybe forever. Her lips part just slightly, like she's about to say something or maybe just breathe. And the whole world tilts sideways. Something invisible and violent snaps between us. She jerks her gaze away first, sharp and fast, like touching me, even with her eyes might burn her alive. And maybe it would. The crack splits wide open across the glossy surface of professionalism, where both pretending still exists. I feel it. She feels it. Hell, the cameras probably feel it. And suddenly, pretending feels less like survival and more like torture. The first few takes are a disaster disguised as professionalism. We laugh too sharp. We answer questions and banter on cue, our words polished like a bad script neither one of us believes anymore. Every second feels choreographed and hollow. Every glance feels like a dare we're both too cowardly to take. The space between us, carefully measured, politely maintained, feels like a canyon and a live wire all at once. When our arms accidentally brush during a scene transition, it's not casual, not harmless. It's a goddamn car crash in slow motion. Her skin barely grazes mine, a flash of warmth, a flicker of connection, and every fiber of my being seizes like I just took a hit straight to the chest. She flinches almost imperceptibly. Almost, but I see it. I feel it. The air between us hums louder than the camera whirring in the background, thicker than the stage lights baking down on our skin. The director calls for another take. We reset, we smile, we lie through our teeth, and every second feels more dangerous than the last. Halfway through the shoot, the director frowns behind the monitor and waves his hand, frustrated. Closer, he calls. More natural, more engaged. Act like you actually like each other. I almost laugh. Almost. Instead, I step forward instinctively. Habit, need, something deeper, and close the gap between us. 3 inches. too. The air between us goes radioactive. I can smell her perfume, fresh and sharp and so goddamn familiar. It makes my vision blur for a second. Clean skin, soft flowers, a hint of whatever hell she put me through last night in my dreams. Naya stiffens the second I'm close enough to touch without trying. Close enough that if I lean in even a little, I could brush her cheek with my mouth. Close enough that if I exhaled too hard, I'd shatter the thin barrier of sanity still holding us apart. She doesn't move away. Not much. Not enough. Her chin tips up, a defensive tilt, but her eyes flicker, wide and wrecked, for just a breath before she schools them into ice again. And all I can think, all I can feel rattling around my skull like a loaded gun, is how bad I want to break every promise I made. How desperately I want to see if she'd catch me the way I caught her that night. How badly I want to stop pretending. But I don't. Not yet. Not here. I drag in a breath that tastes like her skin and steel myself for another take. One more. One more. I can survive this. We reset for the next shot, something easy, something playful. A fake trust exercise scene. Laugh. Tease. Banter like it's second nature. The director calls action, and for a second it almost feels normal. Almost. Naya tosses a teasing line my way. Sharp, clever, just the right amount of challenge. And I fire back without thinking, the words slipping easy off my tongue. We move unscripted but natural, bodies angling closer for the punchline. Too close. Way too close. One wrong shift. One half step too eager. And my fingers brush the back of her hand. Barely there. A ghost of contact. But it might as well be an earthquake. Her breath catches. A soft, broken sound so fast and sharp that no one else would catch it. No one except me. I hear it like a gunshot in a silent church. I feel it like a blow to the chest. For one reckless, impossible heartbeat, I almost say, screw it. I almost grab her. Almost crush our hands together and yank her against me and forget the cameras, the rules, the reasons, everything. Almost. But almost is the only thing keeping us from burning to the ground. And right now, the whole goddamn studio smells like smoke. The second the director yells cut, Naya bolts. She mutters something about wardrobe, too fast, too brittle, and disappears through the side door like the set's about to collapse under her feet. Maybe it is. I stay rooted to the spot, hands shoved deep into my pockets. Every muscle wound so tight it feels like I might snap in half. The ghost of her touch still clings to my skin, delicate, searing, unbearable. The words I didn't say burn in my throat. Words like stay. Words like please. Words like I'm yours if you just say the word. I grind my teeth so hard my jaw aches, staring at the door she disappeared through, fighting every instinct in my body. Because chasing her right now, grabbing her, kissing her, telling her to hell with the rules, it would be so easy, it would be everything. And it would destroy her trust in me before I ever had a chance to earn it back. I squeeze my fists tighter in my pockets and stay put. Because loving her, really loving her, means sometimes letting her run. Even if it guts me to let her go.
Chapter 25. Naya. The click-clack of my fingers against the keyboard is the only sound left in the building. Emails, spreadsheets, marketing briefs, busy work. The kind of meaningless tasks I can drown myself in when my brain feels too full and too loud and too dangerous to leave unsupervised. The fluorescent lights hum overhead, sterile and unforgiving. The walls around me, perfectly curated, perfectly impressive, feel closer tonight. Framed magazine covers, diplomas, awards, photos of me shaking hands with city officials and corporate CEOs. Every inch of my office screams professionalism and control. Every glossy surface reflects back the woman I fought like hell to become. And yet, the air feels wrong, too quiet, too still. The kind of stillness you only get right before a storm hits, when the whole world holds its breath and waits for the first crack of thunder. I tighten my grip on the mouse. Scroll through another analytics report I don't actually absorb. Trying, desperately, to pretend the tension vibrating under my skin isn't real. Trying to pretend it's just another night. Another late hour. Another mountain climbed alone. Until the knock comes. Soft. Careful. And everything inside me freezes. I glance up automatically, heart already sinking before I even process the sound. Harper pushes the door open an inch, poking her head through like she's checking to see if it's safe. She's not smiling, not smirking, not tossing out a sarcastic greeting like she usually would. Instead, she's wary, posture tense, mouth set tight, holding her phone in one hand like it's something sharp she's about to drop on my desk. My stomach knots instantly. The kind of knot you don't untangle. The kind you have to figure out how to breathe through. "Hey," she says quietly, stepping inside and closing the door behind her. That one word, soft, cautious, is enough to confirm what I already know. This isn't a check-in. This isn't casual. This is a bomb, and it's about to go off. Harper crosses the room slowly, sinking onto the edge of my desk like a bomb defusal tech. Calm, careful, dangerous. She doesn't meet my eyes at first, just flips her phone over once in her hand, like she's trying to find a way to soften what's coming. There's no soft version. "I had a conversation after the gala," she says finally, voice low and even. No build-up, no sugarcoating, just the blade sliding in clean. A sponsor, big one, pulled me aside. I sit straighter without meaning to. "And?" I ask, careful, clipped, pretending my hands aren't already curling into fists in my lap. Harper taps her phone against her thigh once, sharply. They've seen the rumors, the TikToks, the will they, won't they edits, the blog speculation. Each word hits like a hammer against the walls I spent years building. They said, and I'm quoting, they no longer feel confident associating with a brand that blurs personal and professional boundaries. There it is. The translation slides through my skull before Harper even finishes. Clean it up, or lose everything. I laugh, short, sharp, ugly. One sponsor, one threat. That's all it is. I can weather this. I've weathered worse. Haven't I? The laugh dies halfway out of my mouth, shriveling into a rasp of air as the panic claws up my throat faster than I can choke it back. Because it's never just one sponsor in this world. One domino falls, and the whole structure I bled to build, the credibility, the image, the future, crumbles in its wake. And the worst part, the part that lodges like shrapnel under my ribs, they're not wrong. I did blur the line. I let him in. I lowered the drawbridge for Logan Archer when every survival instinct I ever honed told me not to. And now the cracks in my armor, the fractures in my foundation, are visible for the whole damn world to see. And once they see it, once they smell blood in the water, there's no patching it back together, not without bleeding out first. Harper doesn't push, doesn't pace, doesn't rant, doesn't give me the easy out of someone else's anger to hide behind. She just sets her phone down on the desk with a soft click, like she's laying a gun between us and letting me decide whether to pick it up. "I'll back whatever decision you make," she says, voice low and even. "You built this. You lead it. You get to decide who you trust to walk beside you." Her words are clean, professional, respectful. But underneath, I hear everything she isn't saying. You can fight for him, or you can protect the empire you bled to build. But you probably can't do both. Not without war, not without casualties. And maybe, probably, not without losing pieces of yourself along the way. I nod once, too tightly, my throat too thick to speak. Harper doesn't push further, doesn't try to soothe or scold. She just gives me a look, steady, heavy, knowing, and slips out the door without another word, leaving me alone. Utterly, brutally alone. I sit there, frozen, staring at the door long after it swings closed, the cheap click of the latch sealing me in with the ghost I thought I'd outgrown. The years collapse inward, the deals I brokered, the rooms I walked into, knowing I was already marked, already measured, already doubted. The walls I built, brick by bloody brick, just to be allowed a seat at the table. All of it presses down now, crushing, smothering, reminding me that freedom was always an illusion, that softness was always a luxury I couldn't afford. Trusting Logan, letting him in, it felt like flying for one blinding second. But fear is heavier. Fear knows my name. Fear wraps cold hands around my spine and hisses in my ear. If you don't cut him out, if you don't fix this, you'll lose everything. Your credibility, your business, your future. Him or survival. There's no both. There's never been both. Not for women like me, not in this world. The clock on my office wall ticks past midnight with a hollow mechanical sound. Each second like a nail hammering into the decision already carving itself into my bones. Not clean, not easy, not fair, but necessary. I push back from my desk, slow, deliberate, and rise to my feet. The room feels colder now, sharper, like it's been stripped of anything soft or forgiving. Piece by piece, I straighten the frames on the wall. Awards, degrees, photos of handshakes and headlines. Proof, armor. I smooth the edges of a certificate that slipped a 1/4 inch off center. Realign a plaque that's hung slightly crooked for weeks. It's a ritual, a reminder, a silent, brutal prayer. You are not reckless. You are not soft. You are not allowed to fall. I square my shoulders, spine stiffening until it feels like steel poured down my back. Whatever I thought was happening with Logan Archer, whatever fragile, shimmering thing we almost created between the cracks of our broken places, it was a lie. A dangerous, beautiful lie. And I cannot afford beautiful lies. Not anymore. If Logan thought we were building something, if he thought this could be more than a fleeting moment stolen from the wreckage, he was wrong. Because Nia Monroe doesn't survive by falling. She survives by walking away first, and she always, always survives.
Chapter 26. Logan. Harper catches me just outside the Bootcamp conference room, juggling a phone, a clipboard, and a latte that's leaving a slow trail of foam down her wrist. She's multitasking like it's an Olympic sport, tossing updates at me over her shoulder as she stalks toward her next crisis. FYI, might lose Ballantine as a sponsor, she says, breezy as hell. Rumor mill's on fire after the gala. Corporate's spooked. It takes a second for the words to land. When they do, it feels like someone kicks my ribs in. Wait. What? I grab her elbow, forcing her to actually look at me. Harper sighs, shifting her phone to the other ear. It's not a big deal yet. Ballantine's being dramatic. Public image crap. They think Nia's blurring boundaries with a certain someone. Her gaze flicks pointedly at me. My stomach turns inside out. They're threatening to pull funding? My voice comes out lower than I mean it to. Rough. Dangerous. Harper shrugs one shoulder. They're threatening to consider it. Look, it's one sponsor. Nia's handling it. She pats my chest absently like I'm a skittish horse she doesn't have time to soothe and barrels off toward the production team. I stand there for a second, frozen. The laughter from a nearby break room sounds too loud. The sunlight pouring through the windows feels fake, fluorescent. My skin itches like I'm wearing someone else's clothes. It's not gossip. It's not noise. It's blood in the goddamn water. And we're already bleeding. The second I get my feet moving again, my brain snaps into overdrive. Fix it. Protect her. Shield her. I don't even have to think about it. I can pull together the cash to cover Ballantyne's sponsorship gap in less than 24 hours. I have the companies, the contacts, the power. It wouldn't even have to be tied to me publicly. Hell, I could route it through 2 shell corporations and a consulting firm by dinner time. No mess, no scandal, no risk to Bootcamp's brand. Just a clean, quiet solution. No one needs to know. Not the board, not the sponsors, not even Naya. All she would know is that her company, her dream, stays safe, untouched, whole. I could fix this before she ever feels the ground shifting under her feet. And maybe, just maybe, if I fix this, if I take one thing off her plate, if I show her she's not alone in this anymore, maybe she'll start believing it's safe to stay, safe to need me, safe to trust. I thumb open my phone, pulling up my contact list, already mentally drafting the calls I need to make. It's just a problem. And problems? I solve them, especially when the stakes are this high, especially when the person at the center of it is her. I catch up to her just as she's gathering materials for another bootcamp module, clipboard tucked under one arm, Sharpie clenched between her teeth, juggling her laptop bag one-handed while barking instructions at an intern. She's brilliant, blazing, carving the world into shape around her without even trying, which is exactly why I need to fix this before it touches her, before it scars her, before she has to carry another goddamn battle alone. I step into her path just as she pivots toward the stairwell, blocking her without touching her. "Naya," I say, voice low, urgent. She stops, barely shifting her weight like she's already preparing to dodge whatever I'm about to say. I hold up my hands, no threat, with no pressure, just an offering. "I can cover it," I say simply. No preamble, no speech, just the solution, clean and sharp between us. I'll funnel the funds through one of my holding companies, quiet, invisible. No one even has to know it's me. She stares at me, blinking once. I rush on, reckless now that the words are out, now that the door's open. The sponsors stay happy, Bootcamp stays solid. You don't have to sacrifice anything. It's a gift, a shield, a lifeline. I can see the pieces falling into place, clean, painless, easy. I can save her. I can save this. And the second I finish speaking, the second I see her face harden, I realize exactly how catastrophically wrong I just got it. She goes still first. Too still. Like the air between us has dropped to sub-zero. The clipboard slips from her hand and hits the floor with a flat, accusing thud. She doesn't pick it up, doesn't even look at it. Instead, she steps closer, close enough that I can see the fine tremor in her hands, the fury blazing high and sharp in her eyes. "You think I need saving?" she says, voice like broken glass. I open my mouth to deny it, to explain, but the next words cut me off before I get the chance. "You think I can't fight my own battles?" The hits land clean, precise, each one sharper than the last. "You think I worked my whole damn life, clawed and bled, and built everything from nothing, just to have some man ride in and rescue me like I'm a charity case?" Her voice cracks on that last word, and it guts me, because she's not just angry, she's hurt, because in trying to save her, I made her feel small, helpless, powerless, everything I promised myself I would never do to her. The shame hits harder than any blow she could throw. And the worst part, I don't even know how to fix it, because in her eyes I already broke everything that mattered. For the first time in years, maybe longer, I have no comeback. No plan, no spin, no move left to make. Just silence, bitter and suffocating, stretching between us like a battlefield strewn with the wreckage of everything I thought we were building. I watch her standing there, shoulders squared, eyes blazing, and realize with slow, sick clarity. I didn't build a bridge to her. I built a goddamn bomb. And the worst part? I lit the fuse myself. She steps closer, not to touch me, not to soften the blow, but to finish it. Her voice is low, precise, final. I'm not something you can buy, Logan. The words slice deeper than any shout or slap could. Because she's right. Because in trying to protect her, I made her feel like a possession, a project, a problem to be solved. And there's no coming back from that. She turns on her heel, straight-backed, chin high, and walks away without looking back. Bleeding pride, bleeding fury, bleeding heartbreak, and I just stand there, fists clenched uselessly at my sides, tasting the ashes of something that was never supposed to burn this fast. Never supposed to burn at all. I don't know how long I stand there after she's gone. Long enough for the hallway to empty. Long enough for the fluorescent lights to buzz louder than my own breathing. Long enough for regret to settle in my chest like a stone I'll never be able to move. I run the conversation over and over in my head, desperate to find the crack where I went wrong. What I said, what I meant. What she heard. The gap between us feels wider now than it ever has, and worse, I know it's not a gap she built, or it's mine. I built it. Brick by brick, word by word. Good intentions turned into sharpened edges she bled against. If I want to fix this, if I want her, it won't be with money, or shields, or solutions she didn't ask for. It'll be by standing beside her, by fighting with her. Not for her, not in front of her, beside her. Even if it means breaking every instinct I have about what love is supposed to look like. Even if it means learning a whole new way to love her. Or losing her for good.
Chapter 27. Naya. The apartment glows with the cold, relentless light of 3 open screens and a desk lamp that's starting to flicker under the strain. I don't notice the hours passing. I don't notice anything except the sharp clack of my keyboard, the endless chime of new emails, the suffocating tightness crawling higher up my spine. Crisis mode. Autopilot. Save Bootcamp. Save yourself. I hammer out sponsorship pitches like a machine, polishing every word until it gleams with forced optimism. Damage control memos, crisis PR templates, emergency budget adjustments. The typing fills the silence in the apartment like a dam trying to hold back a flood. If I move fast enough, think hard enough, do enough, maybe the hurt won't catch up. Maybe I can outrun the sound of my own heartbreaking. Maybe. I shift in my chair, wincing when my lower back spasms from too many hours hunched over my laptop. I don't stop, because stopping means feeling. And feeling? Feeling is not an option right now. By midnight, I've got a dozen spreadsheets open and a growing list of second-tier sponsors queued up on my call sheet. No room for panic, no room for fear, just strategy, just survival. I schedule back-to-back calls for tomorrow morning. Insurance companies, wellness brands, anyone remotely aligned with the Bootcamp's image who might be willing to throw us a lifeline before the sharks smell blood. I draft new pitch decks. Brighter, cleaner, safer. No mention of Boundary Bootcamp's viral fame. No flirtations with scandal. Just numbers. Outcomes. ROI charts and buzzword bingo cards. I smooth the narrative until it shines like glass. No cracks, no fault lines. No space for anyone to slip a knife between the ribs of what I've built. Bootcamp will survive. It has to. Because if I lose this, if I lose everything I bled for, what the hell am I even fighting for anymore? I close another sponsorship email with a smiley face and a warm sign-off. Professional, polished, untouchable. And if my hands are trembling slightly when I set the laptop aside, no one ever has to know. The emails slow after midnight. The texts slow too. Except for the occasional marketing blast or spam call, my phone stays stubbornly, accusingly silent. Every time it buzzes, every time the screen lights up, my heart stutters. Traitorous and stupid, reaching for a name I'm pretending I don't miss. It's never him. It's always a calendar reminder, or an automated alert, or a promotional discount from a place I don't even remember visiting. Every time it scrapes another layer off the inside of my chest. I tell myself it's better this way. Clean, professional, safe, but the lie tastes worse every time I swallow it. It curdles in my stomach, sours in my veins, because the truth, the ugly, treacherous truth, is that I don't want safe anymore. I just want him, and wanting him feels like the most dangerous thing I've ever done. By the time the clock blinks 1:37 a.m., the adrenaline finally burns out. It doesn't sputter. It doesn't fade. It drops hard and fast, like someone cut the last frayed wire holding me upright. I sink to the floor without thinking, cross-legged in the middle of my living room, surrounded by abandoned notes, open laptops, half-drunk coffee mugs. The glow of the screens makes everything look washed out and artificial, like a bad dream I can't wake up from. The silence presses in from all sides, heavy and absolute. The walls feel too big, the ceilings too high, the corners too dark. The apartment that used to feel like a fortress feels like a mausoleum now. Too big, too empty, too cold. I wrap my arms around my knees, resting my forehead against them. Breathe in, breathe out. Pretend it's enough. Pretend I'm not unraveling thread by thread, knot by knot, under the crushing weight of a loneliness I invited in and now can't seem to survive. My fingers find the coffee mug without thinking. The one abandoned by the corner of the couch hours ago, stone cold now. I pick it up absently, meaning to move it, meaning to do something, anything, and freeze. It's the stupid mug Logan bought me during that random Bootcamp filming break when the rain canceled half the outdoor shots. Ceramic white, chunky, solid. The words stamped across the front in bold, bossy gold letters. Boss energy. I should throw it. I should smash it against the nearest wall. Watch it shatter like every illusion I ever let myself believe in. Instead, I cradle it. Press it against my chest. Close my eyes. Hold it like it's the last solid thing left in a world that keeps tilting out from under me. The ceramic is cool against my skin. Hard. Unforgiving. Just like the truth I've been running from. I sit there, clinging to a stupid coffee mug, and wonder when exactly I became the kind of woman who breaks down over a $5 souvenir and a memory she can't scrub out of her bloodstream. I expected him to be angry. I expected him to push back, argue, plead, fight for us with that same reckless, stubborn force that used to drive me crazy. Instead, I got nothing. Just silence. A silence so loud it hums under my skin, rattles against my bones, drowns out every lie I keep trying to tell myself about being fine. About not needing him, about not loving him. And somehow, impossibly, the silence hurts worse than any fight ever could. Because the silence means he's respecting my boundaries, respecting the walls I threw up between us like a scared, stubborn idiot, respecting the distance I demanded. And it feels like standing at the top of a skyscraper screaming for help, only to realize you're the one who locked every door on the way up. I lie flat on my bed, arms crossed tight over my chest like I can hold all the broken pieces inside if I just squeeze hard enough. The ceiling stares back at me, blank, cold, unyielding. I count cracks in the paint. I track the slow, methodical sweep of the ceiling fan. I replay the day's meetings, the emails, the perfectly crafted sponsorship pitches. Anything to keep my mind busy. It doesn't work. Because when the world finally goes quiet, when there's no one left to convince, no fires left to put out, no distractions left to hide behind, the truth crawls out from under all my carefully laid defenses. I miss him, not the idea of him, not the comfort of him, his stubbornness, his stupid, perfect smile, the way he gazed at me like I was a universe he wanted to memorize, not a puzzle he needed to solve. I miss the way he listened, the way he stayed, the way he let me rage and fracture and bleed without once trying to dim the fire in me. I miss him so much it physically hurts. I curl onto my side, squeezing my eyes against the sting building there. Needing him feels like weakness, like failure, like losing the war I fought my whole life to win. The war to stay self-sufficient, untouchable, unbreakable. But the sick, terrifying truth is, maybe loving him isn't weakness at all. Maybe the real weakness is pretending I don't. Maybe the only thing I'm breaking by keeping him out is myself.
Chapter 28. Logan. I wake up before my alarm, heart hammering, blood already running hot like I'm late for a fight I don't remember starting. First instinct, call her, text her, show up at her door with a whiteboard and a goddamn PowerPoint presentation titled, Reasons You Should Forgive Me. Immediately, complete with bullet points and a dramatic closing statement. My brain spits out half a dozen desperate ideas faster than I can shut them down. Send flowers. Show up at Bootcamp with coffee and a groveling playlist. Rent a freaking plane and write, I'm sorry across the damn skyline. It takes everything in me to slam the brakes. Hard, because this isn't about me anymore. This isn't about making myself feel better. This is about her timeline, her choice, her power, the things she spent her whole life fighting for. And if I bulldoze that again, even with the best intentions, I don't deserve her. Period. I sit up, scrub my hands over my face, and breathe through the raw, clawing need to do something. Anything. Even if it kills me. I try to distract myself like a freaking junkie sweating out a bad hit. Workout? Doesn't help. I slam through sets of push-ups, squats, pull-ups until my muscles are jelly and my lungs are burning. Still doesn't quiet the noise. Emails? Yeah, sure. I answer 3 work memos I would have normally ignored until next month. Approve a marketing deck for a side project I barely remember investing in. Reorganize my inbox folders like that's going to rearrange my brain. Still no peace. By 10 a.m., I've resorted to reorganizing the spice rack in my kitchen, which hasn't been touched since I moved in. Fun fact, I apparently own 5 containers of paprika and no actual salt. Another buzz rattles the edge of the counter. My heart launches into my throat as I snatch up my phone. But it's just Dean. Again. A meme about emotionally constipated billionaires. Helpful. Real helpful. I toss the phone face down and lean back against the kitchen counter, staring up at the ceiling like it holds some kind of answer. The silence gnaws holes into me, slow, patient, brutal. And the worst part is, I deserve it. Every agonizing second of it. Because real love, the kind that doesn't implode the second it's tested, means staying. Even when it's killing you not to act. Even when your hands itch to fix the unfixable. Even when the only thing you can offer is your absence and your hope. I grip the counter so hard my knuckles pop, squeeze my eyes shut, and force myself to stay still. Because this time I have to trust that choosing her means letting her choose me back. On her own terms. By noon, I crack. Full-on emotional implosion. I grab my phone and fire off a text to the only 2 idiots guaranteed to make things worse before they make them better. Drinks. Now. Before I do something stupid. Dean replies immediately with a skull emoji. Charlie sends a gif of a dumpster fire rolling down a flooded street, spinning in circles. Supportive friends, the both of them. Another buzz, Dean again. Kavanaugh's, 20 minutes, don't wear anything expensive, you're gonna cry. I snort despite myself. Perfect. Just what I need. Emotional blackmail and stale beer. I grab my keys and head out before I can overthink it. Because if I sit in this apartment one more second, I'm going to put my head through the wall. Kavanaugh's looks exactly the way a place called Kavanaugh's should look. Dark. Sticky. Smelling like fried regret and second chances no one deserved. Dean's already at the corner booth, stretched out like he owns the place, nursing something that smells like battery acid. Charlie rolls in 2 minutes later, slapping me on the back hard enough to rattle my spine, and drops into the seat directly across from us. Dean orders whiskey. Neat. Charlie orders a beer so dark it looks radioactive. I just sit there, order whatever the hell the bartender shoves in front of me, sip at it without tasting it. Feel like a half-deflated punching bag slumped in the corner of some back alley gym nobody's bothered to clean in years. They don't push at first. They let me sit in it. Let me stew. Let me drown a little. It's almost worse than if they'd started in on me right away. Dean just flicks his lighter open and shut, drumming out the seconds I'm wasting pretending I'm fine. Charlie picks at the label on his beer bottle like he's peeling away my dignity one shred at a time. I lean back, scrub a hand over my face, and finally say it. She's gone. My voice sounds wrecked even to my own ears. Dean just grunts. Charlie nods once like they already knew, like they were just waiting for me to catch up to my own misery. Dean watches me for a beat too long. That squinty, calculating look that means I'm about to hate whatever he says next. He's not wrong. So, he drawls, kicking back another shot. You gonna keep playing wounded golden retriever, or are you gonna man up? Charlie, ever the moral support squad, lifts his beer in salute. You can't fix her, bro. You can only show up when she's ready. I grunt, because I know they're right. And because hearing it out loud tastes like rust and regret. I take another long drag off my drink, staring into the dregs like maybe the secret to surviving this is hidden somewhere at the bottom. It's not. The bar hums around us, low music, muffled laughter, the occasional clink of glass, but it all feels miles away. Right now, it's just me, my broken heart, and two jerks who love me enough to tell me the truth instead of letting me drown in my own stubborn nonsense. Somewhere between the second drink and the third, somewhere between Dean's bad jokes and Charlie's awful dating advice, it finally clicks. Real love isn't rescue. It's not swooping in with grand gestures and perfectly timed solutions. It's standing beside someone while they rescue themselves if they want you there. And if they don't, you care about them enough to let them go. You love them enough to hurt. You respect them enough to stay silent, to stay patient, to stay present without forcing your way in. It's messy, it's terrifying, it's real. I sit back in the booth, hands loose around my glass, and breathe in the cracked, bitter taste of it. I can't save her. I can't fix this. All I can do, the only thing that matters, is be the man who deserves the chance if she decides to reach for me. And if she doesn't, I'll love her anyway. I'll love her always. Quietly, fiercely, from whatever distance she needs. I drive home hours later, window cracked, city lights bleeding past in broken streaks of gold and red. No clearer roadmap, no grand master plan, no clever strategy to win her back. Just this quiet, aching thing sitting heavy in my chest where all the panic used to live. I'm staying still. I'm holding the line. I'm loving her the only way that matters now, without expectation, without conditions, without needing to be the hero she never asked for. If she reaches for me, if she decides I'm worth the risk, I'll be here. Not to catch her, not to save her, not to build a life for her, just to build it with her. Side by side, step by terrifying, beautiful step. I squeeze the steering wheel, once a silent vow pressed into the leather, and take the long way home. Because some things aren't meant to be rushed. Some things are only real if you're willing to wait for them. And her, she's worth every second.
Chapter 29. Naya. By the time the elevator spits me out onto the bootcamp floor, it's already dark outside. I blink against the fluorescent lights, the scent of burnt coffee and old printer ink filling my nose. Another meeting. Another apology I didn't mean. Another promise I don't know if I can keep. I survived it, barely. 8 hours of back-to-back crisis control, 3 backhanded concerns from sponsors who smiled in my face and stabbed me the second I turned away. 2 new press releases drafted, polished until I couldn't recognize my own voice in them anymore. 1 endless luncheon where every handshake felt like a leash being slipped around my throat. The smiles hurt now. The words taste like ash in my mouth. Even my clothes, the sleek black dress, the sharp-heeled pumps, feel too tight, too heavy, like armor that forgot how to protect me. I toss my bag onto my desk. The leather thuds against the surface, spilling half my folders across the polished wood. I stare at them for a second, messy, disorganized, wrong, and for one breathless moment, I want to flip the whole desk over, just break something, anything. Instead, I press my palms flat against the desk's cool surface. Anchor myself. Breathe. Survive. Like always. Because falling apart isn't allowed. Not for women like me. Not after how hard I fought to stand. The office hums low around me, half lit, half abandoned. The faint flicker of a dying fluorescent bulb. The muted drone of traffic bleeding in from 30 stories below. The heater ticking unevenly behind the walls, like a mechanical heartbeat no one else can hear. Everyone's gone home. The city outside the glass walls keeps living, laughing, shouting, existing. But in here, it's just me, just the silence, just the wreckage I've been trying to outrun all day long. I slide into my chair, the leather creaking under me, and let my forehead drop onto the edge of the desk with a dull thunk. For one long, terrifying minute, I just sit there, not moving, not thinking, not fighting. The loneliness creeps in through the cracks I spent the whole day pretending didn't exist. It wraps cold fingers around my throat, my ribs, my pulse. Tightens until breathing feels optional. I let it wash over me. This sharp, brutal truth I've been dodging since the first ugly headline dropped. I'm tired, bone deep, soul weary, tired of fighting to prove I deserve a seat at a table built to keep me out. Tired of being a brand before I'm allowed to be a person. Tired of carrying everything. The company, the expectations, the fear, on my back without ever letting it show. And most of all, tired of pretending the one person who made me feel like I didn't have to do it alone isn't sitting in the center of every breath I take. God help me, I miss him. I miss him like it's like a wound stitched into my ribs, and no amount of meetings or damage control is enough to sew it shut. I sit there, slumped, drained, barely breathing, until something catches my eye. A flash of white tucked just under the edge of my keyboard. An envelope. Simple, unbranded, no Bootcamp logo, no PR flourish, just my name, Naya. Handwritten in ink that's slightly faded, slanted a little too far to the right, like whoever wrote it didn't trust their hand to stay steady. My stomach flips. Hard. Because I recognize that handwriting immediately. Logan. The name pulses in the back of my mind. My bloodstream. The hollow place under my ribs where missing him lives now. I hesitate. Fingers hovering just above the envelope, like it might bite me. Maybe it already has. Maybe it will. But I pick it up anyway. Because I'm weak. Because I'm tired. Because I want even the smallest piece of him, no matter what that looks like. The paper crackles softly as I tear it open. Inside, no thick letter, no apology manifesto, no elaborate excuses. Just one small slip of white paper, one line of text, 10 words, slanted, smudged, devastating. I don't want to save you. I want to stand next to you. That's it. No signature, no plea, no promises he might not be able to keep. Just that. I read it once. Twice. 3 times. The words blurring, reshaping, searing themselves into my skin like a brand. I press the note flat against my desk, fingers splaying wide like I could hold it down, keep it from cracking open something inside me I'm not ready to face, but it's too late. The armor fractures, the walls collapse, because for the first time, the very first time, someone didn't ask me to shrink, didn't ask me to change, didn't ask me to let them carry me just to make themselves feel strong. He doesn't want to save me. He wants to stand next to me, shoulder to shoulder, equal, untamed, unbreakable. I close my eyes, throat thick, chest aching with something too big to name, because that's all I ever wanted. That's all I was ever fighting for. Someone who could love the sharp edges, not sand them down. Someone who could survive the fire without trying to put it out. Someone who would stay. And somehow, impossibly, Logan Archer had understood that better than anyone ever had. I smoothed the note flat against the desk with both hands, like I'm afraid it'll crumble if I don't hold it steady. It's so small, just cheap paper and messy ink. No grand declarations, no sweeping cinematic speeches. Just truth, quiet and unbearable and absolutely everything. The chaos inside me, the panic, the fear, the fury, hushes at last. He doesn't want to own me. He doesn't want to rescue me. He just sees me, all of me, the broken pieces, the sharp edges, the girl who's fought every inch of the way to be more than a damn statistic. I don't feel like there is a problem to solve. I feel like a person worth standing beside. My hands are shaking when I reach for my phone. No plan, no checklist. No perfectly crafted statement, vetted by Harper and PR teams. Just me, bare, terrified, hopeful. I stare at the screen for one breathless second, thumb hovering over the keyboard, heart hammering against my ribs like it wants out. And then, before I can talk myself out of it, before the old fear can drag me back under, I type 2 words, simple, reckless, true. Can we talk? I hit send. I close my eyes. I wait, not breathing, not moving. Because this moment right here, is what real bravery feels like. Not the battles fought in boardrooms, not the headlines conquered. This, reaching out when you're not sure if you'll be caught. Opening your hands, even when you're still bleeding. The phone buzzes barely 30 seconds later. I fumble it with clumsy fingers, pulse thrumming in my ears. 1 line, 2 words. Anywhere, anytime. My breath shudders out of me in a broken exhale. Hope, soft and terrifying and blinding, slides under my skin like sunlight cracking through storm clouds. It terrifies me. It electrifies me. And for the first time, the fear isn't louder than the love. Not anymore. Not by a long shot.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
tylerwalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 30. Logan. The rooftop door creaks like it's protesting my very existence. Figures. The metal bites into my palm as I push it open. the cold air slicing sharp across my skin, clearing the cobwebs out of my head, whether I want it to or not. I take the stairs slow, one concrete step at a time, heart thudding so loud it feels like it could crack my ribs from the inside. Every part of me feels wired wrong, buzzing and brittle and barely holding together, like I'm walking into a fight I'm not sure how to win. Or maybe into salvation if I'm stupid enough to believe in that kind of thing anymore. The rooftop spills out around me, endless dark, endless stars, the city below humming low and restless. And then there's her. Standing by the edge, arms folded tight across her chest, like she's daring the skyline to knock her down. Nia Monroe, battle-born, beautiful, fierce, terrified. And here I am, the stupid, stubborn bastard still hoping I get to stand beside her when she decides the war's worth fighting. I swallow against the knot in my throat. My hands flex uselessly at my sides. I don't move closer yet. I just breathe her in from a distance, trying to be grateful that she's even here at all. For a long moment, neither of us says a word. The cold settles heavy between us, full of every ugly, beautiful, impossible thing we haven't said. Her breath fogs the air in quick, sharp bursts. Mine's no better. Ragged, uneven, wrecked. It feels like we're standing on opposite cliffs, staring across a canyon we built brick by brick. But I'm done pretending I can't jump. I shift forward, not rushing, not demanding just one careful step, like she's the center of gravity and I'm too tired to fight the pull anymore. My voice scrapes out rough, low, broken open. I don't want to fight you anymore. Another breath, another heartbeat. The space between us shrinks to something dangerous. I'd rather fight for you. The words hang there, trembling in the freezing night air. No armor, no terms, just truth. Just hope, raw and bleeding and too stubborn to die. She turns toward me, slow, deliberate, like she's rolling a coin between her fingers, deciding if it's even worth the toss. And the look on her face, it destroys me. It's not anger, not fear, not the blade-sharp fury she used to cut the world into pieces just to survive. It's tired hope, frayed at the edges, trembling, still fighting even though the war left scars in places no one can see. Her arms fall slowly to her sides, a small surrender that feels bigger than any kiss, any confession. And when she speaks, her voice is so soft it barely makes it through the wind curling between us. I'm scared, she says. No defenses, no jokes, no bravado. Just two words that cost her more than most people will ever understand. The rooftop tilts a little under my feet, but I don't move. Don't rush her. Don't fill the silence because it's uncomfortable. Because it's not. It's sacred. She's giving me something precious. And my heart, already a battered, stupid thing, cracks wide open under the weight of it. I take one careful step forward, slow enough she can stop me, slow enough she'll know it's a choice. Her chin lifts a fraction, proud even when she's breaking. God, I love her. Love her so much. It feels like a whole new organ blooming somewhere inside me, fragile, furious, unstoppable. I stop just close enough that I can feel her breath catch between us, trembling. And when I speak, it's not a vow, not a plea, just the only truth I have left. Me too, I say, voice sounding raw. Every damn day. I swallow hard against the knot climbing up my throat, against the years of muscle memory that tell me to fix, to save, to protect. I shove all of that down because this isn't about being her hero. It's about being her partner. But it doesn't mean I'm walking away. I let the words hang there, naked and shaking in the cold. I don't reach for her. I don't try to make the fear disappear. I just stand there, flawed, stubborn, stupidly, recklessly in love with her and wait. Because if she chooses me now, I need it to be her choice, not mine. She lets out a sound, a laugh, maybe, but it's cracked and soft, like the first real breath after too long underwater. I barely catch the words when they fall from her mouth, tremulous and fierce all at once. "No contracts," she whispers. She blinks hard, a tear sliding down that she doesn't even try to hide. No escape hatches. God, she's beautiful when she's not pretending to be bulletproof. I nod, throat too tight for anything smarter, and take another slow step closer until there's barely any air left between us. "No guarantees," I say roughly, searching her face like it holds the whole future. "Except this." I lift a hand, slow, careful, and brush a strand of hair behind her ear. Her eyes flutter closed at the touch, her breathing hitching against the space between us. She leans into it. She leans into me, and just like that I know she's still scared, and she's still choosing me anyway. She doesn't wait. I don't ask. We just crash into each other, a reckless, clumsy smash of mouths, of breath, of hearts that stopped pretending they didn't break for each other a long time ago. My hands bury in her hair. Her fists twist into the front of my jacket like she's trying to drag me inside her chest where it's safe. It's not polished, not perfect. Her teeth graze my lip. My jaw stubble scrapes her skin. Neither of us cares. We kiss like it's survival, like every scar we ever earned was just a map leading us here. Real, messy, ours. The taste of her, fierce and broken and impossibly alive, brands itself into every corner of me I thought I'd already lost. And I know, whatever happens next, whatever wars we still have to fight, I'm never walking away from this. Not again. When we finally tear apart, breathing like we ran a marathon, I rest my forehead against hers, grounding both of us before we drift too far. The city spins crazy and reckless around us. The stars blur above like 1,000 messy prayers we'll never get right. But right here, where her hand still tangled in my jacket, and her breathing soft against my skin, it feels steady. It feels like home. I whisper it against her temple, low, certain, all in. We build it together. Another breath, another heartbeat. She sags against me then, not in defeat, but in relief, in trust. And this time when I tighten my arms around her, it's not to save her, it's just to hold her. Exactly as she is. Exactly as we are. Exactly the way we're choosing over and over and over again.
Chapter 31. Naya. Mornings used to feel like a battlefield. Coffee chugged, standing up, phone in one hand, checklist in the other. My heart already racing before my feet hit the floor. Now mornings are slower, softer. Now mornings start with Logan handing me a too-sweet coffee with a smirk like he's proud of corrupting my black coffee-only sensibilities. Now mornings start with him bumping his mug against mine in a silent toast while we bicker over who's going to get to the car first. At the office, it's worse, or better, depending on how much dignity I feel like sacrificing that day. Logan brushing his fingers lightly against mine when he passes a folder across the conference table. Logan leaning just a little too close to whisper a sarcastic comment under his breath during staff meetings, his breath warm against my ear, his grin smug when I bite back a laugh at the worst possible time. Nobody notices. Or maybe they do. Maybe Harper notices the way my cheeks flush, or the way Logan's shoulders relax when I'm nearby. But nobody says anything. Maybe they're scared to. Smart. Because I'm not sure even I could explain it. This stupid, reckless lightness that fills my chest every time he's near. It's terrifying. It's addictive. It's the best thing I've ever ruined myself for. And God help me, I'd do it again in a heartbeat. We build quietly, methodically, the way you rebuild a bridge after a fire. Plank by plank, side by side. Late nights in the Bootcamp conference room, laptops open, takeout containers scattered across the table. Logan barefoot with his sleeves rolled up. Sketching out marketing strategies like he's designing blueprints to a future neither of us will admit we want to say out loud yet. Inside, jokes start slipping into every conversation. A certain look, a coded phrase. The other staffers start side-eyeing us whenever Logan says something dry and cutting, and I snort into my coffee, but no one dares call us out. Smart. Because if they did, they'd see the way my armor is falling away piece by piece. It happens in tiny, stupid moments, like halfway through a high-stakes sponsor pitch meeting when I'm standing at the head of the boardroom, talking about cross-brand engagement, running the room like I own it, and my phone buzzes in my jacket pocket. I know it's him before I even look. I can feel the grin stretching across my face before I even pull the phone out. Logan, you're running the room. It's hot. I snap my head up, shooting him a warning glare from across the table. The one that's supposed to say, "Behave, Archer." But he just smirks, all lazy challenge and smug adoration, the kind that makes my heart trip over itself like it forgot how to beat properly. God help me, I love him. The thought hits so hard and fast it almost knocks me over. Not the fluttery, fairy tale kind of love, but the gut punch kind, the real kind, the terrifying kind, the kind you don't survive the same if it goes wrong, the kind you don't ever want to survive if it goes right. I swallow it down, bury it under another practiced smile. I can't afford to let it show. Not here, not yet. But it's there. It's there. And it's getting harder and harder to pretend otherwise. It happens late at night, when the city quiets and the noise inside my head softens, just enough to let in the dangerous thoughts. The what ifs. What if I didn't have to keep one hand on the ripcord at all times? What if love wasn't a bomb waiting to detonate underneath everything I built? I let myself drift, just for a second, just long enough to taste it. The warmth of Sunday mornings tangled up in Logan's arms, his mouth against my shoulder, the lazy drawl of his voice teasing me out of sleep. Standing beside him at galas and conferences, joint speaking engagements, where he watches me from the crowd with that fierce private pride that always threatens to break me apart. I imagine launching Bootcamp Global, the next big leap, and him sitting in the front row, refusing to pretend he's not the loudest damn person clapping when I walk off stage. Little things, stupid things, real things. I imagine a life where I don't have to choose between ambition and love, between building my empire and letting someone stand inside it with me. For the first fragile, impossible time. The idea doesn't make me bolt. It makes me ache for it. It makes me hope. But just as fast as it blooms, the fear snakes in behind it, cold and sharp, slicing through the fantasy like a blade. The higher you climb, the farther you have to fall. One wrong move, one misstep, one betrayal, and everything we're building, every stupid, beautiful brick of it, could come crashing down around us. I hate that the thought's even there. Hate that I can't lock it away the way I used to. Clean, surgical, easy. But old fears are like old scars. You don't notice them most days, not when you're standing still, not when you're cautious. You notice them when you stretch too far, when you dare to reach for something bigger than safety. I press my hand flat against my sternum, right over the spot where the ache pulses sharp and low, and breathe through it. I don't want to be afraid of the climb. I don't want to be afraid of the fall, but old habits die hard, and some scars never fully fade, no matter how much you wish they would. It's stupid, really. We're curled up on his battered old leather couch, the one that groans every time you shift your weight wrong, watching a truly terrible rom-com where the leads have the chemistry of soggy bread. There's half a carton of lo mein sitting forgotten on the coffee table. His socks are mismatched. The city hums low and steady outside the window. Neon light bleeding soft against the walls. And somehow this feels more terrifying than any headline, any sponsorship deal, any public failure I've ever faced. I catch myself staring, too long, too soft, memorizing the curve of his jaw where the lamplight hits it, the way his mouth quirks, even when he's pretending not to laugh at the dumb movie. I catch myself wondering, stupidly, recklessly, if this is what forever could look like. Logan doesn't turn his head, doesn't move, but his voice cuts quietly through the thick air between us. You're thinking too hard. It's not a question. I snort under my breath, tucking my feet closer under me, trying to shake it off. Occupational hazard. He shifts just enough to squeeze my hand lightly. No pressure, no demand. Just a quiet, steady anchor against the storm brewing behind my ribs. It's okay to want it, he murmurs. His thumb brushes the inside of my wrist, where my pulse is hammering. It's okay to believe in it. I press my face into his shoulder, hiding the stupid, traitorous moisture building behind my eyes. Because how the hell does he always know? How does he always see the parts of me I can barely admit to myself without cracking open? I squeeze his hand back, fierce and fleeting, before I lose my nerve, and for a few precious seconds I let myself breathe. That night, wrapped in Logan's sheets, tangled in the lingering scent of soap and skin, and something I'm starting to think might be home, I stare up at the ceiling long after his breathing evens out beside me. The fear's still there, coiled deep in my chest like it's been since the first door slammed in my face. Since the first time trusting someone cost me more than I could afford to lose. It probably always will be. But something else is there too. Something stubborn, something reckless, something bigger. Faith, not in fairy tales, not in promises whispered too fast under moonlight. Faith that maybe I don't have to choose between being Nia Monroe, sharp, proud, whole, and letting someone stand beside me. Faith that maybe I can have both. It's terrifying. It's exhilarating. It's real. And finally, since this beautiful, impossible disaster started, I don't push it away. I roll onto my side carefully, propping myself up on one elbow, just long enough to brush the hair back from Logan's forehead. He doesn't stir, just breathes deeper, steady and sure, like he trusts the space between us without even thinking. I let my fingers trace the line of his jaw lightly before pulling my hand back and settling in beside him again, the warmth of his body sinking into mine. Tomorrow, the world might come clawing at the door again. Tomorrow, fear might try to drown me all over. But tonight I choose him, quietly, fiercely, completely. And maybe that's enough.
Chapter 32. Logan. The morning feels almost stupidly good. I wake up before my alarm, stretch out in the tangled sheets that still smell faintly like her perfume, and grin at the ceiling like a goddamn idiot. Everything feels lighter today, like something finally cracked open and the world slid into place around it. Coffee tastes better. The air feels sharper. Hell, I even catch myself humming along to some terrible bubblegum pop song on the radio as I drive toward my first meeting. For once, I let myself believe it. Believe in her. Believe in us. No fine print, no backup plans, just trust. Just this reckless, stupid, blinding hope that maybe good things can actually stick around this time. The world feels wide open. I don't see the knife waiting to gut me. My phone buzzes against the console, rattling loud against the plastic. I flick a glance at the screen, expecting something harmless. A meme from Dean, a logistics update from Harper. Instead, 3 words punch straight through my chest. Emergency. Nia saw something. Get here. Now. No emojis. No punctuation beyond the brutal period. No cushion. I slam on the brakes at the next light, heart jackhammering so loud I can barely hear the blare of a horn behind me. The world shrinks down to the size of the text glowing against my retinas. Emergency. Nia. Now. I don't think. I don't breathe. I just drive weaving through traffic with one hand clenching the wheel so tight my knuckles ache. The city blurs past in smears of gray and neon. And somewhere under the blind panic clawing up my throat, something colder sinks in. Whatever this is, whatever she saw, it's bad. Bad enough Harper didn't even try to soften it. Bad enough that the glow I woke up with, The future I started to believe in is already flickering at the edges, like a dream I was stupid enough to think I could keep. I take the stairs 2 at a time, heart pounding harder with every floor. The second I hit the landing, I see Harper pacing outside Bootcamp's glass doors, phone clutched tight in her fist like it's a grenade she's too late to throw. She spots me and doesn't waste a second. No greeting, no warning. Just shoves her phone into my chest so hard I nearly drop it. The screen lights up with a video already mid-play, and my gut twists so violently I almost double over. It's us, the date. Only it's not the sanitized, half-assed version the world picked apart months ago. This is longer, sharper, raw, every glance, every misstep, every flash of heat and stubbornness and unguarded pain, all captured in brutal, unedited clarity. It's everything we lived through, everything we survived, laid bare for strangers to dissect. And somehow that's not even the worst part. Harper's voice slices into the hollow roar in my head, low, flat, deadly serious. They traced the leak. I drag my eyes away from the screen just long enough to meet hers. She doesn't blink, doesn't soften it. The file metadata. It came from your IP address. The world tilts sideways and keeps tilting. For a second, I can't breathe. Can't move. Can't think past the rushing sound filling my ears. No, I rasp automatically, but it's a whisper against a hurricane. Because I know, God, I know I didn't send that file. Didn't leak it. Would never have weaponized that night against her. But intent doesn't matter here. Not when the data points at me like a loaded gun. Not when the woman I've fought like hell to love, the woman who trusted me with pieces of herself she never gave anyone else, is about to think I sold her out. The bile crawls up the back of my throat. Because it doesn't matter that I didn't mean it. Not when the proof is screaming otherwise. Not when the look she's about to give me, the heartbreak she's about to wear like armor is going to split me clean down the middle. And this time, no amount of promises or apologies will be enough to stitch the wound closed again. She's standing halfway down the corridor, framed by the open office door like a painting someone forgot to finish. Arms crossed tight across her chest, chin high, spine locked. But it's her eyes that kill me. Empty. Hollowed out. Like someone reached inside and scraped all the light out by hand. Our gazes crash, and for a second everything else blurs. No shouting, no accusations, no plates flying across the room. Just that look. The look that says she doesn't know me anymore. Maybe never did. The look that carves me open with surgical precision. It's worse than fury. Worse than betrayal. It's heartbreak. Cold, raw, irreversible. And it cleaves straight through my ribs like a blade forged just for this moment. I stagger a step forward, reaching for her like a drowning man reaches for shore. I didn't leak it, I rasp, voice shredding itself raw on the way out. I swear to you, Naya. She doesn't flinch, doesn't blink. I would never. The words crumble halfway out of my mouth. I didn't. It wasn't. Each desperate fragment hits the air like a stone skipped across frozen water, bouncing, scattering, never sinking deep enough to make a dent. She doesn't interrupt. Doesn't argue. Doesn't scream. She just watches. Silent. Steady. Bleeding in ways I can't touch anymore. I could empty every word from my lungs, every confession from my soul, and it wouldn't matter. Not now. Maybe not ever. I don't even notice Harper moving until she's suddenly there, slipping into the space between us like a living shield. One hand on my arm. Firm. Final. Let her go, Logan, she says quietly, voice tight with something dangerously close to pity. Like she already knows I'm not going to listen. Like she already knows I'll break myself trying anyway. But even without her words, even without her pushing me back step by step, I know the truth. I've already lost her. Not because I didn't love her enough. Not because I didn't fight hard enough. But because ghosts don't stay buried forever. Because the past has claws. Because some mistakes, even the ones you never meant to make, leave scars too deep to outrun. And no matter how many promises I make, no matter how many walls I tear down, sometimes love just isn't enough. Not when the person you love can't look at you without seeing the blade in your hand. Even if you never meant to hold it.
Chapter 33. Naya. I don't remember leaving the building. 1 minute I'm staring at Harper's pale face, at Logan's wrecked one, and the next, the elevator doors yawn open and spit me onto the sidewalk like a broken toy. The city churns around me, a blur of headlights and shouting and the oily hiss of buses. None of it touches me. None of it breaks through the roar inside my skull. Sharp, brutal, endless. My heels click against the pavement, fast and mechanical, like maybe if I move fast enough, I can outrun the truth clawing at my back. Move, don't stop, don't think, because if I stop, if I even blink, I'll fall apart so hard, no one will be able to scrape up the pieces. Naya, please. His voice cuts through the static, ragged and low, pulling me up short. I whirl, heart hammering against my ribs like a caged thing. Logan's there, disheveled, desperate, breathless from chasing me down. He grabs my wrist, fingers tightening like he thinks he can still hold this together by sheer force of will. I rip my arm free so fast it stings. Not because I'm scared of him, because I'm terrified of what will happen if I let myself lean into him again. If I forget, even for a second, that love doesn't erase betrayal. Just tell me, I bite out, the words like acid on my tongue. Tell me how long you've been lying to me. He flinches like I slapped him. Good, because whatever hope I had left is bleeding out between us now. Thick, sticky, impossible to stop. Logan scrubs a hand through his hair, his whole body folding inward, smaller somehow. It wasn't like that, he says, voice hoarse, cracking. It was before I knew you, before you meant anything to me. The words slam into me harder than any punch. I stagger back half a step. Because knowing it happened before, knowing I was just collateral damage in some careless, stupid decision, hurts worse than if he'd done it yesterday. I was never part of the plan. I was just the wreckage he didn't see coming. And maybe he's sorry now. Maybe he didn't mean to slice me open. But the blood's still on the floor, and I'm the one standing in it, wondering how the hell I ever thought this story could end any differently. Logan's hands vanish deep into his pockets, fists clench so tight his arms shake. I leaked the first clip, he says finally, voice shredded, barely human. The words hang there between us, heavy as iron. He shifts, rocking slightly on his heels, dragging his hands through his hair like he wishes he could tear the confession straight out of his own skin. It was a joke, he says, jaw locking hard. A stupid, petty joke. I was pissed. Pissed the night ended like that. Pissed you called me out. I sent the clip to a buddy, just to prove it was a disaster. I didn't think... He cuts off, swallowing hard, like the next part physically hurts to say. I didn't know it would go viral. I had no idea it would turn into this. He rasps, voice cracking wide open. I didn't realize it would turn into... You. His eyes find mine. Desperate, pleading, broken. And for a second, the rawness in them punches a hole clean through my ribs. He's looking at me like I'm the sun. Like he's never learned how to survive the heat. Like if I burn him alive, he'll say thank you for the privilege. And all I feel is the burn. The wildfire tearing up every place inside me that ever believed in second chances. I want to scream, loud enough to shake the goddamn skyline down to dust. I want to tear the city apart brick by brick, rip the concrete out of the streets with my bare hands. Destroy every reminder of how stupid I was to believe this could be different. I want to hit him. I want to kiss him. I want to fold into his arms and shatter completely. Instead, I do the only thing I still know how to do. I lock my arms tight across my chest, so tight my shoulders ache, so tight my bones might snap, and force the words out of my raw, trembling throat. You broke it before you even knew you were building it, I whisper. The silence that falls between us feels nuclear, hot, blinding, radioactive, and he doesn't argue, doesn't deny it, because he knows. The devastation bleeding across his face says it all. Every regret, every mistake, every ruined, broken dream sinking between us, like an anchor will never be strong enough to lift. I feel the tear deep inside my chest, a fault line splitting so wide and so fast there's no patching it back together. Not this time. Maybe not ever. He steps toward me, slow, careful, like I'm something fragile he's desperate not to break again. I step back, sharp, automatic, instinct louder than logic. The space between us feels radioactive. One more step, and I know I'll collapse right there on the sidewalk. One more apology, one more lie, one more heartbeat of weakness, and there'll be nothing left of me worth saving. My chest heaves, breath sawing painfully in and out as I force the words past the razor blades lodged in my throat. I can't, I whisper, barely audible. Logan flinches like I slapped him. I can't, I choke. Fists clenching at my sides, nails digging into my palms. Like maybe pain will keep me standing. I can't do this. I can't survive you. Maybe I mean I can't forgive him. Maybe I mean I can't trust him. Maybe I mean I can't survive the way he makes me want things I swore I'd never need. Maybe I mean all of it. His mouth opens desperate, wrecked, some final plea rising to his lips, but I don't stay to hear it. I can't. I pivot on my heel, boots scraping against the sidewalk, and walk. Each step feels like slicing my own heart out with a dull knife. Slow, brutal, irrevocable. Behind me, I don't hear him follow. I don't hear anything except the crack, deep and final, of something I'll never get back. Not with him, not with anyone. Maybe not even with myself.
Chapter 34. Logan. I stand frozen on the sidewalk, my heart pounding hollow against my ribs as Naya disappears into the night. She's not running, not crying, just leaving. One foot in front of the other, straight-backed, shoulders stiff, cutting through the crowd like the world isn't actively ripping itself apart around us. I watch her until the city swallows her whole, until there's nothing left but the soft shuffle of strangers and the echo of her absence drilling holes straight through my chest. I should move, should breathe, should do something. Instead, I just stand there, bleeding in 1,000 invisible places. Only she knows how to cut. Every part of me screams at me to go after her, grab her wrist, pull her back, say whatever the hell it takes to fix this before it slips any farther away. I picture it, the scene playing out in my head, me chasing, begging, throwing every piece of my broken heart at her feet. It would be easy, familiar, reflex. But my feet stay planted on the cold concrete, hands clenched into fists, breath burning sharp in my lungs. Because loving her means trusting her, trusting that if she needs me, if she wants me, she'll reach. And if she doesn't, then loving her means letting her go. Trust isn't a sprint. It's a marathon. One I'm willing to crawl through if that's what it takes. So, I stay still. I let her walk away, and it feels like cutting out my own heart with a dull knife. Slow, brutal, necessary. I turn the other way. It's not noble. It's not brave. It's survival. Staggering into streets I barely recognize. Through a city I've lived in my whole life, but suddenly feels like a stranger. Neon bleeds across puddled sidewalks. Taxis blare their horns. A group of drunk tourists stumbles past me, laughing too loud, too bright, too alive. None of it lands. All I hear, all I feel is her voice. I can't. 2 words. Final. Fatal. They loop through my skull, over and over, until the world around me blurs into background noise I can't even pretend to care about. I walk because stopping would mean breaking apart right there on the curb. And there's already too many broken pieces inside me to count. I replay it all like some masochist with a death wish. The words I said, the ones I should have swallowed, the ones I should have screamed. The way her eyes went hollow the second she looked at me like she didn't see Logan anymore. Just another goddamn betrayal dressed in a familiar face. I could drown in the regret. Could let it rot me from the inside out, inch by inch, until there's nothing left but the ghost of what I almost had. Instead, I stop, grip the nearest lamppost like it's the only thing anchoring me to the ground, drop my forehead against the cold metal. Breathe, bleed, decide. Because if there's one single thing I know with bone-deep certainty, it's this. Real love doesn't demand trust. It earns it. It rebuilds it. Brick by brutal brick, if that's what it takes. If I have to wait a year, 2 years, 10, if I have to stand outside every wall she rebuilds, fingers bloody from knocking, I'll do it. Because she's worth it. Because we're worth it. And for once in my life, I'm not running from the wreckage. I'm standing in it. I'm staying. No matter how long it takes. By the time I stumble into my apartment, I'm a masterclass in holding it together. Keys clatter onto the counter. The door slams shut behind me, the echo rattling the framed photos on the wall. I press my forehead against the cool wood, the way you might lean against a gravestone, too tired to do anything else but exist. Breathe, Archer. In, out. Try to convince your lungs they still know how. No dramatic breakdown. No thrown punches at the wall. No whiskey bottle hurled across the room in some pathetic, performative rage. Just silence. Grief curling through my chest like smoke from a fire already burned out. Slow. Inevitable. Undeniable. I shut my eyes and let it wrap around me. Not because I want to, because I don't have a choice anymore. I collapse on the couch, the leather groaning under my weight. I stare into the dark, into the spaces we used to fill with jokes and snark and stolen glances that felt like goddamn miracles. This isn't a battle I can win with power, or charm, or a grand, sweeping gesture that wipes away the bloodstains. It's slower than that. Smaller. Harder. It's showing up when it hurts. It's staying when leaving would be easier. The only weapon I have left is patience. And the one thing I know, the one thing no amount of heartbreak can strip away, is that when she's ready, if she's ever ready, I'll be right here. No grand speeches, no ultimatums, just me. And a love stubborn enough to wait her out, even if it takes forever. The city outside the window sinks into deeper night, neon blurring into shadow, the hum of traffic thinning into occasional lonely bursts. Slowly, I reach for the battered coffee mug on the table, the one she teased me about for months because I refused to throw it away. I lift it in a silent toast to the empty room. No speeches. No declarations. No begging the universe to give me a second chance I haven't earned yet. Just a quiet, private vow that no one else will ever hear but me. I'll wait for you, I murmur into the dark, the words tasting like ash and hope in equal measure. As long as it takes, however long it hurts, even if it breaks every part of me that isn't already shattered. Because if there's one thing I finally understand, it's that real love isn't about fighting for someone. It's about fighting for yourself first, the patient, brutal kind of fight that says, I'll stand here. I'll bleed here. I'll build myself into something better, not so you'll come back, but so that when you do, you'll have something worth coming back to.
Chapter 35. Naya. I ride shotgun with Maggie gripping the wheel like she's steering us through a war zone instead of 2 hours of Minnesota back roads. Harper's sprawled across the back seat like a lazy cat, bare feet tucked under her and a bag of sour gummy worms open on her lap. The car smells like coffee, gasoline, and nerves. The radio hums some easy acoustic track, all soft guitar and wistful regret. And I can't stand it. I flick my gaze away from the dashboard, focusing instead on the endless blur of trees whipping past the window. Brown, green, brown again. It's hypnotic if I don't think too hard, if I don't feel too hard. Maggie reaches over and squeezes my knee once, solid, warm. She doesn't say anything. Doesn't try to offer one of her patented therapist pep talks. Just that one squeeze, a silent "I see you," before her hand retreats back to the wheel. I don't say a word, not because I don't want to, because I can't. If I open my mouth, if I so much as breathe wrong, I'll crack wide open across this vinyl seat and spill out all the things I've spent days, weeks, trying to lock down. So I fold my arms tighter across my chest and stare harder at the road unspooling in front of us, pretending it's possible to leave everything behind if you just drive far enough. We reach the cabin around dusk, a crooked little thing tucked so far back into the woods, it feels like the world itself has forgotten it exists. No streetlights, no traffic hum, no cell towers stabbing the sky, no Logan. The ache inside me sharpens the second I step out of the car. Cold air biting into my jacket, the scent of pine needles, and wet dirt wrapping around me like a noose. This is what I asked for. No calls, no emails, no messages buzzing against my thigh, begging me to cave, to come back, to believe. I unlock my phone anyway, thumb hovering over the screen like a fool, just to check. 1 bar, no texts. Good, I tell myself viciously. Perfect, exactly what I need. My fingers shake as I power it down. Screen black, connection severed, ghost mode, activated. I tuck the phone deep into my duffel bag and slam the trunk shut harder than necessary. If I can't hear his voice, can't see his name flashing across the screen, then maybe, just maybe, I can pretend for one more night that missing him doesn't feel like a hollowed out wound scraping along my ribs. Maybe I can pretend I'm not bleeding at all. That night, we pile onto the sagging, threadbare couches like it's a sacred ritual. Wine bottles sweating on the scratched coffee table. 2 frozen pizzas steaming like lifelines we forgot how to grab. Harper cues up some ridiculous rom-com with bad dialogue and worse acting, rattling off commentary like a one-woman MST 3K revival. Maggie curls into the far corner with a glass of red wine, watching me over the rim in that soft, knowing way of hers. The way that makes me want to scream and sob and confess everything just to get the weight off my chest. I laugh when I'm supposed to, smile when Harper makes a crude joke about the shirtless hero, pretend I'm having fun like the good little emotional hostage I've trained myself to be. It's easier this way. Easier to pretend I'm fine. Easier to act like I'm not breaking apart cell by cell with every heartbeat. Because saying it out loud, saying I ghosted him not because I stopped loving him, but because loving him terrifies me more than losing him ever did, would be the kind of vulnerability I don't know if I could survive. Not twice. So I sip my wine, chew my pizza, and let the lies taste like something close enough to safety. Midnight creeps in on heavy, clumsy feet. Harper passes out mid-sentence, drooling into a decorative pillow she'll probably deny ever touching. Maggie squeezes my hand once, murmurs, "You'll figure it out, Naya," in that maddeningly calm voice of hers, and disappears down the hallway. And then it's just me. I drag a blanket off the couch, wrap it around my shoulders like armor that's 3 battles too late, and step out onto the tiny porch. The night air hits like a slap, damp, sharp, thick with the kind of silence that presses against your skin until you remember everything you've been trying to forget. The forest breathes heavy around me, all mist and darkness, and distant howls threading through the trees. It's beautiful in the way lonely things often are. It's suffocating. I tip my head back and stare up at the sky, a messy smear of stars too far away to care about the tiny wreck of a girl staring up at them. I got what I wanted, didn't I? No contact, no chaos, no him. And yet, the ache gnaws at me harder now, not softer. It doesn't feel like victory. It feels like bleeding out in slow motion, hands pressed uselessly against a wound I don't know how to close. I close my eyes and breathe in the cold night, the quiet, the hurt. I let myself admit the one thing I've been trying to outrun. It feels like a second heartbeat, and no amount of silence will ever be enough to drown it out. I bury my face against my knees, the blanket slipping down my shoulders as the cold gnaws at my skin, but it's nothing compared to the hollow ache chewing me up from the inside out. I can't outrun it anymore. Not the fear, not the hope, not the ugly gnawing truth that somehow, somewhere between fighting him and falling for him, Logan Archer carved himself into places I didn't even know were vulnerable. Ghosting him isn't healing. It's amputation. It's sawing off my own limb and pretending I can just walk away, clean and whole. My breath stutters, sharp and shallow, as I squeeze my eyes shut and press my forehead tighter against my hands. This was never about whether he deserves forgiveness. That part's almost easy. The real question is whether I'm brave enough to survive loving him again, to crack my own armor wide open and hand him the pieces, knowing he could break them without even meaning to. It terrifies me. It tempts me. And worst of all, it feels like the only way forward that isn't just another dead end. Somewhere deep inside, buried under the fear, the betrayal, the stubborn pride, a different thought flickers. Small, fragile, dangerous. I remember him. Not Logan the fixer. Not Logan the man who hurt me without meaning to, but Logan standing under the stars on that rooftop. No promises, no rescue missions, just him. Open, steady, terrified out of his mind and still offering me his heart with both hands. No armor, no backup plans, just love. Messy and real and reckless. The memory hits like a crack of light under a door I slammed shut too fast. It terrifies me more than anything. It tempts me even more. Because what if he's still standing there, waiting, not demanding, not fixing, just hoping I'm brave enough to walk back through that door on my own? By the time dawn smears pink and gold across the treetops, I'm still sitting there, hollowed out, raw, blinking up at a sky that feels like it might just swallow me whole. And finally, I see the ugliest truth of all. I didn't just ghost Logan. I ghosted myself. I ghosted the girl who believed in second chances. The woman who fought like hell for the life she wanted, not the life she was afraid of losing. I abandoned the version of me that dared to love without flinching. And if I ever want her back, if I ever want us back, I'm going to have to stop running. Not tomorrow. Not when it feels safe. Now. I tighten the blanket around my shoulders, press my hand flat against my thudding heart, like I'm trying to memorize the feel of it. I let myself believe that maybe it's not too late to go home.
Chapter 36. Logan. I slump into the battered vinyl booth at O'Malley's, the kind of place that smells like old coffee and older regrets. A chipped mug sits in front of me, the coffee inside long gone cold. Harper slides into the seat across from me, raising a skeptical eyebrow over the top of her laptop. "You look like hell," she says, deadpan. I huff out a humorless laugh, rubbing a hand over my jaw. Feel like it too. She closes the laptop with a soft click, folding her arms like she's gearing up for a cross-examination. "All right, talk." I stare down at the notepad between us. Bullet points, sketches, a blueprint of something that feels bigger than me. Bigger than both of us. "I want to launch the Bootcamp expansion early," I say, voice sure and certain. Not for PR, not for optics. For her. Harper's expression flickers a flash of surprise, breaking through all her usual cynicism. She leans back, studying me like she's not sure whether to laugh or salute. "No sponsorship parades?" she asks, teasing but cautious. "No interviews. No name drops. No headlines." I shake my head. It's not about me. It never was. For a second, she just stares at me, and for once, Harper Ellis doesn't have a single snarky comeback. Then she grins slow, dangerous, and a little bit proud. "I'm in," she says. And just like that, the mission starts. We move fast, faster than any sane business team would recommend. Every call is done from burner emails and second phones. Every meeting happens in corners of the city. No one would think to look twice at backrooms of coffee shops, forgotten library conference rooms, Harper's living room floor with a pizza box for a table. No press, no flashing lights, no Logan Archer trademark branding stamped across the top. Just quiet papers signed, foundations funded, new bootcamp locations scouted and locked in, scholarships set aside for kids who never would have had a chance otherwise. It's exhausting, it's messy, it's probably reckless. But every contract signed, every tiny domino set carefully into place, it feels like breathing. Real breathing. The kind that doesn't come with cameras or expectations or a script attached. Maybe she'll never know it was me. Maybe she'll never forgive me, even if she does. But it doesn't matter anymore. 'Cause even if I'm not standing next to her when she cuts the ribbon, even if she never looks at me like I'm something worth keeping again, she'll have this. She'll have everything she fought for, without selling a single piece of herself to get it. And maybe, just maybe, that's what love actually is. Halfway through setting up a new scholarship partnership, a real, tangible chance to change lives. Harper glances up from her laptop, one brow cocked in that way that always spells trouble. "You know," she says, voice casual but loaded, "you could spin this." I don't look up from my notes. "Spin what?" She leans back, tapping her pen against the table like a drumbeat of temptation. "Get your face back out there. Redemption arc. Logan Archer, the reformed disaster zone who funds charities in his spare time." My jaw locks before she even finishes. I set my pen down carefully and meet her gaze dead on. "If my name ends up on so much as a napkin," I say, voice low and hard, "I walk." Harper studies me for a long second. No teasing, no sarcasm, just this sharp, assessing look like she's trying to find the fault lines still left under my skin. She finally nods once and drops her gaze back to her screen, her mouth twitching into the barest ghost of a smile. I lean back, exhaling slowly. Because this isn't about penance. It isn't about headlines. It isn't even about proving anything to her anymore. Real love, the kind that guts you, scrapes you raw, and dares you to keep standing, doesn't come with a trophy. It comes with quiet sacrifices no one will ever see. That's enough. It's almost midnight by the time Harper leaves, muttering something about needing at least 3 hours of sleep before her face falls off. I stay behind, hunched over the conference table in the dark, the only light coming from the glow of my laptop screen. The finalized launch timeline stares back at me, a blinking cursor sitting like a dare on the last empty line. And that's when the doubt creeps in low and slow and sharp-edged, threading cold fingers through my ribs. What if she doesn't care? What if none of it matters? What if she's already built a new life where I'm nothing but a footnote she regrets? The questions claw at me. 1,000 tiny cuts I don't have bandages big enough to cover. I close my eyes, grip the edge of the table until my knuckles pop, breathe through the wreckage. This was never about winning her back. It was never about earning points or proving I'm some shiny, fixed-up version of myself. It's about her dream, her future, whether I get to stand beside her or not. I open my eyes again, steady, certain, and move the cursor down the page. One more line, one more step. It's enough, or at least, it has to be. The last signature dries on the contract late Friday afternoon. Harper and I sit slumped at a cracked conference table under cheap fluorescent lights, 2 coffee mugs between us instead of champagne flutes, both of us too wrung out to celebrate the right way. She lifts her mug and clinks it against mine, a soft, tired sound that somehow feels heavier than any toast. "You're good at this," she says, voice low, like she's realizing it for the first time. I shrug, staring into the dark swirl of my coffee like it might give me answers. "I'm not doing it for me." Harper watches me for a beat too long, something unreadable flickering in her eyes. Finally, she nods once, slow and sure. "Yeah," she says. "That's what makes it real." Her words hit harder than I expect. Quiet, unpolished, true. I let the pride settle somewhere deep inside me, not for what I built, but for who I built it for. It's almost stupid how much this part matters to me. The sign goes up quietly after hours, no press, no cameras, no fanfare. I stand across the street with my hands shoved deep into my jacket pockets, heart hammering slow and hard in my chest as the workers pull the tarp down. There it is, gleaming under the harsh white streetlights. Monroe Leadership Initiative, a Bootcamp expansion. No mention of me, no fingerprints, no breadcrumbs, just her. Clear, proud, unstoppable. Exactly the way it should have been from the beginning, before my pride, before my screw-ups, before all the ways I broke her trust without even realizing it. I take a slow breath and let the sight of it settle somewhere deep under my ribs. She deserves to see her name in lights, not because I gave it to her, because she built it herself. All I did was finally get the hell out of her way. I linger longer than I should, standing under the buzz of the streetlights, watching the sign catch the glow. It's stupid, sentimental, pathetic, maybe. But for a few minutes, I let myself imagine her walking up to the building, head tilted back, eyes wide, that stubborn mouth softening into a smile she wouldn't even try to hide. I let myself imagine her seeing it, seeing all of it, and realizing someone believed in her so fiercely, so completely, they didn't need credit or applause to prove it. And maybe when she turns, she'll see me standing there too. Not a savior, not a mistake, not the man who broke her once upon a time, but the man who finally learned how to love her right. Silently, steadily, unconditionally. I exhale into the cold night air and tuck my chin against the wind. No guarantees, no promises, just hope. And sometimes when it's real, hope's enough to keep standing still. Waiting, fighting, believing, even when the rest of the world walks away.
Chapter 37. Naya. Harper's the one who does it, like she always does. Sneaky, but somehow still wearing that "who me" face she's perfected over the years. We're supposed to be grabbing coffee after the world's longest work week. Just a chance to reset, she promised. Just caffeine, carbs, and complaining about corporate buzzwords until we feel human again. Instead, halfway down the block, she casually veers left, her messenger bag bouncing against her hip like she has every intention of ending up somewhere that's definitely not the coffee shop. I slow, frowning, my heels clicking against the uneven sidewalk. "This isn't the way," I mutter under my breath, suspicion blooming low and hot in my stomach. She just shrugs, all faux innocent, and tosses a grin over her shoulder. Trust me. Trust her. God, I want to. I miss trusting people without having to run every possibility through a mental security scan first. But trust lately feels like trying to balance barefoot on black ice. Every muscle tight, every breath bracing for the inevitable fall. Still, I follow. Because even when everything else feels impossible, even when fear claws hot and sharp at the back of my ribs, I've always followed Harper. And some part of me, the part I thought I buried weeks ago, hopes like hell she's leading me somewhere worth the risk. We turn the corner, and at first, I don't really register what I'm seeing. It's just another building, brick and glass, spring banners fluttering in the breeze. until my brain catches up with my body and stops me dead. I stumble to a halt, my breath punching out of my lungs like I took a hit to the chest. The building isn't new. The windows aren't anything special. But the name, stretched proud and simple across the main entrance, Monroe Leadership Initiative, a bootcamp expansion, steals the ground right out from under me. My name, not our name, not Archer and Monroe, not Logan and Naya's Redemption Tour 2.0, just me. Bootcamp, the way I dreamed it before the noise, before the betrayal, before I forgot what it felt like to build something that was truly mine. I clutched the strap of my bag tighter, my fingers digging into the worn leather like it's the only thing keeping me upright. I don't move. I barely breathe. Because somehow, impossibly, Logan Archer left his fingerprints all over this, without branding it as his victory. No signatures, no spotlights, no proof he was even here at all. Just love. The pure, quiet kind. The kind that doesn't ask for recognition. The kind that says, here, I believe in you, even if you don't believe in me anymore. And somehow, standing on this cracked sidewalk, staring up at the future he built with hands I thought had only ever known how to destroy, I realize I never stopped loving him, not for a second. I can feel Harper's eyes on me, not heavy, not probing, just steady. She's always been better at reading the unsaid things, the spaces between words, the cracks people think they're hiding. After a long moment where I can't seem to rip my gaze away from the building, she taps her car keys lightly against her palm, a soft metallic click that slices through the thick, sticky air between us. I'm gonna, she says, voice careful, casual. Give you a minute. No pity, no platitudes. Just space. She squeezes my shoulder, once, firm and grounding, the same way she always has when I'm about 2 seconds from falling apart. Then she peels away, her boots scuffing the sidewalk, heading toward the cafe across the street without looking back. No pressure, no judgment. Just a quiet exit, leaving me standing here in the wreckage of everything I thought I knew about Logan, about love, about what the hell it means to trust someone again. I don't move. I can't. All I can do is stare at my own damn name printed across that doorway and try not to come undone. It doesn't happen all at once. It creeps in slow, a rising tide that starts at my toes and crawls up my spine, bone by bone, breath by breath. The weight of the sign, the echoes of every late-night dream I thought I buried. Dreams of building something real, something lasting, something no one could take away. The stupid, stubborn hope I thought I murdered in the dark weeks after Logan broke my heart. It all rises, wraps around my throat. My chest tightens until every shallow breath feels like swallowing glass. Because this is what love is supposed to look like. Not grand speeches shouted from rooftops. Not public declarations wrapped in shiny paper and ego. Not promises that crumble under the first real pressure. Just this. Building something bigger than yourself. Something strong enough to stand, even if you're not the one standing next to it. And stepping back without demanding credit, without demanding anything at all. Loving someone enough to want their dreams to live, even if you have to love them from across a crowded street. Even if they never even know you were the one who planted the seeds. My throat burns. My knees wobble. I press the sleeve of my jacket against my mouth, breathing in the worn fabric. Tasting salt and regret and something else. Something so new and raw, it feels like getting struck by lightning and surviving it. Maybe love isn't about safety. Maybe it's about choosing the fall. And trusting yourself to survive the landing. The fear claws at me, sharp, familiar, savage. It whispers all the old refrains I know by heart. It's too late. You're too broken. Love is just a trick to make you fall harder when you hit the ground. I close my eyes, fists clenching the strap of my bag until my knuckles ache. Because that's the truth I lived by for so long. The gospel of survival. Never need anyone. Never hope for more than you can build with your own 2 hands. But louder than the fear, pulsing stubborn and fierce under my skin, is something else now. A memory. Logan's voice on that rooftop, cracked open, raw, saying, "I don't want to fight you. I want to fight for you." No promises of easy fixes, no safety nets, just the terrifying, breathtaking risk of love without guarantees. And somehow, against every scar, every wall, every locked door inside me, I don't want to run from it anymore. I want to run toward it. I swipe at my cheeks, fast, rough, like I can erase the tears before anyone else can see them, before I can see them. I square my shoulders, feet planted on the cracked concrete, like they're anchoring me to something more solid than fear. I drag in a deep breath. It shakes on the way out, but it's enough. Enough to pull my phone from my bag with hands that barely tremble anymore. Not to text Harper, not to back out, not to retreat into the silence that used to feel like protection and now feels like a prison. No, I'm pulling up the only contact that matters. Because I'm done ghosting myself. Done pretending that keeping safe is more important than reaching for something real. Done pretending that love is the enemy when the truth is, it's the only thing big enough to break me and brave enough to rebuild me. Even if it terrifies me, especially because it terrifies me. I find his name on the screen, hover over it, breathe. And then I start moving. I start walking. Not away, not around, not backward into the cocoon of old habits and old scars. I walk forward, toward the future, toward the terrifying, brutal, breathtaking possibility of loving someone without conditions, without armor, without escape routes. Toward Logan, because some things don't need speeches. Some things don't need apologies wrapped in flowery words or choreographed redemption arcs. Some things, the best things, only need you to show the hell up. And this time, I'm showing up. For him, for me, for us. No armor, no conditions. No fear that outweighs the hope anymore. Just everything. Everything I was too afraid to believe I deserved. Until now.
Chapter 38. Logan. The noise inside the gala should be deafening, the clink of champagne glasses, the buzz of conversation, the flash of camera bulbs, but the second I see her, the world cuts to static. It's just Naya. Standing across the room like the calm in the middle of a storm I created. God, she's beautiful. Not just the knockout dress, not just the impossible way she fits into a crowd while looking like she's miles apart from it. It's the way she carries herself, proud, steady, even when everything between us has been cracked wide open. For one brutal second, I don't know if she's here to finish it or to give us another chance. But when her eyes meet mine and she starts walking toward me, slow but sure, I know. I don't move. I don't breathe. I just hold out my hand, no words, no expectations, and wait. And when her fingers slide into mine, cool and trembling and real, I swear I feel the world start spinning right again under my feet. We slip out the side exit without a word. Past the noise, past the crowd, past all the versions of ourselves that didn't survive this fight. The car is parked half a block down, black, sleek, anonymous, but it feels like a getaway car, a lifeboat, a second chance gift wrapped and waiting. I open the passenger door for her, and she slides in without hesitation, the faintest brush of her shoulder against mine enough to leave me shaking. The drive is nothing but quiet streets and two loud hearts. No music. No small talk. Just the weight of everything we've lost and everything we might still have pressing down on the space between us. My hand rests on the console open, close enough to touch. I don't reach for her. I don't push. I just leave it there, like a tether, if she wants it. If she's ready. Every breath I take feels like a battle. Every mile feels like a prayer. And underneath it all, the truth beats steady and brutal against my ribs. I would wait forever if she asked me to. I would burn this whole damn city down if it meant giving her peace. But for the first time, maybe the only time, this choice isn't mine to make. It's hers. It always was. My building looms ahead, quiet, unremarkable, but it feels like standing at the edge of a cliff with no parachute. I unlock the door, the keys cold and biting against my fingers, but I don't turn to pull her inside. I don't coax. I don't beg. I just step back, leaving the doorway open like a question, like a prayer. She stands on the sidewalk for a breath. 2, 3. The cool spring night lifting the hem of her dress, whispering promises neither of us can afford to believe yet. Slowly, beautifully, she moves. One step, another. She crosses the threshold on her own terms. No armor, no walls, no guarantees. My heart stutters painfully hard against my ribs because it's not certainty pulling her forward. It's choice. It's risk. It's love, not the safe kind, but the real kind that guts you bare and leaves you standing in the ashes, smiling anyway. I shut the door quietly behind us, sealing the outside world away. She's here. God help me, she's really here. The apartment is dim, washed in the soft gold of streetlights bleeding through the windows. I could reach for her. I could drown in her. But I don't. Instead, I lean back against the door, needing the solid weight of it to hold me up and let the words fall out, rough, raw, honest. You don't owe me anything, Naya, I say, my voice scraping against the thick knot lodged in my throat. Not forgiveness. Not a future. Nothing. Her breath catches, just barely, a tiny sound that shreds me from the inside out. I just needed you to know. I force the last part out, every syllable burning across my tongue, carving the truth into the air between us. I'd still choose you every damn time. I don't reach for her. I don't plead. I just stand there open, exposed, offering up everything without asking for anything back. And for a heartbeat, the whole world holds its breath. No promises, no demands. Just a love messy enough, wild enough, brave enough to survive the wreckage we made of each other. And in that brutal, beautiful stillness, I finally see it in her eyes. Not fear, not regret, but something fierce, something terrifying, something real. She moves first. Not fast, not dramatic. Just this quiet, impossible courage that wrecks me more than any tear or speech ever could. Naya's hand lifts, trembling, steady, beautiful, and her fingertips brush the inside of my wrist. The touch is featherlight, a spark, a match striking against soaked wood. I feel it ripple outward, a shudder in my breath, a tightening across every muscle, straining to stay still. Every part of me tilts toward her, helpless to gravity, helpless to her. There's fear in her eyes, old scars she'll probably carry forever. But behind it, there's something fiercer. Trust. Trembling, hard-won, terrifying trust. I swallow hard, my throat raw and aching with everything I can't say yet. Not yet. Not here. I lift my other hand, slow and careful, like a man trying not to spook a miracle, and brush my fingers along her jaw, reverent, terrified, so goddamn grateful. I cradle her face gently, my thumb sweeping just under her cheekbone, feeling the slight hitch of her breath against my skin. Are you sure? I whisper, voice a wrecked prayer more than a question. She nods once, sharp, fierce, alive. And that's all I need, all I'll ever need. The space between us vanishes. Her mouth finds mine, not frantic, not angry, just desperate and devastating and perfect. The first press of lips is everything we never said, everything we fought against, everything we bled for. I feel her hands slide into my hair, anchoring, claiming, trembling. I answer by wrapping my arms around her and pulling her against me, chest to chest, heartbeat to heartbeat until there's no space left between us. We move together, stumbling through the living room, knocking into furniture we don't feel, laughing breathlessly between kisses that are more like homecoming than conquest. Clothes trail across the floor like breadcrumbs. Mouths find skin. Hands relearn old maps and redraw new ones. This isn't about possession. This isn't about erasing the past. This is about surviving it. Choosing each other, choosing love, choosing us.
Chapter 39. Naya. Logan's hands are everywhere, rough and urgent, as we stumble across the living room. My dress hits the floor. His jacket and shirt follow, and the air between us crackles with something raw, untamed. He's all heat and hunger. His mouth on mine, on my neck, on my collarbone, leaving a trail of fire. I'm gasping, my fingers tangling in his hair, pulling him closer, deeper. "You're driving me insane," I manage to say, my voice a breathless rasp. "Good," he growls, his lips brushing my ear. That's the point. He lifts me, and for a moment, I'm weightless, suspended in the air before he drops me onto the bed. The impact knocks the air from my lungs, but I don't care. He's on me in an instant, his hands roaming, his mouth trailing down my body. The urgency shifts, softens, as he takes his time, exploring every inch of me like he's memorizing the map of my skin. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. She sighs into me, and it vibrates straight through my bones. No rush, no walls. Just the quiet, unstoppable ache of two people choosing each other again. And this time, there's no going back. She falls back asleep first, body curved into mine like she was always meant to fit there. I stay awake a little longer, staring at the ceiling, tracing lazy circles over the bare skin of her back with my fingertips. The world outside hums on. Traffic, sirens, distant city noise. But it feels far away, muted, like we built our own orbit here between these four walls. For once, the future doesn't terrify me. It doesn't feel like a ticking clock or a tightrope ready to snap. It feels like mornings like this. Her breath warm against my neck, her hand resting over my heart like she already knows it's hers. The quiet certainty that whatever we face, we're not facing it alone anymore. She stirs and I tighten my arm around her without thinking. No speeches, no grand plans, just this. Every messy, terrifying, breathtaking inch of it. I close my eyes, a smile ghosting across my lips, and let myself believe that maybe we didn't just survive the fire. Maybe we built something stronger because of it.
Chapter 40. Logan. The second I step through the doors of the new training center, it hits me like a punch to the ribs. Fresh paint, fresh air, fresh hope. Different from the glossed-up corporate launches I've been to before. Different from the polished fake smiles and empty speeches. This place hums with something real. The Monroe Leadership Initiative gleams from the welcome sign just behind the front desk. Clean, proud, sharp enough to cut through every scar I ever carried. Her name, her dream, our future. I grip the strap of my bag a little tighter, nerves buzzing under my skin, not from fear, not from regret, but from the electric knowledge that I'm standing inside something worth protecting now. Something we bled for, something we chose. This isn't just a new chapter. It's a whole new damn book. I scan the room, the rows of fresh-faced trainees chatting nervously, the neatly stacked welcome packets, the whiteboards prepped for today's orientation. And then I see her. Naya stands at the front of the room, brow furrowed slightly as she cross-references the staff roster like the fate of the free world depends on it. She's wearing fitted black slacks, a crisp white blouse with the sleeves rolled just enough to show the elegant lines of her forearms, her hair twisted up in a way that exposes the soft curve of her neck. Every cell in my body leans toward her. Every part of me wakes up all over again. God, I could fall for her 1,000 more times and still find new ways to drown in her. I don't realize I'm smiling like an idiot until she looks up and catches me, her lips twitching in that dangerous, familiar way. She lifts one eyebrow, pure challenge, pure fire, and calls across the room, her voice light but sharp enough to hook straight under my ribs. "You ready, Archer?" That spark, the one she lit the very first time we meet, roars up fresh and unstoppable. I sling my bag onto a chair, shake my head once like I'm trying to clear it, and grin. Full, unguarded, utterly hopelessly wrecked for her. "Born ready," I fire back. And I mean it. For her. For this. For everything that comes next. The new staff files in slowly. 12 fresh faces, all wide eyes and tight shoulders, clutching notebooks and coffee like lifelines. They settle into the rows of chairs we dragged into place last night, the hum of nerves thick enough to taste. I glance sideways at Naya, catch the slight lift of her chin, the way she squares her shoulders just before stepping to the front. God, she's a force. I step up beside her, let our shoulders brush just enough to anchor myself and clear my throat. We give them the speech we built one bleary, perfect night not so long ago, fueled by bad diner coffee, late-night jokes, and kisses stolen between laptop screens. No corporate jargon, no safe cliches. Just truth, messy and beautiful and brutal. Naya starts, her voice steady and low, cutting through the hum of whispered introductions. "Leadership isn't about titles," she says, eyes sharp enough to pin the whole damn room. "It's about resilience. About what you do when everything goes sideways." I pick up where she leaves off, our rhythm so natural it feels choreographed. "It's about standing up when you want to quit, about owning your failures louder than your victories." The room quiets, not bored quiet, listening quiet. I steal a glance at her at the fire she wears so effortlessly, and something fierce and stupidly proud floods my chest. This isn't just her dream anymore. It's ours. Every messy, bleeding, breathtaking piece of it. We call for a break after the first session, letting the trainees pile into the break room, buzzing about icebreakers and mission statements and God knows what else. I'm flipping through my notes when I feel a hand fist into the front of my shirt. Before I can process anything, Naya yanks me into the narrow supply closet tucked behind the reception desk, slamming the door soft but firm behind her. It's dark and cramped, the scent of fresh paper, and her skin wrapping around me so tight, I forget how to breathe. Her hands tug me down hard and her mouth crashes into mine. Fast, fierce, dizzying. I barely catch myself against the wall, one hand braced behind her head so she doesn't slam into the shelving. "You're dangerous," she whispers against my mouth, breath hot and wrecking. I grin. I can't help it and kiss her again, slower this time, letting it drag out until she shudders against me. "Only for you," I murmur back into the curve of her smile. Her laugh, low and wicked and completely mine, vibrates against my chest. And just when I'm debating whether I can lock the door and keep her here forever, she pulls away, smoothing her blouse, adjusting my collar with maddening precision. I barely bite back a groan when two trainees wander past the supply closet without even glancing our way, deep in debate over leadership styles. Naya winks at me once, pure trouble, before slipping back into the hallway like nothing happened. I lean my forehead against the cool door for a beat, grinning like a damn fool. Yeah, I'm in real trouble, the best kind.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.